that are already in the queue. Hello and welcome in for everybody tuning in on YouTube, and for those of you who've already joined us on TikTok, I really appreciate you so much for being here, and welcome to the 359th episode of the Dean Withers Show. We are almost at the 365th episode of the Dean Withers Show. We are nearly a year in. That is fantastic. Now, if you've never been here before, let's go over what we do. We talk to people, okay? We talk to Trump supporters. We debate them. We try to change their minds. We have open discourse. That's not something that you really see all too much anymore. And the point of this open discourse is to try to change their minds, because Trump is the worst president of your life. He's the worst president of my life. He's the worst president of all of our lives. And something else that we do here is we also like to go through the breaking news, have conversations about what's going on. So if you're unaware, the way in which we connect Trump supporters to the live stream to have conversations with us is through TikTok. They have a cool multi-guest function where anybody could kind of call in, quote unquote. So if that's you, if you're MAGA, head over to TikTok, hop in that queue. We're going to be getting the first Trump supporter up here momentarily. But before we do, let's go through that breaking news. So first and foremost, America's in ruin, MAGA's in shambles, the Trump admin is losing their goddamn minds. Why? Well, it's because the average American is starting to wake up to the bullshit of the Trump admin and all of their lies from the last year that are finally catching up to them. I'm going to go ahead and play a clip for all of you guys surrounding statements made by Donald Trump last year, right before the election. This is what Donald Trump had to say about the price of gasoline. Let's go ahead and take a listen into that right now.
The Trump economic plan, we will cut your energy prices in half within, mark it down, and you can get very angry at me if we don't do it. Within 12 months, your energy prices will be cut in half. My plan will cut energy prices in half or more than that within 12 months of taking office. Number one, your energy bill within 12 months will be cut in half, and that's my pledge all over the country. Beyond farmers, that's my pledge all over the country. If you vote for me, I will cut your energy and electricity prices in half within 12 months. We're going to cut them down in half.
So that's the promise Trump made time and time again. We are going to cut the price of gas and energy and electric so fast your head will spin, and if we don't, get mad at me. Okay? We're now a year into his administration, a little bit over a year, right? And what do we see? The highest gas prices in 3 years, marking over a 58-cent jump in 1 week, which is the largest increase in the price of gas in recorded American history. And even when we're not just talking about gas, but we're talking about natural gas and energy, well, through the big beautiful bill, he cut down clean energy production subsidies by 72%, which is now also going to make the price of energy for the average American household jump by around $500, according to the Congressional Budget Office, which is ran by Republicans. So it really does seem to be the case to me. Donald Trump is not upholding his promises, and it's only getting worse, okay? Not just in the context of gas, not just in the context of energy, not just in the context of oil, okay, but also in the context of general inflation. Last month, February, prices rose by 3.4% for manufacturers in 1 month. Let me just describe to you how bad this is. If prices rise by 3.4% in 1 year, that's considered bad. So the fact that we saw prices rise by 3.4% in 1 month is ludicrous, absolutely insane. And now the Trump administration is trying to run cover. And of course, that has a lot to do with their distraction to the Iranian war, which is also served as quite the point of controversy for the Trump administration, leading many Trump supporters to revoke their support. And that's because of the lies and contradictions that we hear from Trump and that we hear from members of his administration surrounding the U.S.'s war in Iran. Let me give you an example. First, the war was only supposed to last 2 weeks. Then it was 4 weeks, then it was 6, then it was 8. Then Donald Trump claimed that, well, the war is already over. We're going to start pulling back and pulling our troops off because we've already won. Then Iran refused to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So then we sent more of our military to Iran, 3 warships, 2,300 Marines. And then we started begging our allies like Switzerland and Germany to send their own warships down to the Strait of Hormuz. And then Donald Trump said that he was going to hit them 20 times harder than we've ever hit anyone ever before. So because of these lies, because of these contradictions, because of this narrative that it's just a bunch of bullshit, if you want me to be frank with you, Donald Trump is now saying that the war in Iran is going to end when he feels like it. There's no specific timeline. There's no specific objectives. It's just his feelings. It's going to end when he feels like it. And how convenient is that? Because I guess you can't contradict that narrative when we don't even know when it's supposed to end. There's no false promises, right? Because there's no promises at all. It's just when he feels like it. And this is exactly why so many people are hopping off the Trump train. In fact, the White House has even stopped sharing opinion polls on the approval rating of the president, and today shared one of the most astounding polls I've ever seen. I mean, truly, so much journalistic integrity went into this poll. Let me tell you what it is. 100% of MAGA Republicans support Trump. 0% disapproval. It's the poll that was shared today by Caroline Leavitt, Donald Trump's press secretary, on Twitter. God, you can't make it up. By the way, MAGA Republican is a synonym for Trump supporter. So, in other words, the White House is now trying to make it seem like Donald Trump is the most popular president of all time by telling us that 100% of Trump supporters are Trump supporters. 100% of Trump supporters support Trump, you guys. That's where we're at. That's the information that is being shared by the White House to build the sense of inevitability around them. And internally, they're freaking out. They're flipping their shit. They had their director of counterterrorism quit, say that there was no imminent threat from Iran, unlike Donald Trump said there was. And the only reason we're in this war is because of Israel, which of course sparked more controversy and more backlash against the admin, not just from liberals or Democrats, but also from Republicans inside of the administration. And by the way, in response to that, Donald Trump said that, well, this guy, Joe, is somebody he never thought was good with security. Donald Trump said, and I quote, I'm not joking here, "I always thought Joe was bad with security." So if you thought he was bad with security, why did you make him the director of counterterrorism? He hired him. He praised him. He applauded him. But all along, I guess he was just some DEI pick with no merit or qualifications, because that's what Donald Trump is telling us he always thought. Don't know how to explain that one. Don't know how to explain that one at all. And see, these are the commotions in which have now led to an all-time historic low level of approval for Trump. Even Biden, at this point in his presidency, rolling off of the peak of the pandemic with 9% highs in inflation, had an approval rating about 12 points higher than Donald Trump has today. Okay? Keep that one in mind. And I think this is exactly why they are pushing for the SAVE Act to be pushed through Congress to suppress voters. And when we're talking about the SAVE Act, we need to remember it's not about not wanting people to have ID to vote, because that's not the question. The question is rather that people have to prove citizenship to vote. And that's a whole different sentiment than proving identification to vote. Because proving citizenship, according to the DHS, can't be done by an ID. It can only be done by a birth certificate or a passport. First and foremost, not everyone has a passport. They cost $200 to get in 6 weeks to come in. Is this a poll tax? Might be. What about a birth certificate? Not everyone has one of those either. And then everyone who does have a birth certificate, there's many married women whose last name isn't on it. I mean, take me, for example. If the SAVE Act passes, it will be significantly harder for me to vote in the midterms. Because my passport, my birth certificate, they're at my dad's house, about an hour and a half away. Okay? And it's not even a question on if this is an attempt from Trump to suppress voters. Because it clearly is. Here's a reason why. He's told us to our faces. We need to remember his interview with the New York Times 2 months ago, where he told them that he regrets not having the National Guard seize the voting machines following the 2020 election. Or a month before that, where he was talking about how countries during wartime don't need to hold elections, and now look at us in a war right before midterms. Or even going all the way back to the 2020 election with his elector scheme, where he sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states to try to install himself for a second term against the voice and the vote of the people. Okay? It's mask off authoritarian people. Wake up if you haven't already, right? But of course, those are the conversations that we're going to be having today. So go ahead and hop inside of that queue over on TikTok if you happen to be an American adult that's with Donald J. Trump as president. I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. Let's have some good conversations. For everyone tuning in from Parker's live stream, I appreciate you so much for being here. We're going to go to get that very first guest up here momentarily. I just want to thank a couple people before we do. Thank you so much, Jenna, for the very first donation of the day over on YouTube with the $100 super chat. Thank you so much for that love and support, Jenna. I want to see everybody showing up and showing out to Jenna down below in that comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. That is so incredibly kind of you. W Jenna's all day, every day, baby. Now, Jenna didn't even attach a message to that. Don't know, just send it right on through. Just know that I really appreciate you. By the way, we're going to be doing something a little bit new today, folks. First and foremost, as always, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pay message on YT, handles at the top of the phone screen. But we're also going to be using those donos in a little bit of a different way, because right before I hopped on stream today, I sat down on an MS Now broadcast for 30 minutes, and the whole broadcast was centered around answering questions from the viewers. And I've heard from many of you guys that wish I would take more questions from the viewers, have and hold Q&As instead of just always debating Trump supporters. So if you want to get me, if you want to ask me a question, it could be about the state of America. It could be about why are Democrats voting against the interests of the people in Congress. It could be about why did Donald Trump go to war in Iran. It could be about any of these things, you know. Send me a dono, attach the message, attach the question, and we're going to be trying to answer a lot of those in between debates. So I don't know. That was just a new idea. I wanted to try it out. It was a lot of fun answering those questions on MS Now's broadcast, so I want to see if we can maybe do it here as well. Let's go to get that as well as it's a great way to support me and to support the live stream and to continue to allow us to do this for 4 hours, 7 days a week. So pretty cool. But anyways,
went to the hospital to get a chest x-ray, walked out the next day.
Let's try to get that very first guest up in here right now. If you are watching on TikTok, go ahead and hop inside of that queue, given that you're MAGA. Just make sure that you're following our rules. Make sure that you're following our rules. And it's a white boy saying the N-word. Let's go to move on to the next guest, you guys. All right. We got Chris Bot loading up into the box, guys. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
I actually don't, but I have a wait.
Sorry, man. Only debating MAGA. Only debating MAGA. There's one person like spamming his little heart away down there in the comment section on TikTok saying, remember when you cried when Charlie Kirk died? Yeah, of course I remember that. What the hell? Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Leg Luther loaded up into the box. Here we go. Hi, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
And thanks for having me on. I've been a long-time watcher.
Okay, yeah, good to have you here. Wait, 1 second. I'm so sorry. People are still commenting the question on TikTok. Yes, I remember crying. So now that I've answered the question, there you go, everyone. I'm really happy that I could inform you and help you out there. Yeah, I remember crying after getting a phone call from my friend who was there screaming and shouting, thinking it was a mass shooting, and then having to watch a video of this person who I didn't like but met in real life get his fucking jugular blew open, thinking I could be next and staying inside of my house for the next 3 weeks after buying a 9mm handgun and putting cameras everywhere because I thought I was next. So yeah, no, I remember crying. But anyways, man, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Quite honestly, it's the hypocrisy of you Gen Z liberals.
Okay. The hypocrisy of the Gen Z liberals. Okay. So describe to us the hypocrisy of Gen Z liberals and then connect the dots between the supposed hypocrisy of Gen Z liberals to the conclusion that Trump is a good president.
Well, so I can't argue whether or not Trump is a good president, but I can argue about your own hypocrisy, Mr. Withers. See,
okay. So if you can't argue about that.
No. Let me finish, please.
I'm sorry. This is going to be necessary. If you can't argue about why Trump is a good president, then you're in the wrong life. But go ahead. I'll send you an invite to turn your microphone back on.
Okay, I can argue that, but would you say that Trump was in the wrong for making ridiculous comments and ridiculing that disabled reporter back in 2016?
Sure.
Okay, why was he wrong for doing that?
Because it's wrong to mock people's disabilities if they have disabilities.
Okay, so what would you define as a disability?
Well, I don't think it's the Odin is on me to define disability. I think
this leads to my larger point.
I just listen to the medical health professionals.
Okay, so would you agree that incontinence is a disability?
Like shitting your pants?
Yes.
Well, sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't.
Who gets to decide that?
The medical health professionals.
Okay, so when one has bowel incontinence, that is by default a disability, and you have
It
sat
can be.
on this.
Yeah.
It is. Have you ever been bowel incontinent as an adult, Mr. Withers?
Have I ever shit my pants as an adult? That's a very personal
Have
question.
you had bowel incontinence? Not just shitting your pants randomly,
Is-
but
is
having
incontinence
long-standing
just-
bowel.
Is that just defined as like not being able to control your bowel movements whatsoever?
Correct.
Oh, no, I haven't.
No, but you have made fun of Mr. Trump for wearing diapers.
Well,
That
I think
is a
it's
disability.
the
That's
thing
a
is-
disability.
I don't think it's incontinence for him. I think him shitting his pants is kind of like a power play.
I'm going to have to vehemently disagree if you believe with the Sasha Riley
No,
story.
listen. I think it's like a power play for Trump. I think it's something that he does to try to assert his dominance, but then he just looks strange. Or like another thing is like when he's having a press conference and the reporters are asking the really hard questions that he can't answer, he just shits his pants to make them all want to leave. Go ahead.
Do you hear how ridiculous you're being?
I'm making a joke.
This
I'm making a joke about how
privilege
ridiculous you're
coming
being.
from you. By saying that it's not okay to make fun of disabilities?
No, by arguing here that Donald Trump has a disability of incontinence. Listen, I would argue here that Donald Trump doesn't have a disability of incontinence, or else he wouldn't be calling people treasonous for suggesting that he is in perfect and prime mental and physical health. He argued that people should be found guilty of treason and executed if they even suggest that he's not in perfect mental and physical health. But now you're telling me that he's a poor disabled guy who needs to be coddled like a child. He wants to kill you now. Keep that in mind, because you're suggesting that he's not in perfect physical health. Therefore, according to him and his standards, you're guilty of treason.
Well, by that same logic, so are you for ridiculing a disability.
Wait, so now you're telling us that you support Trump because he wants to execute both of us?
No, absolutely not. You're putting words in my mouth, sir.
Well, I mean, you should really be careful the words that are coming out of your mouth, because it's apparently, according to Trump, veering very closely into treason to suggest that he has any disability whatsoever.
Do you have a source for this as to when he said this?
Yeah, I think he said this 2 months ago. He said this on Truth Social. Trump calls it treason to question his health. Let's go to pull that up now. Yep, so if you just go on Google, you type in Donald Trump calls reports questioning his health seditious and perhaps even treasonous, you'll be given sources from, let's see here, CNN, Fox, News Nation, MS Now. There you go. Oh, Time Magazine, for instance.
So if I was in front of you and in a wheelchair with an amputated limb and saying that I wasn't disabled, would you argue with that?
Oh no. So first, to directly answer your question, if you like clearly possessed a disability, and you argued that you were not disabled, right, I would still yet believe that you are disabled because clearly you possess a disability. So are you arguing that regardless of what Donald Trump says, he clearly possesses a disability?
I would make that argument given that there are multiple sources from his days on The Apprentice and beyond about him having bowel incontinence. Now, I don't want to defend the man for being, a troll online and having some pretty awful opinions, but the fact remains.
Wait, if he has some pretty awful opinions, why do you support him as president?
Because the liberal Gen Zs out there are twisting themselves in knots, making excuses for why they make fun of a man with disabilities, but will stand up for...
Just believe two things to be true at once. Just believe it to be true that Donald Trump shouldn't be president and Gen Zs shouldn't be hypocritical. Like from your perspective, that seems like the most reasonable position for you to hold to.
That's possible, but what about your hypocrisy in this? Calling him Diaper Don when you have viewers on your streams who quite possibly have disabilities of incontinence. Do you understand that that's hurtful language?
Wait, I want you to describe to me why the last statement I made directed towards you is false, okay? Because my last suggestion was very clear. from your perspective, why don't you simultaneously hold to the belief that Donald Trump shouldn't be president while also holding to the belief that, like, I'm a hypocrite for whatever goddamn reason? And why are you instead arguing that Donald Trump should be president because I'm a hypocrite for some goddamn reason? Okay, and by the way, I just want to say your position is quite the shitty argument. Get it? Now, to get onto the meat on the bone here. Once again, right? You're coming up here and you're telling me, hey, dude, you're terrible. No one should support you. You're a hypocrite. You're ableist. Okay.
I did not say nobody should support you.
I did not. Well, I don't think you could say that, or else you'd risk being a hypocrite yourself, because in the same breath of arguing that people shouldn't support me because I called Donald Trump Diaper Don, you're simultaneously supporting the guy who did make fun of this disabled reporter, who said just like 2 days ago that Gavin Newsom should never be president because of his dyslexia. Okay, that punishes with people with disabilities by trying to get rid of individual education plans, IEPs, through dismantling the Federal Department of Education, by actively defunding pro-disabled systems like DEIA, or by just generally being a dick to anybody and everybody within any conceivable circumstance whatsoever. Him labeling being black as a disability, which is clearly something he believes, because he refused to rent to black people in 1997 and was sued by the New York State Justice Department for it, or depicted black people as monkeys less than 2 months ago. Same thing with access to abortion. I mean, he's over here saying that women who are raped and impregnated should be forced to carry that baby. But, you know, like, apparently that this is some good-hearted man who wants what is in the best interests of everybody. It would never be misogynistic, would never be sexist, would never be racist, would never be ableist, and he should clearly be president. And by the way, I just want to clarify with you here. If we want to be very, like, clearly analytical about what we're discussing, me shitting on Donald Trump for wearing a diaper, that wouldn't be ableist. That would technically be ageist, okay? Because he's so old, he can no longer control his bowel movements. But what I'll say here is, if you are so old you can no longer control your bowel movements, you probably shouldn't be president. Go ahead.
That was quite the gish gallop there. You certainly threw a lot of information. You put words in my mouth that I did not utter. President Trump making fun of disabled people and cutting programs for the disabled is wrong. I'm
so why do you
not going
support
to
him?
deny it. I might be changing my opinion, but that doesn't change the fact of what I came on here to talk to you about, which was your obvious ableism.
Wait, so the obviously ableist Dean Withers was able to sway your mind on your support for Trump?
Two things can be right at the same time, right?
Cool. I'm
a disabled American who at one point was bowel incontinent, and your comments about him wearing diapers in a mocking and ridiculing tone was an attack on all people with disabilities that are incontinent. That's wrong, man.
Well, I'll be a little bit more clear.
You're a leader of Gen Z.
Calling Donald Trump Diaper Don is not an attack on Donald Trump for his incontinence. It is an attack on Donald Trump for his hypocrisy. Because if it was Biden with the incontinence, then Donald Trump would be making sure to tell the world every single day, day in and day out, on Fox News, Newsmax, and any platform he could get a hold of. I bet he would even be holding to the claim that because Biden is incontinent, that he should be removed from office immediately, and his cabinet should invoke the 25th. And if they don't invoke the 25th, then Congress needs to impeach him. If Congress doesn't impeach him, then MAGA needs to go storm the Capitol again. Okay? It's not an attack on his incontinence. It is an attack on his hypocrisy.
You're splitting hairs there, sir. You really are. And just because Donald Trump makes fun of disabled people, that means it's okay for you and other people to do it?
I think it's okay to call out the hypocrisy of old people who shit their pants,
are
arguing that it's okay to, like, coup our government because of another old person who maybe shits their pants. I would argue that's completely fine.
I'm not making that argument.
And once again, I already specified this earlier. Okay, it's not one that like, if anything, you shouldn't be arguing here that my position is technically ableist. You should be arguing here that my position is technically ageist, because there might be some thinly veiled ageism that is rooted within me calling out his hypocrisy and attack on other old people by calling him Diaper Don. Okay, that might be technically true. I'm
you-
open-minded to. I'm open-minded to that thought that there may be some level of ageism here within me deciding to call out his hypocrisy by calling him Diaby Don. Okay, right?
But the term diaper don, do you know how many children live with bowel incontinence that are called diaper Jake or diaper Timmy by their peers at school?
Well, I don't think Diaper Jake and Diaper Timmy are bombing and killing 174 girls in an Iranian
No,
elementary
but you are
school,
giving them-
or
you are
arguing that
giving
we
your
need
viewers
to
a
end the
pass to
American
use the term.
democracy by destroying our Constitution. And they're also not incontinent because of their age. They're incontinent because of a disability. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is probably struggling with incontinence because of his age, not a disability.
Allegedly, he is struggling with incontinence because of an injury he had to his anus.
What?
Have you read the Sasha Riley reports?
I'm not specifically familiar with that one claim.
Well, I would suggest you look it up. If you're going to argue that Donald Trump is incontinent because of his age, you really should understand what Sasha Riley has alleged about Mr. Trump.
Are you talking about like guy who supposedly like shoved a stick up his ass?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well,
And so that would mean,
how
if
about
that is
this?
true, that would mean that Mr. Trump was injured and has a disability as a result of that injury.
How about this? Instead of calling him Diaper Don, I'll call him Fascist Don.
Great. Call him that. That's more acceptable. Like I have respect for you, Dean. You are a smart kid.
Does that
who
work?
Yes, it does. You're a smart kid who has
Fascist Don works better.
Yes.
Okay. Do you
Because that's
accept that
attacking him for a choice he's making.
do you accept that he's fascist?
I accept the idea that he is fascist. Yes.
Then why the fuck have you ever considered yourself a Trump supporter? Okay, so now that we've addressed your claim of you calling me a supporter of ableism, can we now address my claim of me calling you a supporter of fascism? Can we do that now?
By all means.
Okay. Perfect. So why do you support fascism?
I actually don't. I use that as a guise to get on the live to attack you for your ableism.
For my ableism.
Yes, I've actually donated to you dozens of times.
So
I am a supporter of you. I was just disappointed in you for your ableism.
I just want to clarify here. You prevented me from having a conversation with a Trump supporter, possibly changing hundreds of minds in the process, because you're so upset that I called a pedophile incontinent. I appreciate you for coming up. We're going to go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got the next guest loading up in here right now. We got Unknown joining the box. Okay, here we go. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, you're also like 14. We're going to move on to the next guest. Right now, here we go. And by the way, I just want to clarify, given what Sasha Riley has said as being true, then Trump deserved that injury. Right? Like, he got that injury by, like, allegedly graping someone. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. You just got to be 18 plus. You got to be 18 plus.
Hi.
How do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How old are you?
I am 18 years old.
I also don't believe you. And I don't know, man. Like, if like you get a disability by graping someone, let's just go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. All right. Only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA. You guys know the rules. You need to be at least 18 years old. You need to be an adult. You need to be a Trump supporter. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
24,
What year were you born in?
2001. Do a little math real quick, Dean.
What month?
April.
April?
Come on, I got you. I won't lie to you, Dean.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. And you're MAGA?
I am.
Perfect. All right, give me a second here. I'm going to go and thank a handful of people for their donos. Also, guys, something that we are doing with the donos today, by the way, is if you want to ask me a question, it could be about the streams, but also just kind of about America. Feel free to attach it to a dono. I had this idea because we were just on an MS Now broadcast, and they were taking questions from the viewers, and that was pretty fun. So I thought we'd do it here as well. Thank you so much, Leanne, for the $3 over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much for that love, Leanne. Kelsey, thank you so much for the 5, who says, if ICE has funding regardless, why not fund all agencies separately and take away that leverage? I appreciate you so much for the $5. Do you want to try to find another way to ask that question, Kelsey? I'm not sure that I understand it. Let's see here. Miranda, thank you so much for the $15 donation over on Venmo. Show some love to Miranda down below in that chat. Dean, have you watched Inside the Manosphere by Louis T? I have not watched Inside the Manosphere by Louis T. I'm familiar with like quite a few different projects on that, like a reporter who went undercover to talk to like alt-right men on dating apps, but I'm not specifically familiar with a project done by Louis T. Ducky, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, it's Megan asking you to see my arm tattoo. It's got Momo and Appa on it. Please check it out. I sent it to your email again. Ducky, I will happily take a look at that. Thank you for the $20. By the way, just so you guys don't think that this Ducky person is being parasocial, we're talking about like Momo from Avatar here, not my cat. But I appreciate you so much for the $20, Ducky. I'll make sure I take a look at that. Miss Allie, thank you so much for the $55 donation over on Venmo. I want to see some massive, massive love for Allie down below. Let's get 500 Allie W's. Allie says, came by just to leave this dono. I'm a school photographer. Yesterday, my heart broke when a second grader was sent to school with a MAGA hat and a Trump shirt on for his personality picture. The same people who don't want kids knowing about LGBTQ forced politics on their kids. Allie, that is so disgusting. It is not the kid's fault at all. It is 110% the parents' fault. I can't even believe that. Honestly, I don't think, okay, that maybe like young children in elementary schools should even be allowed to wear specifically branded campaign apparel to schools. Like, I don't even care if it's like a Trump shirt or, you know, another shirt. Like, if it's somebody that is actively campaigning for office, like, I don't know if you should be able to wear that to school, man, when you're like 10 years old. But I don't know. Maybe there would be some exceptions to that. I don't know. Just an idea. Thank you for the $55, Allie. Show some love to Allie down below in that comment section. John, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Yanni, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Then Madeline, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Who said he is pooping himself because someone had a stick to pull up his butt when he was assaulting them. Yep, thank you for the $15, Madeline. Show some up to Madeline down below in that comment section. Then Billy, thank you for the $5. Then Jenna with a 5, and then Courtney with a 20, who says thank you for existing. Well, thank you so very much for that love, Courtney. Let's show some massive love to Courtney down below in that comment section for the $20 donation. I really appreciate you so much for the kindness. Look at that. We are all caught up over on Venmo and on YT Super Chat. For now, let's quickly catch up with a couple over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Craig, for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Let's get to it. Craig W's, who says, don't listen to much debates, but listening to you debate and cook all these MAGA supporters really brings joy. You have my support. Keep it going, bro. Well, thank you so much for the love, Craig. I'm really happy that what we do here brings you joy. It brings me a little joy, too. It gives a lot of people hope, and I love that. Serena, this was the very first donation today over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $20. Show some love to Serena down below, who says, hey, Dean, of course I'm here with my daily support. Hope you had a great day until now and have an amazing stream today. Much love to you as well, Serena. Thank you so much for the $20. It's good to see you. And once again, your fan art the other day was awesome. Sean, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that love, Sean. Also, good recommendation. And then Katie, thank you so much for the $5 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Madam Jamlot, for the 15, who says cultural movements lead to amazing new music, especially in jazz and a lot in the USA. Do you have a favorite jazz song? Do you know what the inspiration for it? I don't think I have a favorite jazz song. But there are like a handful of jazz artists, especially from like the mid 20th century, that I'm a big fan of. I'd have to think of their names here because honestly, it's been a while since I've listened to other people's jazz. But I'll get back to you. Thank you so much for the $15. And then Dustin, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube as well. Shout out to you, man. And with that, we're ready to hop into that next debate. Take it away, man. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president.
I mean, why not?
Why not? Because he is one of the worst characters we've ever seen from any president ever, and some of the worst domestic and foreign policy, not to mention his attack on our Constitution, rule of law, and democracy, with trying to suppress voters for the midterms with the SAVE Act, then his attack on Article 1 and 2 of the Constitution, then 7 amendments ranging from the 1st to the 2nd to the 3rd. No, sorry, not the 3rd. To the 4th and the 5th, the 10th, the 14th, and the 22nd.
Yeah, I feel that. But at the same time, we got to think about, have you seen like what the White House has been posting on TikTok with the Call of Duty edits?
Yeah, the Call of Duty edits. Yeah.
Bro, it's hard not to rock with that, you feel me?
I think it's actually hard to rock with it. I don't think that we should be novelizing children getting blown up with clips from a video game. This is the real world, bro.
Yeah, you make a good point, Dean.
Yeah, I think that is a really damn good point. Thank you for acknowledging that.
But why else should I not support?
Well, I gave you a bunch of reasons why. I want you to give me the reason why you do support him.
I mean, I was a fan like from the Celebrity Apprentice days, and I've just been following up till now.
I think that
It's
this
just
guy's trolling, so
entertaining.
we're going to move on to the next guest, Justin Howard, who's loading up into the box right now. How do you support Trump? Oh, he's listening to music. I got to kick him. Yeah, man. A bunch of people over on the YouTube chat are saying, well, like maybe that Call of Duty edit would go hard if you're 10. Well, I don't know. I think that you could even like sit down a 10-year-old and explain to them how like although Call of Duty might be a fun game with cool gameplay, still yet it's like not too cool when you're using that to depict like real war of like real people dying, if that makes any sense. So, like, I'd honestly argue here that a bunch of 10-year-olds probably would be able to understand why that's not hard, quote unquote. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Do you support Trump? Hello, you have 5 seconds to respond before I kick you and move on to the next guest. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You do have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to Kay. We got Kay loading up inside of the box. By the way, if you're watching and you're a Trump supporter and you want to have a conversation
You
with
like
us,
Invincible, bro. Do you?
I gotta kick you. You sound underage. You also don't sound like you're MAGA. If you want to have a conversation with us, feel free to let me know in that chat compared to hopping in that queue, because I'm not going to lie, there's a bunch of people in that queue who shouldn't be there. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Lady, huge shout out to you. Thank you so much for supporting me in the stream and what we do here. Let's get 200 Lady W's down below. I really appreciate you for the love, lady. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I wanted to ask you a question though.
All right, I'm going to go to ban you for breaking the third rule. Guys, the rules to join the stream are on the phone screen on TikTok. If you break any of them, you're going to be removed. There's literally zero exceptions to that rule. There's zero exceptions to that rule. Moving on to the next guest. How do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I am 18 years old.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2004.
Well, you're terrible at math. I'm gonna go ahead and ban you for breaking the first rule. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. By the way, the first rule is to be 18 plus. Over on Venmo, Renate, Renate, thank you for the $15. Who says, please try to debate Street Polar. They're on Instagram and Insufferable. You know, honestly, if you ever want to pressure anyone in to join my stream, feel free. You know, like if you guys find somebody like some like MAGA idiot who would be like fun to debate, you guys should just spam their comment section saying debate Dean. You know what I mean? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Oh, fuck you, bitch. I'll kill you any day.
All right, let's go to move on to the next guest right now. By the way, man, I want to recommend saying that to people on the internet. Understand that you're young and understand that, you know, killing people is just kind of like a something that happens in the video games for you. But I mean, it's not too great of a thing to tell other people. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I
How
support
old are you?
Trump. I'm 18 years old.
What year were you born in?
December 19th,
Of what year?
2007.
Okay, perfect. All right, give me one moment here. Izzy, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, hey, Dean, if you ever need a perspective from a poli-sci student in DC, glad to help. Well, feel free to share your perspective whenever. Izzy, I appreciate you so much for the $10. Same thing to you, Sydney. Thank you for the $5. Who says, do you ever think that you'd run for office? Maybe one day when I'm older. Dylan with the $5 says, do you think the SAVE Act will pass? 3 weeks ago, I told you definitely. Now I'm going to tell you, I don't really know. It's really up in the air, which is kind of crazy to say, right? As well as Jacob. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. Who says, kindly accept this as an apology for taking your time this afternoon. I have respect for you. I need to say my thoughts and I should have gone about it in a different way. My deepest apologies. Oh, that was the first guess. Well, I appreciate you for the 20, man. I accept your apology. Also, thank you for the $5. Mara, who says, thank you, Dean. You saved my life and my mother's life by helping her to get out of the MAGA cult. Thank you, man. I love that. I'm so happy that I could get her out of that cult. Emma, thank you for the $5. And then Maria, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Who says, here's a question. Have you seen that TikTok video that Epstein is possibly still alive? Yes, I did see that video of somebody in a convertible in Florida that looked a whole lot like Epstein. Epstein's dead, you guys. And if Epstein was alive, he definitely wouldn't be riding around in a convertible with no top on it. All right. So take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Also, you said 2007? Wait, sorry, 2007 December, you're 18? You would be 18. bunch of people in the
Yeah.
chat are saying otherwise, but no, you'd be 18. Take it
Yeah,
away.
that's
Tell us why you
weird.
support Trump.
I mean, like, I feel the safest I've ever felt in my entire life. Like, he's taking action, you know?
Is that emotional
Like,
or rational, though?
that's
Okay.
rational. Like,
And why is that rational?
He literally took the Venezuela president like a couple months ago, and he's taking action. Like,
How did that
if
make
Joe
you
Biden was
safer?
president right now, he wouldn't be doing none of that crap.
Well, it's because Joe Biden is the most anti-war president in modern American history, and we need an
And
anti-war
yet- and
president.
yet
we
he's
don't need
still
somebody
let,
who's going to
like,
be dumping
millions
in
of people into our country.
billions of dollars a day into more wars in the Middle East, creating more power vacuums, leading to more authoritarian takeovers, and more civil wars leading millions of citizens dead. Now, I want you to tell me here, why does Donald Trump taking out Maduro to just put the VPN to then steal their oil to put into an offshore bank account make you feel safer?
Because he's a certain dominance over them.
But what does that do to make you feel safer? Like, how does that
Well,
actually change
if-
your life or my life?
For example, like, if Kamala Harris was president right now, we would probably all be dead.
So is this rage
Like-
bait? Should I move on to the next
No,
guest?
no, this is not rage bait.
This is rage bait.
I'm being dead serious.
This
Like,
is certainly...
like you literally support Joe Biden when this kid let like millions of people into our country.
I don't know. You call it.
Person told me too.
I don't know. Call it, Parker. Rage bait or just pure dumbassery? Which one?
I feel like it was rage bait.
Yeah, call it. Bait or dumbass? I guess we'll never know. Because we're going to move on
That's
to the
the
next
hard
guest.
part, Dean, is that like with Trump supporters, it's almost incomprehensible, like the difference, because like realistically, you can get a Trump supporter arguing that on the live stream. You easily could, you know? But I feel like the main way I identify it is like tonality of voice.
True. Very, very true. You know what? Maybe I should have left him up for a bit longer. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I don't support Kamala.
Okay. But you don't support Trump either?
It's a tough one, but I mean, especially with the actions he's been doing, not 100%.
Do you think not 100%? If the election was held tomorrow, would you still vote for him?
Depends on what the options were.
Kamala?
Yeah, that one's tough. That'd be a very tough one.
What would you do?
I mean, considering, especially with the war with Iran, I totally disagree with what he is doing.
Can we just skip to the end here? What would you do?
I think I'd still just have to lean a little towards Trump.
Yeah, but would you vote for him is a question.
I mean, I probably would. I mean, if there's a better option, then I wouldn't.
Did Kamala Harris want to go to war in Iran?
I mean, there's no evidence that she didn't.
Actually, yes, there is. Her administration actually refused to do preemptive strikes on Hezbollah after Israel asked them to. Not to mention, in 4 years, we didn't make even one strike for Israel under the Biden-Harris administration. Meanwhile, in a year and a half, we've already made multiple strikes to take out their nuclear facilities and started another new war in the Middle East. So I think clearly we do have evidence for that claim. Now, ultimately here, you're telling us that you'd still vote for Trump because what Kamala Harris wanted to do for the country was so damn bad you'd have to. What was her worst policy that would have truly destroyed this country?
I think there is a problem that, I don't know, because, there's misinformation on both parties, but one of them was trying to tax unrealized gains.
For billionaires?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, I hate to inform you here, but that actually wasn't policy that she ended up running on. I was convinced of that as well. It turns out it was all misinformation. If you just go to KamalaHarris.com and you look at her agenda, or the agenda that she did run on for the election, unrealized capital gains tax for billionaires wasn't on there. I don't know where that came from. I think it came from Mark Cuban. I think that Mark Cuban was falsely impressioned that was something that Kamala Harris was going to do, so then he talked about it in an interview.
Yeah, so originally it was a proposal that Biden had, and people were questioning Harris on it because Biden had that specific position and brought that up. But Harris, when talking with Cuban, said that she doesn't hold that position, and that's not what she's holding to.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't even think that proposal is that big of an issue in itself. Even so, because it's at such extraordinary levels of wealth, But if we're talking about like what she supported, she never indicated any support for it, and actually indicated the alternative.
Yeah. So once again, back to the question: what was the worst policy that Kamala Harris ran on that just would have been worse than the erosion of our democracy, the destruction of our constitution, a new war in the Middle East, 16 million starving American children, 1 in 5 kids going without food in West Virginia because Donald Trump took the funding for their food stamps and sent it to Nigeria instead, a potential invasion of Greenland, a potential annexation of Canada, a potential invasion of Cuba, Guatemala, and Colombia, and an actual invasion of Venezuela. What is it? What is the worst policy she ran on that trumps all that?
Man, you had a full magazine there ready.
I mean, that's not even scratching the surface of the fact that he's an adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon that's boasted about sexual exploitation. But what was the worst policy that Kamala Harris ran on that trumped all that?
I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, they're both bad. One of the biggest things
I'm not hearing an answer to my question, sir. What was the worst policy that Kamala Harris ran on that trumped all that?
Just of all the government spending, but I know Trump is just as bad, and
actually, she's worse. In his first term, he spent $8.6 trillion. Biden and Harris spent $4.6 in 4 years, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related expenditure. In the first year and a half of Donald Trump's second term, he's already spent $5 trillion of non-COVID related expenditure, spending 2 times more than they spent in 4.
I mean, you're not wrong. I believe
so you're telling us that you would have voted for Trump because he was worse than Kamala Harris?
I mean, just the extra. I mean, there is a lot of spending.
Yeah, but there's more from Trump. There's a lot of spending either way, but there's more from Trump. So clearly, the lesser of two evils within this respect would be the left.
Well, would you? Well, I mean, Trump argued he would spend less, but he lied.
No, he never argued that he'd spend less. He knowingly ran on the most expensive policy in modern American history before the election. The Republican-led Congressional Budget Office already projected his policy to cost 3 times more, but that doesn't even matter because you know this. You're telling us if the election was held tomorrow that you would still vote for Trump knowing that he spent more. So the question is, what was the worst policy Kamala Harris ran on to trump this?
I mean, do I know every single policy? No, but
I'm not asking you if you know. I'm not asking you to name every single policy she ran on. I'm asking you to name the worst policy that would that's leading you to the conclusion that you'd still vote for Trump if the election was held tomorrow.
I mean, hey, if there was a better option, I wouldn't.
Now tell me, but you're arguing here that Kamala Harris was the worst option, and I'm just asking you for the reason why. What was the worst policy that Kamala Harris ran on that makes her the worst option, knowing everything that has unfolded so far under Donald Trump's second term?
I mean, what about, inform me, but what about, sending a bunch of money to Ukraine?
The money that Donald Trump continued to send to Ukraine and only sent more to Israel, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right, once again, that's not even what Kamala Harris ran on. What was the worst policy Kamala Harris ran on?
Is there any bad policies that Kamala Harris you don't like about her policy?
I want you to answer my question because you're the one making the positive claim that if the election was held tomorrow, you'd still vote for Trump. What is the reason why? What is the worst policy Kamala Harris ran on?
I mean, biggest thing is just my conservative views too, obviously.
Like
what? Probably like, I mean, I don't want to get too much into it, but I'm just more traditional American.
What does that mean? Trans people is the reason why you'd still vote for Trump?
Not even necessarily that.
Okay, well, what is it? What do you mean by traditional American? What makes you a traditional American in the sense that because you're a traditional American, you'd still vote for Trump if the election was held tomorrow?
I mean, like,
is it like a race thing? Is it a sex thing?
I mean,
is America a white country? Should only men lead? What is it?
No. I mean, just, Trump is, I mean, wouldn't you argue that, like, because most Democrats, they see American flag, they automatically think Trump supporter. Why is that? I mean, it seems like it's that way.
Well, let me tell you, when we see somebody flying all the American flags, we think of somebody on the right not because they're patriotic, but they like to act like they're patriotic, when in all reality, they're the opposite. But I need you to inform me here of your traditional values that would lead you to still voting for Trump tomorrow, given the election was held tomorrow.
If it was, I mean, if you want me to be completely honest, if it was like, if I knew what I knew now, I probably wouldn't vote, to be honest. And just because mainly my lack of information. Like, do you think people should vote if they don't
you know
look
what?
into who they're voting for?
You know what? You know what, bro? We got you from saying that you'd still vote for Trump to now saying that you don't know enough, therefore you wouldn't vote at all. That's at least a small step in the right direction. Ben, we're going to move on to the next guest unless Parker has anything to add on.
One thing I would add on is that, Ben, we would prefer that people vote for our side and educate themselves. I feel like that will happen when you educate yourself. But at this point, it's better that you're in this position of not supporting a candidate than supporting Trump specifically.
I do have one thing I want to mention that I think that is a kind of a bad thing about the Democratic side is obviously you guys want to fund and help, not necessarily socialists, right? But you want to take a lot of money from the rich to help the poor, correct?
So surprisingly, a socialist operating under American capitalism is the best policy that we have today, and that's me, a non-socialist, saying that. I love the application of socialist ideals under capitalism because it just leads towards a further furthering us towards achieving the goal of a social democracy, which is still capitalistic by nature. All right, like these quote unquote socialistic ideals are just ensuring that when people pay taxes, that tax revenue is going back to the people, like with Zoran Mamdani giving people $30 an hour to get the snow off the streets of New York, or like ensuring that when we are asking for more taxes to further fund these programs to reduce our deficit, that's not coming from the average American, that's coming from the top 1%, the rich and the elite. Once again, I'm not a socialist, but I will absolutely say with confidence that the policy from socialists that necessarily is capitalist by nature, because America is capitalist by nature, seems to be the best option we have. I do appreciate you for coming up, man, and I do hope that you have a good rest of your day. Tyler, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. Remember me? Like the one who said, like, I'm going to get 1,000 followers. Look, I got 1,000 followers. So 2K is the limit, okay? 2K, and I'm not.
Fucking hell, get off my stream, Ty. I remember you. Dude, that guy came up here like saying that he was like prettier than like everyone else in the stream and begging for followers, and he got there. So that's funny. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Lexi?
I don't support any side, but I'm in the middle.
Okay.
But I did want.
I hope by watching the stream, Lexi, that we're able to kind of sway your mind over to the left a little bit. Thank you so much for joining. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be following the rules and you are MAGA, please and thank you. Only happen to hop inside of the queue if you're MAGA, please and thank you. Jill, don't know what it is, man. You and your 10 phones, I think that you should scroll. You should know. I don't think I really want to have another debate with you.
Why not, honey?
Well, I told you this yesterday. I'm trying to save you some more time today. You're exhausting, you're unproductive, and you're insane.
Oh, really? No, that's all you friggin' got.
Well, I have more. I'm just choosing to keep my words limited because I don't know if I want to have too long of a conversation with you. I'm just simply telling you here.
Because you're scared. Hey, I was on Johnny's today. And
you're on Johnny's every day. You spend so much of your time on Johnny's.
He said that there was more deportation under Biden than there was Trump. Would you happen to know why that is?
Damn, that's crazy, Jill. Parker, remember what I texted you? That's crazy. That's crazy. I'd actually debate Johnny on that point because I disagree with him.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, well, I am freaking surprised. Let's get a W for Dean. Come on, everybody. Let's get a W for Dean. And I think you agree too, don't you, Parker? Let's give Parker a W too. Come on.
Well, actually, Parker, where do you stand on this?
Well, yeah, I definitely think that there was more deportation that's happened under Trump so far since what we've seen on a year-to-year basis. Parker, comparing that to Obama.
I'm about ready to faint. I am freaking about ready to faint.
Look, Jill, you understand that this isn't a good thing. This is a bad thing, right?
Why is it a bad thing? No, it's a great thing.
Because the reason why we've had so many deportations under Donald Trump's second administration is because he's authorized ICE to detain people because of the color of their skin, and then he's sending them to a place in Ciudad in El Salvador with no due process, as ruled on by many federal judges, to then be tortured. Not to mention that many of those 1.1 million deportations that we saw last year were self-deportations. However, I think that's a light phrase to use because those quote-unquote self-deportations are forced and coerced via the mechanisms that are being used by ICE, like killing people on the streets, ripping naked children out of their beds and throwing them in the backs of U-Haul vans, and deporting people to countries that they're never from in the first place. So that's clearly going to subjugate many undocumented immigrants to a position where they're thinking in their head they either have to quote unquote leave willingly, or they're going to lose their life, be wrongfully jailed, or deported to be tortured in another country.
Okay, can you bring up, I want to see this. Can you bring up the proof where he jerked naked children out of their house and caged them, please?
Yeah, that happened in Chicago. ICE agents were ripping naked children and throwing them in U-Haul vans in Chicago 4 months ago. Actually, Donald Trump was asked about this in an ABC interview because it was like notably wrong. And then in response, Donald Trump said that, well, we're not going far enough.
Oh, so he said there are children getting ripped out of their homes naked, thrown in cages, and we need to go further? Are you serious, Dean? I need you to pull that up. When you want my receipts, when I make a claim, I have to bring up my receipts. Can you please bring up yours? Thank you.
Yep, here we go. So if you go on Google, you type in American Civil Liberties
Just
Union.
bring it up on your
ICE,
screen, please.
Stop terrorizing children. You'll even see.
Pull it up on your screen, please.
Awesome. Perfect.
And the source.
Yep. There you go. Once again, go to Google, type in ACLU, ICE Stop Terrorizing Children, read about for background. For months, ICE has been targeting young children, arresting kids with cancer, patrolling near schools, even deporting U.S. citizen kids. In October, ICE conducted a nightmarish raid on a Chicago apartment building, reportedly pulling young kids from their beds in the middle of the night, separating them from their parents, zip tying them, and then putting them in the trucks on the streets. At Stephen Miller's direction, the administration has been working to remove legal protections from vulnerable children who came into the U.S. alone seeking protection or to reunite with their family. As a part of ICE's campaign, children as young as 14 are being pressured to sign incredibly disturbing documents, giving up their asylum claims, and accepting criminal liability if they fail to leave the U.S. And now, Congress is going to vote on this bill. So there's going to be one source.
They're going to vote on the bill. Okay. So, but they're saying this. I don't see no proof where it is happening. Happening.
This is the ACLU.
And?
The ACLU is like very reliable. I mean, there's just an institution of lawyers. They know that they can't lie. Here's another one from Newsweek. ICE agents drag naked children out of their homes. And I'll just listen. I'll just give you another source. This is from Newsweek. ICE agents drag naked children out of homes in Chicago raid. Neighbors. Several South Shore residents reported witnessing federal immigration agents forcibly removing unclothed children from apartments.
Okay, hold on. There would be pictures. There would be videos. There would be pictures.
See, the thing is that would classify as CSAM. That'd be illegal.
No, they could block. They could block out that. Oh yes, they could use that little.
Listen, let's just read this together. In the pre-dawn hours of September 30th, federal agents coordinated a large-scale immigration enforcement action targeting a 5-story apartment building near 75th Street and South Shore Drive. According to a Department of Homeland Security official, DHS said that 37 individuals were arrested, so on and so forth. According to multiple eyewitnesses, many of these kids were naked, such as Ebony Sweets Watson, who lived across the street from the building. She told WBEZ Chicago that she saw federal agents dragging residents, including children, out of the building without clothes and loading them into U-Haul vans. She said that the children were separated from their mothers. So when we have, then we also have P. Fisher, a woman who lives in the building, told CBS News Chicago, no shoes. The kids didn't have shirts or pants on. They just treated us like we were nothing. So here's what I'd say. No, Jojo. Let me continue to talk here. So when we have the ACLU reporting on this operation, shut the fuck up, Jill. So when we first have the ACLU reporting on this operation that they were targeting children and taking them out of their homes in the middle of the night at Chicago apartment buildings, and then we also have multiple eyewitness accounts of this occurring that were shared by different people that lived in different buildings at different times to different news agencies, I would argue here that it is it is incredibly likely to be true. And because of its high likelihood to be true, I accept it as truth.
I would argue that they're all liberals and Democrats making the shit up.
So do you think that they coordinated with one another?
Oh yeah, they want to say one
that?
story. They'll hear that story and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to jump on that shit. I'm going to say."
I want you to prove that they coordinated with one another because these are different people that lived in. No, these were different people that lived in different places that told different news agencies the same story. So in order for them to be lying, they would have had to have coordinated with one another. So I want you to prove that they coordinated with one another.
Prove that that happened. Just because they said it did doesn't mean it did.
I think it absolutely does when we're considering that they're different people that told different news agencies that lived in different places when we have no evidence that they cooperated or coordinated with one another to create the story. Not to mention the fact that the DHS's response was to give no comment compared to calling it false is also very telling.
You don't have no proof that they never coordinated it. Huh?
But the burden would rest on you, the individual making the positive claim, to prove the assertion that they did coordinate with one another in order to dispute the reliability of separated scenarios of eyewitnesses reporting the same thing.
No, it's the burden of proof is on you to prove that they didn't coordinate it. Because see, just like Antifa.
Wait, I believe that they
12
didn't.
of them just got busted.
Listen, I don't believe that they coordinated with one another because I don't have evidence that they coordinated with one another, and I only believe things that I have evidence for.
Okay, here's how it goes. Then you're going to believe what you want. I'm going to believe what I want. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is that your belief hinges on the exception.
I choose to believe the truth.
Well, Jill, the difference between us right now is that your belief that they coordinated with one another relies on a foundation that is unsubstantiated by evidence.
Okay, well, you're going to believe whatever you want. Just like they said that they handcuffed a little boy, a little Mexican boy. No, they did not. When his father jumped out of the car and ran in the house, they kept that boy safe by holding him there. And they said, oh my God, they arrested a little boy. And y'all ran with that freaking story until you seen the proof right in front of your face.
Wait. What little boy are you talking about?
It was a Mexican, an illegal that jumped out of the car. They was chasing him.
Oh,
he
wow.
jumped
So now a 5-year-old is an illegal?
Ran into the house.
So now a 5-year-old is an illegal?
Yeah, shut up. I said the dad.
Are you talking about Liam Ramos?
I'm not for sure. His dad jumped out of the car, ran in the house.
I think that you are talking about Liam Ramos.
He left the little boy by himself. What were they?
What's your evidence that Liam Ramos' father was an undocumented immigrant?
They were after him for being undocumented.
Okay. Did you know that he actually came into America legally, and then later judges prevented their deportation and ordered them to be removed from the detainment facility that they're being held in because they were legal?
Oh, you mean one of the progressive judges that
you're actually brain rotted, Jill. First and foremost, you're literally saying that the judge made an incorrect ruling on the basis of their legal status because they were progressive. You don't know that they were progressive. Why can't you just accept the fact that you are wrong in that they did unjustly detain a 5-year-old and his father and then held them in a detention facility for like a month before being forced to release them because the judges ruled otherwise? Look at how convenient this is to your narrative. You will never believe a court if that court makes a ruling that is contradictory to the narrative of the Trump administration. You don't believe the courts that ruled that Liam Ramos and his father were legal. You don't believe the courts that ruled that Donald Trump is guilty of 34 felonies. You don't believe the court that ruled that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. You don't believe the court that ruled that he lied about the valuation of his property to a bank in New York. You don't believe the court that ruled that he defrauded his university. You don't believe the court that was prosecuting Donald Trump for a violation of the Civil Rights Act in the 70s. You don't believe the court that ruled that he was illegally harboring Russian mafia members in his private estates in the 80s. But then you will believe every single court that determines that like these hardworking mothers and fathers of fives that just want to make the country better, not even the courts, just the people that will say that they're in all reality violent gang members. Like you likely believe that the man who was illegally deported to CCOT, then forced to be brought back to America, was a gang member, all because Kristi Noem said so, not because there's any evidence for it. You do not operate your worldview based upon evidence, reason, and logic. You operate your worldview on what would be in the very best interest of the optics of the Trump administration, and that 110% makes you a cult member.
No, I call bullshit out. That's what I do.
Well, you just think it's bullshit if it is not convenient to the Trump administration.
I don't think that all the immigrants should go. No, as long as they're here to make a better life for themselves, and they're not criminals, and they're not here to hurt freaking Americans or other legal immigrants like they have done. So
then say that you condemn 95% of Donald Trump's deportations, considering the fact that according to DHS, only 5% of them have been people with violent crimes on their record. Say it, Jill.
Do what?
Say that you condemn 95% of Donald Trump's deportations.
Well, I don't, because I believe that they are legal.
No, but you just told us that you don't support the deportation of individuals that are here to, like, I don't know, make the country better, make money, and provide to themselves and their family. And you only want those to be removed that are, like, an actual threat to those around them. So therefore, you condemn 95% of Donald Trump's deportations because only 5% of them have been made with those with criminal records.
Well, I don't know that those numbers are right.
They're coming from Donald Trump's Department
saying.
of No, they're coming from Donald Trump's Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah,
Trump's
the DHS is fake news, Dean. You heard it here first, folks.
Okay, well, let me see. Pull it up. You got it. Pull it up. Hey, I like to learn too. You guys
spreads fake data. That's so true.
you guys have done that before, but anyhow, yeah, you all
You
have put up
guys,
fake
I'm
charts.
not the Trump admin, Jill. What are you talking about?
Y'all have put up fake charts before. Okay, where is this from?
The Cato Institute.
What fake chart?
Cato. I don't know them. No, you said from the DOJ.
From the DHS, yes, and their source is the DHS.
They cite the DHS.
Okay, I seen. What was that? Go back.
Here we go. This is what's relevant. Only 5% of individuals. I'm actually just going to quickly share this over on YouTube. Here's what's relevant. Only 5% of individuals booked into ICE detention have ever had a violent criminal conviction.
Oh, okay. Well, that don't mean that they won't. That they're not criminals. They just haven't been convicted or they haven't got caught. Okay. Look at Americans that have been committing crimes for decades and haven't got caught.
Wait, now she needs a conviction, by the way. Wait, by the way.
Look at the Americans that have been committing crimes for
Parker, the opposite is true. Now she doesn't need any
No, she
conviction.
does. I mean, she doesn't want a conviction. I apologize.
She doesn't need any conviction or any evidence to believe that they're violent criminals. But then when Donald Trump is held liable for rape in a civil court, she disputes it because she needs a conviction in a criminal court in order to believe it.
No, I still don't believe it because they got.
She's just not going to believe anything that is going to make her view look bad.
Okay.
She
just
doesn't care about the facts. She doesn't care about the evidence.
For now, okay.
Jill,
for now, I'll give you guys that.
I know you at this point, Jill.
Listen,
you don't care about
Parker.
evidence. You don't care about facts.
Yes,
you
I
care
do,
about your own
Parker.
narrative. Whatever you feel like
I'll give
believing.
you guys that for now.
Whatever you don't like, you aren't going to believe.
No, listen. I said I'm going to give you guys that for now.
Okay, so then condemn 95% of Donald Trump's
that.
deportations.
Okay. I'll give you that for now.
Then condemn 95% of Donald Trump's deportations.
If that's true, I would. Okay, if that's
perfect. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. 10 minutes with Jill's like 10 minutes too much.
Getting Jill to concede that she disagrees with 95% of deportations after arguing for mass deportations a pretty diabolical statement.
That's actually kind of huge. Yeah, that's kind of huge. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Matt?
I used to, but under current what's going on right recently, I just kind of want to get your opinion on like a few things. The first thing is like
we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters, but if you want to quickly ask one question, I'll allow you to do so.
Oh, that's cool. So like my first question is like, why are we battling about supporting each side, when we have like numerous accounts from both sides on these files? Like, shouldn't we be talking about like condemning both sides and just getting rid of all of them?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So first and foremost, when I'm arguing that people shouldn't support Trump, I'm not in turn arguing that people should support Democrats who are incriminated by the Epstein files. In fact, I would argue that we shouldn't support Trump because he's incriminated in the Epstein files the same way we shouldn't support anybody else. It just so happens to be the case that our current president is not a Democrat that's incriminated by the Epstein files, who's pushing Congress to ignore the fact that him and his DOJ are breaking the law to cover them up. It's a Republican. We're going to move on to the next guest. Thank you so much, Glampire, for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, TBH, I thought Liam was worse than Jill, but I take that back 100%. She's beyond dehumanizing to validate cruelty. She's a disgusting little monster. I agree with you, Glampire. Also, bro, Liam is never coming back, bro. He got cooked, man. He got so fucking cooked. For everybody who missed it, earlier today, Parker was on his live stream, doing the same debates that you're watching right now. And if you know who Liam is, Liam was on his live stream, and I did a push-up competition with him. I did 87 push-ups. He did 25. So that was great. And that was the same guy that was arguing yesterday that he's super macho, super strong. And he was actually trying to pressure us into a push-up competition and then ran away yesterday. But then I called him out when he couldn't run today on Parker's live stream. And he got absolutely mogged. Let's see. Tori, thank you for the $5.
YouTube.
What's that?
It's on my YouTube, everyone. If you want to watch it, it's on the YouTube. The last live stream that I was on, it's fucking hilarious. Literally the funniest thing ever because genuinely he was so terrified to keep doing more push-ups and then literally ran away.
It was great. It was great. Welcome in, Jonathan. Do you support Trump? Jonathan, you are muted. I did send you an invite to turn your mic on. Okay. While we just give him a moment to turn his mic back on, I do just want to remind every single person watching to only please join inside of our queue if you are a Trump supporter. If you are not a Trump supporter, you will be automatically removed, as well as myself and my moderation team are going to be proactively looking at the queue. And if we identify anybody in there who's not a Trump supporter, we are going to remove you. Welcome in, King Richie. Do you support Trump?
Oh no, I'm not a Trump supporter. I just support your content and stuff. That's it.
Thank you so much, King Richie. I will please ask every single person who's in the queue that's like King Richie to please leave the queue, as we're just looking for Trump supporters, but shout out to you guys. Moving on to the next guest right now. Hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Nope, Natalie's not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest right now, guys. Make sure that you're following the rules. Leave the queue if you're not here. Leave the queue if you're not a Trump supporter. Leave the queue if you're a minor. Leave the queue if you're not American. Follow the rules. Please, please, please. Welcome in, PJ. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
I was born 2002. Well, basically, yeah.
All right, you're a liar. Moving on to the next guest, you guys. Follow the rules, guys. We're gonna call you out on your bullshit if you're fucking with us. So I just wouldn't recommend trying to break the rules at all, you guys. It significantly slows the stream down. It impedes upon what we're trying to do here with having open discourse. There's just literally 3 rules that we have to abide by. Shelby, thank you so much for the galaxy over on TikTok. That's very kind of you. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Brother loading up into the box right now. We also got Daniel loading up into the box right now. We got a bunch of people loading up into the box who will hopefully be down to the debates. Daniel, welcome into Sport Trump.
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
What year are you born in?
19.
Okay, another
19.
liar. All right, let's get that next guest loaded up into the box, you guys. I don't know why you think that you're going to be able to lie, dude. Come on, what are we doing? Very embarrassing, very embarrassing. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got Bofax loading up into the box. Okay, nope, they left 2. Guys, just leave the queue right now if you're like, not acting in accordance with the rules. What are we doing? Very embarrassing. If you want to come up and debate, let me know down below in that comment section. Just say MAGA with your age, or say like Trump with your age. We'll happily load you up, just so we can hopefully weed all their fetuses out. Moving on to the next guest right now. All right, LA's not loading in. Holy cow, guys. This is rough. This is super rough. All right, La Dala is not loading up. We're going to move on to Slay. We're going to move on to Procreate. We're going to move on to Caleb. We're really just trying to get anybody up here. Welcome to Procreate. Do you support Trump? 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Oh, who's that? Who's saying yo? Who's saying yo?
Caleb.
Caleb, how old are you?
24.
What year were you born in?
01.
What month?
July 31st.
And are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Awesome. Sounds good, man. We're going to hop into the debate here in just one moment. There's a little bit of background noise with some wind. It's not that big of an issue. I'm just going to put you on mute because I'm going to quickly thank a couple people. By the way, guys, we are doing something cool today, so I'll just go ahead and repeat what it is. Before I went live, I went on MS Now, and we hung out for around 30 minutes answering questions from the viewers. Mr. Sloth, thank you so much for the flying jet, by the way. Huge shout out to you. And so we're going to be doing something pretty similar today. If you want to support me and support the stream to continue to allow us to do this for 4 hours a day, you can on Venmo and PayPal, link during the bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, handles at the top of the phone screen as well. But usually that's just it, a way to support the stream, not much more than that. And I'm always very grateful for you guys. But today, if you want, you could also attach a question and I'll answer it. Regardless if that question is just about America in general, maybe about the problems with the SAVE Act, maybe something that you've been wondering about our geopolitical affairs overseas, involvement in Iran, super specific questions surrounding the Trump administration even. Feel free to ask it in a dono, and I'm going to try my very best to answer it. But at this point in time, I do just want to thank a couple people, catch up, and we're going to hop into that next debate. First and foremost, Rami, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. It says, I think Mimosa the only one that won the push-up competition. No, I know, for real, right, Rami? Let's get 300 Rami W's. Thank you so much for the support. Good to see you. Billy, thank you so much for the 5. Crystal, thank you for the 3. Another Crystal, thank you for the 5. And then Bonnie, thank you for the $20, who says, today's my 46th birthday. Longtime watcher, converted from a Trump lover to full-on Democrat months ago. Thanks to you. Keep up the good work. Bonnie, you're a fucking patriot. You shouldn't be sending me 20. I should be sending you 20 for changing your mind. That is awesome. Show some love to Queen Bonnie down below. Michael, thank you for the 10. What did she say on that live, Michael? Thank you for letting me know. And then Miss Mary, thank you so very much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Mary. Let's get 500 Mary W's down below in the comment section. Mary asked me to very specifically not read her message out loud. Mary, I just took a picture of your message. I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but I might, so I'll let you know. Amanda, thank you for the 10, who says, Dean, please start asking men who want to debate abortion on how women can pee with a tampon in. If they don't know, they aren't allowed the opinion at all. You know what? We actually used to do something similar with asking them typically how many holes women have below the waist, and they'd never be able to answer it, yet they want to legislate on women's bodies. Very, very poor. Sandra, thank you for the $10. Says, accepted a job offer after being laid off for 2 months. Going to miss your lives during the day. Keep up the great work. Well, luckily for you, Sandra, you can find the VODs 24/7 on my YouTube channel. That's awesome, right? Thank you for the $10, and best of luck to you in your new job. Joy and Taylor, thank you guys so much for the $5. Then Kenneth, thank you for the 15, who says, I'm 18 years old and I just started to get into politics. My mom listens to you all the time, and when we have the chance, we listen to you together to discuss all the topics. This is my first time donating. Thank you for educating me and for what you do. Well, thank you so much, Kenneth. And honestly, that is a great family bonding thing to talk about politics and what's going on in the world around us. Shout out to you and your mom, because honestly, that's really cool, man. Let's get 150 Kenneth W's and then 200 Hector W's for the $20 donation. Thank you, Hector. Hector says, thank you, Dean, for what you do. Keep up the good work. Your next MAGA, could you please ask them, what do conservatives believe they're conserving? You know what? Good question. I'd like to know myself, because is it traditional values of, I don't know, low expenditure? Absolutely not. Is it, I don't know, maybe like conserving like bigotry, racism, sexism, maybe a amalgamation of those things. Rape culture. Thank you for the $20, Hector. And with that, we're all caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly get caught up on PayPal. Thank you very much for the $16. Manivan, that is Manivan. Manavan with the $17 says, hey, Dean, love what you do in Momo. Keep on fighting the good fight. Well, thank you for supporting what we do to allow us to continue to fight that good fight. Appreciate you for the $17, Manavan. I'd also like to thank Jacqueline for the $50 over on PayPal. That is crazy, Jacqueline. Thank you so much for the support. More W's in the chat for Jacqueline. Jacqueline with the 50 says, as someone from Chicago that lives on the south side, Jill needs to shut the fuck up. It absolutely did happen, referencing the naked kids who were taken out of their houses and thrown in U-Haul vans by ICE. And those poor children will be traumatized for life. Absolutely disgusting for her to justify it. I know. We have multiple cooperating, independent eyewitness testimonies that this happened. But guess what? MAGA's going to deny the same way they denied the 50 people who credibly accused Trump. Thank you for the $50, Jacqueline. Thank you, Darian, for the $10. Best of luck to your sister. Best of luck to your sister. That is very scary, Darian. Thank you for the 10. Philip, thank you for the 5. John, thank you for the 5. Then Bianca with the 5 cents. Appreciate you guys. Then Tara, thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for what you do every day and trying to be the voice of reason. This world has gone mad. Fuck Trump. My daughter Blair loves you and got me hooked on your lives as well. Be well. Well, shout out to you and Blair and Tara. If you guys still happen to be watching, huge shout out to you guys. Show some love to Blair and Tara down below in that chat. Thank you for the $20 as well as your kind words. Quentin, thank you for the 5. And then, oh my God, this is the last one on PayPal for right now. Miss Colleen. That is Colleen. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. I do not deserve that much love. That is crazy, Colleen. Thank you. I want to see 1,000 Colleen W's in both of the chats. That is so unbelievably kind. I'm so grateful for your generosity. Thank you so much for supporting me in this stream. Colleen says, on March 21st, worldwide 5-minute prayer of meditation for peace, love, and unity and respect. 1 p.m. EST, 12 CST, 11 MST, 10 PST. Thank you for what you do. Well, it looks like Colleen is trying to get a movement off the ground here. I wish you the best of luck, and I'll happily share the word, Colleen. Maybe that's something the world could use right now. Thank you so much once again for the $100. To quickly catch up over on Super Chat, Disgusted Veteran, I appreciate you for the $100 as well. My God, you guys are being so kind today. Thank you so much. Let's get another 1,000 Veteran W's down below. Veteran with 100 says, if I have any critique, it would be you spending too much time with the hopeless ones. Regardless, you are here fighting every day for your generation because Donald Trump, Taco, is still in possession of the nuclear launch codes. This boomer has mad respect for you. Veteran, man, you've been watching for the last 2 years, so you definitely know what we're about in these streams. You definitely know what works and what doesn't. So if I'm going to be willing to take critique from anybody, it would definitely be you. And I agree with you. I think I should spend less time on the non-hopeful ones. Thank you for the $100. Anthony with the 20 says, what's good, Dean? I'm amazed daily with how many people talk over you. Deflect and don't answer questions, then run. Thank you for the grind, yo. Appreciate you for the $20, Anthony. That's the script, brother. That's what happens every time, man. And then one last one here from Forgotten Studios. Thank you for the $10, who says, I have a question. Should I let go of my Nazi conservative parents? Or should I try to convince them to switch sides, even though their beliefs are atrocious and unbelievable? Well, it's totally up to you. That's a very personal decision to make that can be informed by the input of others, but is ultimately up to you. It is completely valid if you want to try to change their minds to continue to have a healthy, productive relationship with them. And it's completely valid if you want to cut them off because they're too far gone. And I wish you the best of luck in that, Forgotten Studio. Go ahead and take it away, Caleb. Tell us why the hell you support Trump as president. And thank you, as well as everybody else that's watching, for your patience. If you want to support me in the stream and or ask a question, you can find my Venmo and PayPal on the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message on YT, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. And with that, Caleb, take it away.
I just had a couple quick questions about the Iran shit.
Okay. Do they relate to why you support Trump? Because hopefully I like to maintain a space for debates, but don't mind answering questions as long as they're relevant to that.
I think with Trump, I think Iran, I don't think they should have nuclear powers. I could be wrong. What do you think?
I mean, I don't really think that any country should have nuclear powers, but I mean, I think that I could agree that idealistically, right, terroristic regimes should definitely not have nukes.
Okay, because what we do is we farm, and so Trump has always been kind of semi-pro. He says he's pro-farmers. I think he's full of shit sometimes. But the Iran shit is really fucking nuts. And so I was just trying to get your opinion on.
Just trying to get my opinion on that. Okay, but man, your mic is cutting out a little bit. I don't know if we could hear you quite the best. The position is that they shouldn't have nukes, and the position is that the Democrats have been the best at preventing them from having nukes. Like Donald Trump entered us into the JCPOA way, which prevented Iran from having nukes, and in turn released some sanctions on them. Made their economy a little bit better. Then Trump pulled us out, which actually greenlit them into building nukes.
Right.
Right. But so you didn't want to debate on your support for Trump. You just want to ask that question.
Yeah, I just wanted to know how long you think this Iran shit would go down.
Well, that's the thing we don't know. There's no clear objectives. There's no clear timelines. Actually, today, Donald Trump said that the war's going to end when he feels like it. So the most direct and literal answer to your question is this war will end, apparently, when Trump feels like it.
Right. All right, well, that's it, buddy. Appreciate you.
Have a good one, Caleb. Parker, how's your stream today? How are your debates? You change any minds? You meet any interesting people?
Yeah, I feel like the chat would be able to account for it a little bit better than me. But yeah, I don't know. I get interesting people every day. I feel like all of them morph, so it's really hard for me to account for every person. And I feel like if I just were to think about it for a second and sit down, I'd be able to recount it better. But yeah, I feel like they were pretty crazy today, and it took a while to get some debates for a bit, though.
Well, it's because there's significantly less Trump supporters. Patty, age, please.
Ew.
Okay, that's very clearly a kid. They're just scared to debate. They're scared to run out of their the holes that they've put themselves into. Because proportionally speaking, even if a fourth of the country were MAGA still, which by the way is still a little bit more than that in terms of the opinion polls, that would still mean that a fourth of the people that see our content would be people that are Trump supporters. That's still more than enough people to, get people in the box to debate.
Yeah, but then when we actually look at that box, we don't find anyone. So
because
I think you're right.
To come out. That's what it is.
Yeah, and that has to be. That's the only option. Well, guys, we're still going to try to continue to get our next Trump supporter up here for another conversation. But what I think Parker just said is absolutely right. It's very hard to find people to debate. Hi, age, please.
Hello. May I actually ask you something at first? Because look, I am an Iranian, and I hope my age does not silence me.
Unfortunately, dude, it literally does because of TikTok terms of service, man. And I hope that you have a great rest of your day. And I'm very sorry about that. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got RAM clips loading up into the box. Unfortunately, that is either over 18. You could stay under 18. You can't stay, not even up to TikTok terms of service. If I would let you stay, then I would be losing my ability to host these live streams. Do you support Trump?
Oh, shit.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. He answered 1 second too late. Feel free to hop back in that queue, man. Moving on to the next guest right now. Do you
Why
support
did
Trump?
you kick him? Yeah, I do support him. I'm 20.
What year were you born in?
2006, February 6th.
What time is it?
What time is it? It's 5:38 in Miami, Brickell.
Perfect. And then you asked me why I kicked him because he's under the age of 18.
Well, he didn't say his age, but
He said that I hope my age doesn't silence me, which indicates he's under the age of 18.
Okay.
Okay. All right. One moment here. We'll hop into the debate here in like 30 seconds. Thank you so much, Amy, for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, I asked my MAGA baby daddy for $20 today for a good cause. Tee-hee, you're the bestie, and everyone to hit that subscribe button. Well, thank you for the $20, Amy, and I wish you the best of luck with your MAGA baby daddy. Autumn, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, and I wish the very best of luck to you and your husband. And you're right, fuck this administration. M. Rose, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that love, M. Rose. Let's get 300 M. Rose W's. Down below in that chat, M. Rose says, how might you attempt to convince somebody who's fallen down a rabbit hole that the Holocaust did happen? I can't even fathom an argument because the view seems so absurd to me. I just don't know what to do because it's my sibling. Low-key, the first thing that you should try is watching the Nuremberg trials with your sibling. The Nuremberg trials, of course, had to substantiate the guilt of war crimes on behest of many of the top Nazi leaders. And you should actually sit down and watch that all with your sibling. That's a great point to start. Another place to start would actually be the recorded notes on the testimony and psychological evaluations of the Nazis that were tried in Nuremberg. And I'd say that's the most direct evidence that we have for the mass genocide. Thank you for the $30, Imrose. Same thing to Gavin. Thank you for the $15 who says, give some extra love to Momo. I used to have a cat named Momo too, and love to see you sharing the love for Avatar in The Last Airbender. Fuck yes, dude. Love the Avatar and love you for the $15 for the cat. Thank you so much, man. Zabrina, thank you for the 15 who says, since I found your live, I've been wanting to make little cards with your tag on it. Baiting local MAGA to come and debate you. Would that be okay? Absolutely. You have my stamp of approval. That is so fucking cool, dude. That is so sick. Do it, do it, do it. Please, please, please. Also over on PayPal, thank you so much, Katie, Emmanuel, and Lauren. Thank you guys so much all for the $5. And then Rachel, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, and good luck on starting your new job. And I've not seen Louis T's Netflix documentary on the Manosphere. I should watch it. And then Chloe, thank you for the $5 as well, saying that I'm their second favorite dean behind Dean Winchester. Zach, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat, who says, put this into Momo's campaign fund. Yeah, Momo for president 2048, right? And with that, we're all cut up. Take it away, man. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life.
Before you do, Momo was so funny earlier for anyone who missed it. Momo straight up was attacking Dean while he was trying to do the push-ups. It was the funniest thing ever. Like, actually the funniest thing. I hope it's clipped.
Yeah, it was. Don't worry. It's already circulating the Discord, so. Wait, I'm seeing a couple allegations in the chat. Are you reposting Epstein edits?
It's just humor, dude. Nothing serious.
No, it actually is. You're literally the CIA's, for lack of a better word, bitch. I mean, like, I'm not even joking. Like, legitimately, you're the CIA's bitch. It's called mimetic warfare. So what it attempts to do is take super serious topics and make them unserious by turning them into memes to attempt to normalize the content described that
they
was
did that with
of
Charlie
a serious
Kirk too,
reserved
right?
nature, and then to like meme it.
Why do you mute
make it
him
like
now?
not serious, right? So you shouldn't play into what the CIA wants. You shouldn't play into the mimetic warfare.
Why did they do that with
It is
Charlie Kirk?
serious. It is serious. Listen, I don't even care. You could like try to make an argument out of hypocrisy here, as it would relate to people that meme about Charlie Kirk. Go make that against somebody else. The point that I'm trying to communicate to you is that it is very serious, as it would relate to like memeing a child rapist. Memeing a child rapist that ran a child sex trafficking ring that is actively being defended by the presidential administration and having their names illegally redacted from the files that we the people demanded to see publicly and transparently. And we shouldn't like take that level of seriousness away from the topic by making memes out of the subject matter.
Well, that gets determined in court, right? I already know that he did this, but that doesn't mean that this guy was not a human being.
I'm confused. Are you saying that it's okay to like him because he's a human, even though he's a rapist?
No, I'm saying, like, if I find a funny video, it's not that I'm condemning or I'm saying that, what he did was good. I just find things funny. Maybe my humor is not the same as yours.
Well, see, the thing is if you find like an edit of Epstein funny, you should first take a step back and ask yourself, why do you find an edit of Epstein funny? And the likely answer there is your own immaturity. So then you should try to work on being a more mature person.
Well,
it's as serious as I'm making it. Not too woke. Okay, not woke enough. This is actually serious. It is a legitimate tactic used by the CIA called mimetic warfare, where they attempt to memify and make things funny about very serious incidents and very serious people like Epstein to push for the further normalization of the actions of those people.
Well, it plays on both parties, right? So it don't really matter if I have to.
I'm saying this to you. I need you to account for. I'm calling for you to account for your own actions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go to jail for this, though. Maybe it was wrong. I would delete them, but there's nothing wrong with me.
Okay, so you acknowledge that it's wrong. Good.
Yeah, I do acknowledge that his things were wrong. What he did.
Right, and you said that you delete the reposts?
Yeah, because I don't like him. I just find things funny.
Well, thank you for telling us that you'll delete the reposts. Why do you support Trump?
Well, first of all, I come from a family of law enforcement, and they get a lot of hate. And when there is a law that's constantly being broken, I do think that it's great that we do something like what Trump did with immigration, right? We cannot just let these people stay here like mass amnesty. We already did that before, and people just cross the border because you're incentivizing them to come through the border illegally. So I do like a president that takes action, and I do like what he did in Iran because, when you tried making deals with, I don't know if I can say the T word, you know what I'm trying to say? Terror, can I say that word?
Terrorist? You could say terrorist.
Yeah, so when you try making deals with terrorists, right, or you try going on a deal with them, I don't think it's great for the country and great for the Middle East. So just taking actions is the best thing that I've ever seen from a president.
What has been more detrimental to the Middle East? Peace accords and deals or war?
Well, war, but I'm talking in general.
Thank you for conceding.
They have funded Hamas and stuff,
One
right?
second, I appreciate you for conceding. Because that's exactly what you just conceded. You were trying to argue here, that peace accords and deals were worse for the Middle East than war. And I just asked you what's worse for the Middle East, deals or war, and you said war, so you conceded. Thank you.
Yeah, you can say, well, the Middle East is not just Iran, right? You can get peace accords with other countries. What I'm trying to say here is that if you try making deals with a country that's known for funding terrorist organizations, then it's not great for humanity and it's not great for the regime.
The Trump administration disagrees with you.
Well, this guy was in power for, maybe I'm wrong, 30 years or something, right?
Wait, I just want to clarify. Much longer than that, around 50. But the Trump administration, the Trump administration disagrees with you. So yesterday, we saw Joe Kent, who was the director of counterterrorism. He came out, he resigned from the office and cited that Iran purported no imminent threat directed towards the United States of America. And then further yet on top of that said that the only reason why we're in this war is because of Israel's pressure. In response, Caroline Leavitt went on Twitter, and in her response she said, and I quote, "The president, through his top negotiators, gave the regime every single possible opportunity to abandon this unacceptable course by permanently giving up their nuclear ambitions in exchange for sanction relief, free nuclear fuel, and potential economic partnership with our country." So it seems like even the Trump administration knows that it would have been significantly better to reach a deal with Iran compared to going to war with Iran. So tell us, do you disagree with the Trump administration?
Well, I don't certainly disagree, but they were trying to make a peace, right? A peace deal, and certain, so
you do or you do not disagree with their attempts to make?
No, I do agree to a certain point, but when it comes to nuclear weapons and we're not trying to come into a deal, then what does that mean? They're trying to get a weapon, right?
Well, before we even evaluate if Caroline Leavitt was being honest and accurate when she said that they weren't on board.
Wait, were you talking? Sorry to interrupt you. Were you?
Before we even evaluate if Caroline Leavitt was being honest and accurate, if she was being truthful when she said that they were unable to reach a good deal with Iran, we just first need to be able to determine, do you agree or do you disagree with the administration's attempt to reach a deal at all, yes or no?
I do disagree, and that's why he's taking actions. But let's talk about.
So you don't think? So you think that it would have been better? It's better for the world for us to be killing children, for us to be blowing up oil enrichment sites, for us to be polluting the world, for us to be creating another power vacuum in the Middle East after we've already done that a billion times over, and neocons have been wrong about every decision they've made in the Middle East in the last 73 years. Okay, then it would be to reach a denuclearization agreement with Iran, so they don't purport any genuine threat to America. At that point, you're deranged. because in one circumstance, we have dead kids, and the other circumstance, we don't have dead kids. In one circumstance, we have war crimes, and that blood is on our hands. And the other circumstance, we don't have war crimes, and the blood isn't on our hands. In one circumstance, we have the creation of a power vacuum, which will inevitably just be filled by another more authoritarian regime, such as what we saw happen in Iraq, in Afghanistan, which has already happened as a direct consequence of American imperialism and involvement in Iran in the 50s. And in the other circumstance, we don't. I would argue here that just going in there, killing people, and fucking shit up is an approach that we need to abandon because it doesn't fucking work, okay? And we need to be seeking alternative means, such as negotiating with Iran to denuclearize them now while promoting an environment at some point in the future for a revolution driven by the people with an incitament, with the ultimate objective of democracy, not a war at the hand of America today, which will only lead to those people dying through bloody civil war and bloody tomahawks killing 174 children.
Yeah. So I understand that you're counting the people that we have tragically unalive because of our intelligence, right? I think it was not updated, and that's the only reason why we hit the school. But you're not counting the amount of people that they have unalived in their own hands. I mean, 40,000 people just because they were protesting, because they were opposing the regime. And also Joe Kent, I remember in 2020, he came out and said that Iran has been after Trump since 2020, right? And he said that this was not a new threat. And he said that the Secret Service is constantly failing to secure Trump, right?
How many people did Saddam Hussein kill?
Saddam Hussein?
Yep.
I don't know the exact number. Can you tell me?
The estimates range from 250,000 to 500,000. Okay?
Okay.
Right? So much more people than the current Iranian regime. So you'd say that we had even more reason to go to war in the Middle East and Iraq and Afghanistan under Bush than we do to go to war in the Middle East against Iran today, right?
Why are you trying to put me into a corner? I'm talking about what's going on
So
right
you
now.
admit that your own logic puts you in a corner.
No, you're trying to put me in a corner by saying
by using your own logic against you.
by
You're
talking
saying the
about
ultimate
other
justification
wars.
for going to war with them, compared to attempt to seek some diplomatic end, would be the amount of citizens that they've killed because they're a bad regime. Well, Saddam Hussein killed more people. Therefore, in accordance with your position, you'd argue that we had more reason to go to war in the Middle East under Bush.
I mean, yeah, and honestly, freedom is not free. Freedom is not free, and that's a thing, right? People
Is
are getting
Afghanistan
unalive.
free today?
By the way, Donald Trump
Afghanistan is
disagreed
not
with
free,
Iraq
but we
war.
were not in
Donald Trump
Dean, I have
disagreed
a
with the
question
Iraq
for you.
war.
Hey,
So
Parker.
what happened to no new wars? What happened to being against these forever regime change wars? Right? Do you want to die for Israel? Would you enlist?
If they were a threat to America, I would 100% enlist. I do have a cousin over there.
Wait, you said that if they were a threat, so you admit they're not a threat.
No, I'm saying if they were a direct threat, like if they freaking had a nuclear weapon, I would 100% go there. I will get out of my private
If they had a nuclear
scholarship.
weapon, we already with a negotiation got rid of their ability to develop nuclear weapons with the JCPOA.
But why do they keep unaliving citizens though in the Middle East? Why do they keep doing terrorist attacks, bomb threats, and stuff?
You asking why are they engaging in these actions? Well, that's probably because of our relationship with the state of Israel. Is probably because of their funding for operations against the United States and against us. So that's probably why. So maybe if you didn't have a relationship with the state of Israel that's destabilized our relations all around the world and caused our reputation to be hated around the world, maybe we wouldn't be treated in this way around the world. Maybe these things wouldn't be targeted towards us.
So you're saying that because we are funding, constant bombings and stuff, that's the only reason why they do this, because of history?
I think that history, because of us being involved and destabilizing the Middle East, definitely causes people in the Middle East to dislike the United States of America. I don't
But
think
why is it
that's
always
complicated to understand.
Yeah, but why is it always Iran though that funds these type of terrorist attacks? Like for example, October 7, it was funded by them, right? Hezbollah funded by Iran. So do you think it's good that they constantly keep threatening other people in the Middle East?
I think that you and many other people like to use the fact that they're legitimately an evil regime to justify going in and slaughtering their citizens, leading to an attempt at regime change that will only create a power vacuum and lead to the deaths of millions of citizens through more civil war. Okay? That's not the argument. Can we agree that we shouldn't have gone to war in Iraq and Afghanistan under Bush? Can you agree that that was a bad move?
Yeah, sure.
Does that negate the fact that Saddam Hussein was an evil dictator with the blood of 500,000 people on his hands?
No, but he should have been alive.
Right, right,
Was he
right, right,
alive?
right, right. Yeah, he was killed. Okay, but now here's the thing, man. You understand our perspective, and you should concede the debate right now, because for the last 15 minutes you've been telling us that because we don't think it's a good idea for us to go to war in Iran must mean that we actually support Iran's terrorism.
But I mean, how are you gonna? How are
you
you
just
gonna
understood how just because we shouldn't have gone to war in the Middle East under Bush doesn't mean that we necessarily think that Saddam Hussein was a good person.
How many people did he unalive? American citizens or people in the Middle East or like around the world? How many did he unalive? Do you think?
Yeah, the projected death count for Saddam Hussein is 250,000 through 500,000.
And do you think in a week 40,000 is not a crazy number?
What? I'm confused with what you're asking me. 40,000 is a shit ton, dude.
Yeah, so 40,000 right in a week is insane, and you're saying that it's approximately, and I know the number. Because it came out.
Dude. Oh my goodness. Saddam Hussein killed 182,000 people in like 3 months. I don't know. I don't know what kind of comparison you're trying to make here.
The comparison I'm trying to make here is that that he wasn't alive, and the only reason why the Iranian leader isn't alive is because of Trump's actions. Do you agree with that?
If Trump died tomorrow, would Republicans still be in power? Yes or no?
You're talking about a different thing because we don't have the same democracy as them.
Well, see, the thing is yeah, he was on his way out. He was 85. We killed him, sure. But then his son filled his shoes. And because our strikes also killed the son's wife and kid, then the son was like, U.S. needs to pay. I'm pledging to never reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And now we're going to continue on this conflict forever. And now instead of the DOD saying that this is going to be wrapped up in 4 weeks, Donald Trump is saying we don't know when it will be done. And it's going to be over when he feels like it. So fucking clearly, cutting the head off the snake here doesn't kill the body. And that is especially true for such an evil, violent regime that has had 50 years to cement their legacy and their power in every nook and cranny of the region with proxy states that they are sending money to then commit more acts of terror elsewhere. Like, clearly, you can't just simplify it down to, killing one person and the oppression is over. The same way we couldn't simplify it down to taking out Saddam Hussein, then the region was free.
Yeah, so the thing here is that maybe the same, I guess, the same view is going to continue by other leaders, but they have a bunch of leaders. I don't even know how many leaders they have. They probably have like 20, 30.
And then guess what? When we take them out and then all of a sudden there's a power vacuum, what's to fucking stop the Taliban in Afghanistan from saying, well, we kind of overthrew the Afghanistan government when the U.S. left Afghanistan. Now they've overthrown the IRGC and they're backing out. Let's go take that too. The point is, it doesn't fucking work. How many countries have been totally bombed into... Well, I guess we'll never know because he got banned from misinfo.
Yeah, the point I was going to make and I was going to bring up was that is he arguing that Trump was wrong for setting up the agreement with the Taliban to leave Afghanistan? Because under his view, it seems like he
Yo, Dean, did you miss me?
What?
Parker, look at that profile picture.
What
Did you
is
miss
this?
me, Dean?
Who are you?
Do you miss me, Dean? I'm your photographer, Dean.
That person is weird. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hello? Did you see
What
the
a
profile
weirdo.
picture?
Well, yeah, that was obviously an AI picture. Like, what the
No, Parker, it was real. We actually made out with shit
something
in our
happened in my
mouths.
game, and I literally it caught me off guard. So I was like, for a second, I was like, what the fuck? Sorry,
No,
it took me
Parker.
a second
It
to
was
say that.
clearly real. We actually made out with shit in our mouths.
Yeah, no, definitely was not fake. Definitely was 100% real.
Man,
no one believes that that's fake, right?
the special thing about the kind of content that we make here with having these conversations, okay, with random people off the internet, is that every day we just meet the craziest motherfuckers alive, dude. The craziest motherfuckers alive, man. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Hannah?
No, but listen, I had...
I'm sorry, no exceptions to our rule here. We're just looking to talk to American adults that do support Trump. I have a couple people to thank you. By the way, like I said, if you want to ask me a question, because we're going to be doing that today about anything or everything to do with American politics, so on and so forth, I'd incentivize you to ask that question through donation on Venmo and PayPal. Link in the bio on TikTok, but message over on YT, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Did that on MS Now for 30 minutes this morning, so I thought I'd do it on stream today as well. Thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Alter Dreams, who says, I was watching your push-up contest earlier. And it reminded me that as a trans guy, I can't wait to go on teen possibly bench as much as you do, lol. I got to 150 without tea. 150? Damn! That's crazy. I want you to know how crazy that is. Good fucking shit. I'm proud as hell of you. I'm super proud of you. Fuck yes. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Well, you said to ask you a question, yes, but what do you think of Nick Fuentes reversing his opinion on Trump?
You're British, so we got to move on. You're British, so we got to move on here. That's something. I mean, I think that Nick Fuentes is a crazy Nazi who's sympathetic to pedophiles. But if he wants to tell his fan base to go vote for Democrats in the midterms, I'm certainly not going to stop him.
Yeah, like he's a horrible person with horrible intentions, but somehow is doing the right thing accidentally. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna stop him. Listen. All the power in the world to Nick to tell all of his millions of Groiper fans that they need to go vote for Democrats. Okay, all right. I'm not gonna stop him. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
23.
23. Do you work a job?
Yeah, I'm actually at the shop right now. I'm a mechanic.
And how many hours do you work a week?
Like 45.
Okay. Is that full time?
Yeah, that's full time.
What are your pronouns?
She, her. Her name is Lauren Griffin.
Boom. Okay. Sorry. My bad, Lauren.
That's
bad.
all right. It's all right.
All right, Lauren. Sounds good. Give me one moment to thank a couple people, and then we'll hop into the debate. Sounds good. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, is the two-party system protecting democracy, or is it killing it? Listen, I'm not going to say that the two-party system is killing democracy, but it's definitely an impediment to it. I think that we need to have ranked choice voting with more than two parties. Thank you for the $10, Amanda. Mary, thank you so much for the $10 as well. You says, hey, Dean, painting is in a drying phase, and I'm at a dog park getting and giving love. Can it stay away? Also, if you want to change career other than being male, you could be, you can't be a nun. They take a vow of silence. Love you, and a very serious thank you. Wait, Mary, are you a nun? I'm looking at your profile picture. You might be. Thank you for the $10, and it's good to see you as always. Stevani, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Let's get 150 Stevani W's down below in that comment section. Stevani with a 15 says, hey, Dean, got married last Sunday. Wanted to say it's crazy I've gotten engaged and married in the years I've been watching / supporting. Happy to see you live today. Man, that is so crazy, Stevani, because the thing is here, I know you. At least I know your name because you've been watching for so many years, and that's just, I'm so proud of you. I wish you the very best of luck in your marriage. Shout out to you and your partner. Also, Cooper, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, what's up, Dean? Love watching your streams. Keep spreading the good word. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to Cooper down below, as well as Kimberly. Thank you so much for the $35 on Venmo. Kimberly with a 35. That is so very kind of you, Kimberly. Says, I'm in the minority of leftists. I appreciate what you and Parker do, truly not being a jerk about it. We can't bring them further left without you both trying to bring them to reason. You know what, Kimberly? I won't even argue here that you're in a minority of leftists. If only a minority of leftists like truly supported what we did here, then I think that we'd get hate every single day because there's a shit ton of leftists on TikTok. I appreciate you so much for the $35. Show some love to Kimberly down below. And let me know if you're a leftist who doesn't despise me and Parker down below in that comment section. And then Nina and Sophia, I appreciate you for the $2 and the $1. Quickly over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, Joe, for the $14 on PayPal. Show some love to Joe down below. Joe, me. See, I love you guys. Joe with the 14 says, hey, Dean, my best friend is having her baby sometime today or tomorrow. So thank you for being live to help that time go by faster. I'm going to be an auntie. Well, best of luck to your best friend. That is really exciting. Shout out to you and to her. Thank you so much, Joe, for the 14. Allison, thank you for the 10 who says, hey, Dean, it's my 50th birthday today. Please check out the video my daughter had done for me on YouTube. Search Happy 50th Mom, posted by Jennifer. Enough about me. Keep up excellent work. I'll take a look. I'll take a look, Allison. And happy 50th birthday. That is a huge one. And then Alice, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal as well. Taylor, thank you for the $10. Show some love to Taylor down below. Katie, Liam, and Emmanuel, thank you guys so much for the $5. And it looks like we're all caught up. Maybe a couple people to thank on Super Chat. Yeah, AZ, thank you for the $20, who says, today Dolores H. made a statement about Cesar Chavez regarding his predatory essay conduct. He's been an icon for most of my life. I'm 64 now. If I can come to terms with this, then the maggots have no excuse. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, we should stop supporting people who engage in predatory essay. And I absolutely believe that you will, given the fact that that's something that you condemn Trump for. Don't be a hypocrite. Thank you so much for the $20. And then ELY, thank you for the 31 Australian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Show some love to ELY. ELY with the 31 says, sending love from Australia. I listen to you every day and would love to introduce you to the Australian version of MAGA, One Nation. Polina Hansen is our equivalent. I seriously can't even begin to describe her. Well, oh boy. You know, I've heard a little bit about One Nation, and not gonna lie, I hear some crazy shit from some Australians. Some of those racist people I know are Australian. Thank you so much for the $31. And then D, thank you for the $6. And then the number one Yapper Crumb, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you guys. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know anybody politically. I don't know any of them personally. I don't know these folk. But what it all boils down to, and I don't know, some people realize it, some people don't. They're all evil. You got to pick the lesser of the two evils, buddy.
Okay. So I wouldn't argue that any politician is perfect. I wouldn't argue that any politician is without their own evils. But I would also simultaneously argue that Donald Trump is the most evil politician that has served during your lifetime.
Okay. Well, I mean, the man is a businessman. He didn't really know how to talk when he had recent interviews and whatnot, but you can't, I mean, someone's doing something now, and I understand they did it in the past, but that's an unforgiving mindset as well.
I don't think that we should. I think it's okay to not forget particular things.
Of course. Yeah,
like sexual violence. I don't care if you rape somebody today, yesterday, or 10 years ago. I'm gonna look at you exactly the same.
Of course.
Okay.
I have yet to see any actual proof in any court of law or anything that this man has actually done that.
Would you like to go through the proof now?
Yeah, sure. If you could show me something from a legitimate site where I have the verdict that this man had done this, that, and the third, then yeah, of course.
He can show you the verdict form. He was held liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
May I see?
Yep.
I just have so many saved documents. I really need to put them into their own folders, TBH.
Yeah, at this point, we could have like a whole set of documents.
I'm turning it on, and it's just showing a line. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that. You have to do a whole different new one.
Is it just
glitched? I think. Yeah, I think it's glitched. That's what happens when it's glitched, at least.
Yeah. What the heck?
Okay. Well, let's say you.
You can also just look up Trump liable essay and just go to the verdict form, if you can.
Okay, then why didn't he go to prison for it?
Why? Because his statute of limitations. It says after a certain amount of years that if you haven't come out in terms of a criminal case yet, that you can't hold your abuser accountable regardless of the amount of
That's where they got him, buddy. Yeah, if you don't really come forth and say that something happened in that moment, especially with time for forensic testing and whatnot, DNA testing and whatnot, with all due respect to all rape victims, I understand to a certain degree, but a woman, me being a woman, fully woman myself, I'm going straight to the law after it happens. What was the holdup?
That's you, but like that, you can't say that all other victims would respond.
Yeah, boss, you know why I'd go? Because if not, it's gonna be not fucking possible to do the thing in the future because I waited too long.
So you understand that although you could say that for yourself, right? You can't say that for all people, and to say that someone wasn't assaulted because of the fact that because they didn't come out right away is absurd. Right? You have to acknowledge that just because someone didn't come out right away doesn't mean that they shouldn't be able to hold their abuser accountable. Would you say the same thing to your kid, or say the same thing to one of your siblings?
I would give my sibling or my child enough confidence from day one to let them know that no one is ever allowed to touch you in such a way.
They came out.
What is unfortunate is that these women don't have the support.
No, you're not listening to my point. You're not listening to my point. My point is
explain it to you. You need support from other people, and when you don't even go ask for support from other people, it's not going to end up good. You can't do it alone. I understand that.
I'm talking about someone specifically that told you about this, that you care about, literally after the fact that it happened.
Yes.
Like literally like
Yes.
20 years later. Okay?
Sir.
Would you believe them?
Sir, I don't I don't think you understand, because I literally have been put into the situation where my own friend has told me that this has happened, and it's been too long. And you know what I said to her? I said, "Sweetheart, I'm sorry. We can take it to the law if you'd want to, but it would be very hard."
No,
to
but do you
prove anything
believe them?
because you waited too long.
Wait.
Do you believe them? Well, that's still insane to say, but do you believe them?
Wait, even if answer Parker's question, then I want to hop in here.
It's all he said. She said anyone is proven innocent until guilty.
you
That's
believe
why.
that?
That's why I told her it would be
Do you
hard
believe
to
her-
prove
do
it
you
because
believe
you
your
don't
friend?
have any proof.
Do you
other
believe
than
your
your
friend?
living being self.
Do you
And
believe
I
her?
understand that.
Do you believe them?
Yes, I believe her.
Okay, so the point that's the point we're trying to make is that it's believable in that context, given that this is the case. It's not just because of the fact that they didn't come out that means that it's not believable. You're trying to argue that you don't believe E. Jean Carroll because of the fact that she didn't come out right away.
Yes.
Also,
okay.
I want to hop in here, okay?
Yeah.
So what some of the things that you're saying are not incompatible with believing E. Jean Carroll, but in fact they only give you more reason to believe E. Jean Carroll. You said it yourself. It is easier to prove rape if you come out about it when it happens compared to 10 or 20 years later. That is a fact. No one is going to dispute that fact. So the fact that E. Jean Carroll was able to prove it and convince a unanimous jury of 9 23 years later, if anything, would only increase the reliability of the claim that she was really raped due to the fact that she had to go above and fucking beyond to prove it, dude. She had to go above and beyond to prove it. And listen, the evidence is compelling because not only do you have the direct evidence that she submitted to the courtroom, such as the therapist notes from the 90s indicated she was raped by Donald Trump, her testimony, the corroboration of her testimony by 4 other of her friends, and the fact that we had many lies and contradictions that were true of Donald Trump's testimony. He claimed he never met her. That was proven to be a lie because then she submitted a picture of them together. He claimed he never do that to her because she wasn't his type. That was proven to be a lie because then he confused a picture of his ex-wife Marla Maples to be her. But then you also had the dress. She submitted a dress to the courtroom claiming this was the dress she wore when she was raped by Donald Trump. Court proved that it had male DNA in it. Then they're like, hey, Trump, can you give us your DNA so we could test it against the DNA in the dress? He said, oh, fuck no. And then on top of that, we have all of the priors from Donald Trump and his character that significantly increased the likelihood that E. Jean Carroll here is telling the truth, such as in 2005 when he straight up said that he just grabbed women by their vaginas without asking that woman first.
Absolutely.
The jury proved that he grabbed E. Jean Carroll by her vagina without asking E. Jean Carroll first. And then on top of that, we have other character priors as well, like in 2005 in April when he sat down with Howard Stern on his radio show and he just straight up told Howard Stern that he'd barge into the dressing rooms to the naked women and naked girls to look at their boobs while they were naked, on top of all of the supporting corroborating evidence surrounding his engagements with Epstein's, like being his best friend, sending him a letter depicting the naked body of the girl with a statement, may ever new day be another wonderful secret, or Epstein telling Larry Nassar, another child sex pest who raped 235 people, that Donald Trump actually shared their affiliation for young sexually attractive girls. So in consideration of all of these different data points of evidence, I believe it to be undeniably true that it is proven that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
That would work in a perfect world, Dean. The world is not a perfect world. Unfortunately, sir, things are not fair. You will not get the justice you deserve at the end of the day for some people. You will not get to do X, Y, and Z that you worked so hard
but that's
for.
because of people like you.
Because the world is not fair.
That's because of people like you, though.
No. Not because of people like me.
It is because of people like you. You're right now defending the rapist in the Oval Office.
No. What it is that life isn't fair. You learn and you move on. What you could do with that information?
Are you telling rape victims to learn, move on, and never tell the cops if
Why
they
would I
decide
not?
they
You
want
want
to
them
tell
to
the
harp
cops
on
10
that for
years
the rest of
later?
their lives and want to kill themselves? You gotta build up the person, boss. What are you talking about?
I don't think there's anything wrong with rape victims seeking accountability, regardless if it's a minute after it happens or 10 years after it happens. And it's fucking crazy that instead of hearing me out for all the evidence I'm able to provide you that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, you're instead just saying that she should have moved on and we should move on too. We should not move on. Predators should not have power over their prey. We should not put a rapist in the Oval Office. We wouldn't even have them flip our burgers at McDonald's. How are you going to sit here and try to convince us all that Donald Trump is going to care about your real median wages if he won't even care about your fucking consent?
Look, there's a reason why the things are set up the way they're set up, so that it can be done in a timely, calm, good manner. And when things don't go that way because it's not a perfect world, shit gets messed up. And it's fucked up, dude.
No,
But
you're failing
you
to recognize
don't
here
always
is
get
it
what you
did go that
deserve,
way.
dude.
A court
So,
proved
this is
Donald
all
Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
hypothetical.
There's
You do
nothing
realize this-
hypothetical about this. It is a fact that in 2023, a court
has to be
proved
hypothetical
Donald Trump
because
raped
the
E.
same
Jean
laws
Carroll.
that protected
Let me
her are
clarify.
the same.
There's nothing hypothetical about the jury verdict form that you could find on NewYorkCourts.gov. There's nothing hypothetical about it.
All of it is hypothetical because you're innocent until proven guilty.
He was proven guilty.
Where's his verdict? Where's the arrest?
Yeah, like you said, you want to see the jury verdict form? Are you ready to open your eyes?
I'm ready.
Okay, open your eyes and look at the phone screen.
What year is it?
What year is it?
Yeah,
2023.
23. They got him for battery.
So let's read it together.
So they got
Question-
him for battery. Is that what I'm saying?
What the fuck? Hey, can you read question number 2? Can
They've
you?
got him for battery.
No. This is a legit question. Can you read question number 2?
Yes, I can read it.
Okay, read it out loud.
I see that it says, question number 2 says, Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll, and the yes box is checked.
Perfect. Got him for battery? The fuck?
I mean, I really don't know what else to tell you other than if that's really what it is and how it lined up, then he wouldn't be our president.
Wait. You said innocent until proven guilty. So once they're proven guilty, you believe they're guilty, right?
Yeah, that 80% of the time. That's
so you
typically how
believe
that works, yeah.
So you believe, and I quote, that Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll.
Oh, okay. I understand. Yeah, I get it. What about all these other cases?
Do you accept that, and I quote, Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll?
I think that...
I just want a yes or no, please.
Do I think that he did?
Yes.
I couldn't tell you, boss. I wasn't there.
But you said innocent until proven guilty. Now you're saying guilty until I think otherwise.
Proven guilty for... Dude.
Guilty until I think otherwise.
Dude, no. What it is the time period, also the status of the man.
It makes it harder to win this case, by the way. Because of how much money he has. He has billions of dollars he could spend on the best lawyer's life, and he still lost.
Yeah, and you can take a woman, take her on a date, and she could say she raped you and win fucking $500,000 just because she said so.
Well, imagine this. Okay, a man takes a woman on the date. The man rapes the woman at the date. The woman says the man raped her on the date. And then the man says that he never met that woman.
Oh,
and
so
then
you're
the
telling
woman
me the
proves
day
they went on
after
the
it
date.
happened, so
right?
they have
I just want to
raise
clarify.
testing.
Even that last line that came out of your mouth about victim blaming doesn't work in this scenario. Because you're saying, oh, a man could just take a woman on a date and then the woman could falsely claim that she was raped. Brother, he claimed he never met her. You can't pick and choose what part of Donald Trump's testimony you want to believe because you'd find it more adequate to fit this anti-truth narrative of yours to continue to prop up the Trump admin. Maybe if like Trump claimed that, yeah, sure I met her, yeah, sure I went shopping with her, but I never raped her, that would be where you pull this victim blaming card. His argument was not that he quote unquote took her on the date as you hypothetically suggested. His argument is that he never met her.
I probably wouldn't remember either if I was a multi-billionaire having all this business to deal with.
Really?
So,
You're not gonna remember a woman that is accusing you of rape.
Yeah, because you never raped her, Because if you did, she would have had plenty of forensic evidence to get your ass. Dude.
Wait,
You
okay,
would've been
okay.
done.
Now you're
Such
saying
as
that
a dress with unidentified male DNA that Trump didn't want to give up his DNA for.
Also,
Literally,
now you're
tell me
saying-
any good, reasonable basis for saying that he wouldn't give up his DNA in that circumstance based upon the idea that he believes he's innocent. Are you serious?
Then why in every other rape
Also, I just want to clarify that, like, you're not that smart if you think that people who are raped have plenty of forensic evidence to prove it in all scenarios. That's such a dumb claim to make.
Yeah, well, as a woman, I think I'd know what I have going on down there and what evidence I would bring to the table.
Yeah, and as a rape victim, I don't have any forensic evidence of it, so shut
Yeah,
the hell
dude.
up.
Well, look,
I just don't know what to tell you, dude.
I don't know what to tell you either, because maybe I was diddled once.
Well,
or
maybe
twice
what
as
I'm
a
trying to
kid,
tell
too.
you here is maybe the guy who said that he loves to sexually exploit the naked bodies of women and girls is probably guilty of what the court adjudicated on in the circumstance of the Donald Trump versus E. Jean Carroll rape case. You know, like, do you agree that if a person engages in sexual violence one time, they're more likely to do it again?
Dude, that could go for anything.
It could.
That could go for anything. Sure.
It could go
Yes.
for anything, including
Yes, sir.
sexual violence, right?
Yes, yes.
So because we know Donald Trump sexually exploited the naked bodies of women and girls at the pageants that he owned in the 90s, does that increase the likelihood that the jury was right when they ruled that he raped E. Jean Carroll?
I don't even see how it'd be possible he'd be our president if it all lined up how the perfect world wanted it to.
Wait, do you deny that he sexually exploited the naked women and girls at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA as well?
Where are the pictures, buddy? Let me see them.
Well, first, you're asking for pictures of Donald Trump sexually exploiting naked children. Weird. Okay. Second of all,
Yeah, because I don't have that mindset that I want to look at them like that. It's like evidence.
if he did
Sorry, that's
sexually
literally what they'd
exploit,
do if I was on a
if he did
jury.
sexually exploit women and or girls, would you still support him as president?
Yeah, because I don't support segregation at all. And you know who did? Joe Biden.
Joe Biden wasn't running against Trump. Even if your claim was true, it would be irrelevant to the 2024 election cycle.
Okay.
Do you support
Well, they
sexual
did.
violence at all?
Dude, I don't support any kind of violence.
Wait, you just
No.
tried to argue that you never vote for Biden because you think he supported segregation, because you don't support segregation at all, which would imply that because you are arguing that you would vote for Donald Trump regardless if he was guilty of sexual violence, that therefore it's not true that you don't support sexual violence at all. Why would you do that to yourself? Why? Why did you just dunk on yourself like that? You're saying that supporting segregation is sufficiently wrong for you to never support said person as a candidate in a presidential race ever, but engaging in sexual violence
Because I
is
see no
not
change.
sufficiently wrong.
No, I see no change in the man. That's
change.
You ever heard of forgiveness? You ever heard of redemption? You
Yeah,
ever heard of a
forgiveness
clean
and
leaf? You
redemption,
ever heard
buddy.
of green on the
Yeah,
inside?
forgiveness and
Yeah, dude.
redemption, buddy. We
I
just
have a
need to
question.
forgive him for
About
killing
serial
our
murderers?
kids.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
I have a
get it.
question. Would you say that about serial murderers?
For what?
Would you would you say that we should be right, or actually would you say that we should be doing that about Epstein?
For
Do you think
serial
Epstein
serial murders need to be locked up.
or no, do you
Not
think
killed.
Epstein can be redeemed?
Redeemed? He's dead, man.
No, do you think he could have been redeemed prior to being killed?
Redeemed in the public eye or in God's eye? What you mean?
In your eyes.
In my eyes, if he came out and apologized and stayed locked up and did his good boy things inside that jail cell, yeah, I'd redeem him in my eyes. Yeah.
So you'd
Yeah.
make Epstein president?
Yes. Would I make him what?
You'd make him president?
No. I said keep him locked up.
Okay. First point I'd like to make here. I feel like God is used by weak people to justify excusing heinous actions. Because if God
understand that.
forgives you,
Absolutely.
then we all
Absolutely.
have to
I
forgive
agree.
you too, because God
I
is the
agree.
highest divine order of perfection. And that's
I agree.
gross. Second of
Okay.
all, even in a
That's fair.
world where everyone agreed that if you did sexually exploit somebody, then we should forgive
Right.
you, that doesn't mean we should make you president. Third of
That's what I'm
all,
saying.
even in
You
this
wouldn't be
world where
president.
we could forgive people for sexual violence, we only forgive people for anything if they've changed, right?
Right. Well,
Donald Trump
yeah,
hasn't changed.
What do you mean? I don't see any him looking under girls' stalls, taking pictures of little girls or anything. If he did any of that in the past, then what?
Yeah. So if he raped a child in the 90s, would you still support him as president today?
Yeah, I don't think he'd be president. That's the thing, dude.
Yeah, so if he did
They
rape a
wouldn't
child in
even
the
be-
90s and you were the only person who knew about it, would you ever vote for him?
So confident about that while a rapist is president, by the
Wouldn't
way.
be. Your hypothetical questions are
Hey,
literally
I
out of-
understand that you're
makes
like
no sense.
terrified of me, right? Because you're dumb and I'm
It
not.
makes no sense.
I don't think a lot
Is
of
what I'm
things make
saying.
sense to you.
All right, that's fair.
But the question is
Okay.
very simple. If he raped a child in the 90s and you're the only person that knew about it, let's say that he raped one of your friends, they told you, you told no one, and they told no one. Would you still support him as president today?
Look, buddy, I wouldn't even be in that situation because I would tell someone, even if it was against the rape victim's will or not, dude. That's just how I am.
Yeah, so first and foremost,
There would never be
that's like
an
another
if
can of
I
beans.
wouldn't tell
But
anyone.
you're trying to like wiggle out of my hypothetical by changing it. We could also just assume in this
I've already-
hypothetical that you tell the world, but no one believes you. Like whatever the case is, at the end of the day, he's a
There's
he's
no-
a child rapist and he's still president. Would you still support him, please? Yes or no?
They're all child rapists, Dean. Open
So
your
could I just get a
eyes,
yes
dude.
or no to that
Open your
question,
eyes,
please?
dude.
They're all
Literally
child
all are
rapists. You're an
evil. You
idiot.
have to pick the lesser
You're
of the
such
two
an
evils.
idiot. Yeah, let's just assume that Kamala Harris, the woman who doesn't even have a parking ticket, is a child rapist to excuse you supporting the predator as president today. It's weak, thin-spined, and like brainless. It truly is, man. It
Gotta pick the lesser
like in
of the
order
two
for you to
evils, bud.
justify lesser of the two evils, yeah,
Yes, we're
yeah,
both
the
family,
person who wants to send our young men and women to die in Iran for Israel after bombing 174 girls, after refusing to pay out food stamp benefits for 16 million American children, after taking health care away from 10 million low-income Americans, after we already have 51,000 dying every single year via lack of access to health care, and making gas cost 70 cents more on average, the highest in 3 years, and increasing prices 3.4% in February
I used
alone
to pay
after the worst
$5 for
annualized
gas.
jobs report in 2025 since 03, ignoring recessions, and the guy that wants to annex Canada, invade Cuba, invade Greenland, take over Venezuela, go after Colombia, invade Iran, is definitely the lesser of the two evils, on top of being Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, and as we just hypothetically posited, being guilty for child rape. Now, I want you to answer the question. Don't run it. Don't run away from it. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. If you knew he raped a child in the 90s and he was still president today, would you still support him as president today? Yes or no?
Dude, you can't ask those kind of questions.
Dude, yes, I fucking
can't.
can.
No,
Ask
you
me
can't,
the
'cause
question.
That's not who I am. You
Ask
don't know
me the question
I'll fucking
about
stand up
Kamala
for
Harris.
people. You don't.
Ask me the question about Kamala Harris right now. Say, Dean, would you still support Kamala Harris as president if you knew she raped a child in the 90s? Ask me. Let me show you how easy it is. Ask me.
Bro.
Ask me. I'm not fucking with you. Ask me the question.
I understand. I get it.
Ask me the question.
Dude, you're not getting it, dude.
Ask
You're
me
really
the
not.
question.
Because we don't know these people.
Ask
you don't know
me
them
the
personally.
question. Why
You don't
won't
know
you?
what these people
Okay,
have done
listen.
in their lives.
I'll ask myself the question. If Kamala Harris raped a child in the 90s, would I still support her? No.
Right.
I want you to say the same thing now. If Donald Trump raped a child in the 90s, would you still support him?
He wouldn't even be up on that ballot, so no, sir, I would not.
Can you just answer the question, please?
Putting that into that situation means he would not be on the ballot.
Can you
No,
answer
I would
the
not
question?
support him. He wouldn't
You
even
know, it's
exist
still
in the race.
constitutionally allowed for him to be on the ballot. You know that, right? Which I think I agree with you. It should be illegal for him to run for president of the United States in that scenario. Can we agree that if someone is held liable of sexually abusing someone, that it should be illegal for them to run for president?
Also,
dude, the regulations on it already. You can't have a record to be the president.
Also,
Can she answer
he has a
anything?
clean
Can
enough
she like
record to be
respond to
president.
anything
She can't
that we have
respond.
said at all?
She can't respond to anything. And also, I'm just going to debunk that he wouldn't be on the ballot if he was guilty real quick. Because that's fucking bullshit. Listen, I agree in a perfect world, he wouldn't be on a ballot for the office of the
Yes.
presidency if he was a child
Yes.
rapist. We don't live in a perfect world. We live in a world where the only two people thrown in jail for the Epstein files was Epstein himself and his co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell, who right now is serving the rest of her sentence in a low-security jail where she has access to dogs and TV. Meanwhile, the other billion co-conspirators, including Susan M., who is telling Jeffrey Epstein over email that she enjoyed his littlest girls roaming free. Andrew is roaming free. Mark Epstein, his brother's roaming free after him sending emails talking about the OBGYN where Epstein would bring his victims. And the other co-conspirators, like those pictured, holding a naked, bloodied up 12-year-old girl with some of them having their fingers in her female member. They're all roaming free too.
Right.
Okay, not to mention that Donald Trump has done other things in that same realm of child rape, like child sexual exploitation, and then admitted to it, and he's still president today, right? How do you reckon with the fact that in the early 2000s, Donald Trump admitted to perving on the naked bodies of women and girls, and he is still president today, while also simultaneously refusing to answer to my hypothetical question about if it wasn't sexual exploitation but rather rape, but then refusing to answer that question by saying he wouldn't be president today if that were the case.
Well, aren't we just lucky that we have a whole judicial system set up to protect us from things like this, that we can decipher for right and wrong?
But it didn't protect
who's
us from
allowed
things
on
like
there.
this. Listen, I'm going to play you the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation. Once this clip is done playing, I want you to admit that we are not protected from things like this.
The owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
What you fail to recognize is that
I
many
heard-
evil power and
I
many
heard the
evil-
term woman. I didn't hear
many-
little girl. I heard women.
Okay.
And women means 18 and older, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so we want to assume the strict and literal definitions of the terms women and girl. So
Yeah,
now I'm
because
gonna
I
play.
speak English, and that has to do with the dictionary and grammar and all that. Actually, words have literal meaning, okay? So go ahead. Go ahead.
So you're gonna stand 10 toes down on that?
From the clip that I heard, all I heard was the term women. And that means
Unfortunate
adults.
for you, we have 60 seconds of context before that clip. That's about to make you look like a real piece of shit.
You own this pageant.
Play
You
the
go
whole
over. You
thing?
look. You meet.
Be quiet.
Not all over the
I would
country.
say I'm the all-time judge.
You own this pageant. You go over. You look. You're meeting the girls. It's like one of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right. You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you." Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman. You want to have that.
Did we just listen to Donald Trump say that he would have sex with a minor?
I didn't hear the term minor. I heard women. Play it again.
You heard girls.
You own this pageant. You go over. You look. You're meeting the girls. It's like one of them comes up to you and says,
Wait. What was that word?
Judge.
You own this pageant. You go over. You look. You're meeting the girls. It's like one of them comes up to you and says,
What was that
"Mr.
word?
Trump,
Was that woman or girls?
I heard Howie say girls, not Trump. Trump said
now
women.
Now listen to what Trump
I
says in
heard
response.
Howie.
Just listen to what Trump says in response.
You're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right? Right. You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you. Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
So Howard Stern says, you're at one of these pageants. One of the girls says, I want to sleep with you. And would you be the type to say no? And then in response, Donald Trump says, I wouldn't want to hurt their feelings.
Right.
So is this Donald Trump saying that he'd grab a minor because he wouldn't want to hurt their feelings?
Still,
Is it?
I still don't see.
Is it? Answer the
much
question.
Recollection.
Is that Donald Trump saying that he would grape a minor because he doesn't want to hurt their feelings?
Yeah, it sounds like it's a very powerful, wealthy, big known man letting down women because
No, you're not
he knows they
answering
wanna
my
be with them.
question. You're not answering
He said,
my question.
"Oh, I wouldn't want to hurt their feelings."
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. Is this Donald Trump saying that he would sleep with a minor because he doesn't want to hurt their feelings?
You know what else he said? He's also said, "Yeah, my daughter looks so
literally
good that if she wasn't my daughter, I'd be with her."
To save their life, they can't. Like
Yeah.
you're being asked a
I literally
direct
just
question.
admitted that I know that he
You are
says
like
weird
quite
shit.
frankly being asked a direct question right now, and you're
Dude.
doing anything that you can in your possible ability to literally stop and not answer this fucking question. Answer the damn question, please.
You know what else I've heard?
Can I just be honest with you here? Like, clearly, like the takeaway that is most fair is that people womanize girls, and people girly lies women, whatever the hell that means. Okay, in many scenarios, people will refer to minors as women and will refer to adults as girls. And that's just a descriptive fact. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's what's descriptively true. In many scenarios, by the way, it's wrong. Okay, like calling 15-year-olds women. We shouldn't be calling them women because they're girls. Okay. So when we hear Donald Trump in this clip say like, "Oh, Howard Stern says, oh, if you'd sleep with this girl, like, would you or would you not?" Like, I'm not gonna lie. That on its own doesn't like light alarm bells in my head saying that this is undeniably Donald Trump admitting to child rape. Okay. Because in so many scenarios, people will refer to adults as girls. Like, "Oh, yeah, you sleep with that girl, bro?" You know, like, once again, I think it's gross. But, you know, because that's the way that the term is used, okay, it doesn't automatically light those alarm bells in my head. But simultaneously, the same thing is true at the end of the clip where he refers to them as women. Okay? I don't think that you could say with a conviction here that just because he uses the word woman at the end of that clip, that therefore it means he was strictly and specifically only referring to adults. And we don't even need to speculate this, by the way, because I could prove otherwise. Mariah Bilato was a minor that competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997. She said that he walked in on her while she was naked and said, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before." We heard the same thing from 3 other contestants at Miss Teen USA in that same year, and then the same thing from women like Miss Vermont, Miss Massachusetts, and Miss Arizona from other years at Miss USA, saying that he did the same thing to them. So I find the most fair takeaway here to be, well, because in this clip he's speaking generally, and we also know that he owned multiple pageants, some who had women, some who had girls. And we've heard the same story from all the women and girls saying that this happened to them at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. Therefore, it's more likely than not that he did it to all of them. Right. Sexually exploited women and girls. And by the way, your counter argument here is, Dean, no, he didn't sexually exploit women and girls. He just sexually exploited women. Which isn't much better.
No, I didn't say any of that. I said regardless of the fact of whether he did it or not, I don't know him. And you have to pick the lesser of the two evils because they're all evil, Dean. They don't know you. They don't care about your well-being.
What was a comparable evil that was true of Kamala Harris?
Dude, I wouldn't have dinner with any of them.
Can you answer my question? What's something that Kamala Harris has engaged in that's just as wrong or worse?
Her blatant racism.
Okay.
And the way that she speaks to black folk. She talks to black people like they're fucking idiots. What do you mean, give you an example? You can see plenty of videos online where she's talking down on black folk and I gotta talk like y'all talk so you can understand me.
Ma'am, she is a black woman.
Yeah, she's also an Indian woman apparently as well, and she claims all of them. She claims them all.
Well, let me.
First black, first Indian, first to do this.
Wait, what do you mean? Apparently, like she claims all. Wait, dude, pause for 1 second. Her dad is Afro-Jamaican, and her mom is Indian. Is that a complicated thing for you to fucking understand?
Parker, we got to break it down. We got to break it down, buddy. Griffin, how many biological parents do you have?
Dos.
2. You have 2 biological parents. Yeah. Now, what percentage of your genes do you get from your mommy?
Yeah.
What percent?
Yeah, you get them from both your parents, I understand.
You get 50% from the mommy and 50% from the daddy. So when we see somebody like Kamala Harris who says, I'm a black woman and I'm a South Asian woman, well, we need to ask ourselves here, how could that possibly be true? is it possible that Kamala Harris could be two races simultaneously? Well, yeah, because she has two parents simultaneously. She simultaneously has one parent that's black, her dad's Afro-Jamaican, while simultaneously having another parent that's Indian, South Asian. So when you're like, well, I don't know if she's black because I think I heard she's Indian. Okay. Or I don't know if she's Indian because she said she was black. Well, what you need to keep in mind here is that, well, frankly, she could be both at the same time.
Right. So ultimately,
you're telling us that ultimately you think that Kamala Harris, a black woman talking to other black people, is just as bad as Donald Trump sexually exploiting people. Why is that?
Sending money overseas to
let's not pivot. The first thing was the way you said she talked to black people.
You're trying to ask me what I don't agree with her that I think is worse.
How did she as a black woman talk to other black people that was an action just as wrong as sexually exploiting naked kids? Let's get down to the nitty gritty.
Them like they're stupid, dude. Have you heard it? She talks to them like they're retarded.
Okay, well there she goes.
They literally talk to her like they.
Yeah, there she goes. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. These are Trump supporters, by the way, everyone. And if that conversation could have continued for like another 10 minutes, I'm pretty sure what it would have gotten down to is Kamala Harris speaking in AAVE. Line in the game, Caroline. Thank you so much for the wolf. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Caroline. That's line in the game down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the support. And by the way,
Kamala Harris, a black woman using AAVE, somehow is worse than like Donald Trump raping a woman, undermining our democracy, literally calling for the execution of some Democrats, pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers, and the fucking whole 9 yards. I could sit here and explain shit that he's done that's disqualifying for like literally 10 minutes. And they're willing to overlook all of that because of the fact that Kamala Harris used AAVE. Crazy.
And by the way, that last caller's statement is exactly why people like Kamala Harris, black people in America, will code switch and will only speak in AAVE in front of a predominantly black audience. Because non-black people, like that last guest, think that AAVE is dumb, stupid, ghetto, uneducated. So when she's saying, oh, she'd code switch, in one circumstance she'd be speaking proper English, and in the other circumstance she'd be speaking to them like they're stupid. That right there is, like why black people choose to code switch and not speak in AAVE in front of a predominantly white audience, because they think it's stupid. Because of systemic racism and the fact that people don't understand different vernaculars of the same language. John Wick, I sent you an invite to turn your mic on, man. Do you support Trump?
You don't idea, of course.
How old are you?
46.
46? Is that you and your pit bull? Rottweiler? Your doggy? Come on. Where'd he go?
Was that Brock?
No. I don't know why people were saying that. I really want to be able to talk to him. It wasn't Brock at all.
What?
Yes, it was Brock. I wanted to talk to him. I wasn't gonna say anything. I miss Brock. I miss Brock. Hope he's well. Let's go and get that next guest, the real Frosty, loading up into the box.
This guy, bro.
What's up?
You raping people, bro?
Holy shit. Well, I mean, that's definitely something that we'll hear when we have a free queue that anyone could join. Some Trump supporters get so mad that we're able to dispute the truth of MAGA. They're going to accuse us of baby grape. I bet that's a projection rooted within the Epstein files and who they support as president. Hi, Brooks. Do you support Trump? Oh, Brooks isn't here. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. I'd really appreciate it. We got Trip loading up in. Hey, Matthew, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, love you, buddy. Love you too, dude. Appreciate you for the $10, bro. Show some love to Matthew down below. Maya, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on Venmo. Who says, hey, friend, since the topic of Donald Trump sexualizing children comes up in your life all the time, I want to let you know the word that you're looking for is infantilize instead of Girly eyes. Yeah, that was just something I made up on the go because I couldn't think of the right word. Keep it up. That is the right word, infantilized. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Maya. Let's get 300 Maya W's. Welcome in T. Do you support Trump? Oh, they're not here. Moving on to JJ. A couple other people to thank. I'd also like to thank Sky for the $10, who says, it's people like this that make people afraid to come forward with their abuse. Shame on this caller. And please don't read this last bit. Okay, I'll keep that last bit to myself. Thank you for the $10, Sky, and you're absolutely right. Amy, I really appreciate you for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the support, Amy. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's get 200 Amy W's down below in that chat. Show some love to Amy, you guys. Amy with the 20 says, hey, Dean, I recently found you and I've really come to love your lives. For those of us that watch on YouTube, can you please screen share anytime Parker and Santana join? We'd love to be able to see them too. Thank you for all that you do.
Oh,
I actually,
no, don't, babe. I'm trying, no.
I actually can do that, Amy. Yeah, I'll do that as soon as we get that next guest up. Thank you for the $20. I'll screen share Parker over to YouTube. Thank you for the love, Amy. Kay, thank you for the $5. Lauren, thank you for the $20. Who says, oh my goodness, this guest is a weirdo. It's so disturbing to see anybody justify sexual abuse. What a disgrace to all women and victims. It's crazy, man. Like, I feel like it's just so, like, inhumane, and I don't even understand how people hold those beliefs. You know, like, it's like my job, like, as a debater who wants to reach across to people on the other side of the aisle to try to do the very best I can to, like, put myself in their shoes to see where they're coming from so I could then most effectively dispute their view. But I literally, like, can't do that with, like, the, oh, I don't care if he sexually exploited women and girls argument, you know? Thank you for the $20, Lauren. Show some love to Lauren down below in that chat. What's going on, T? Do you support Trump?
No, but I'm an immigrant, and I wanted to make you aware of a problem that immigrants are facing that nobody is talking about because we can't.
Yeah, if you want to quickly bring it up, that's fine.
Absolutely. We have absolutely no freedom of speech. My immigration case has been so messed up. I had a notice for an appointment that was delivered 3 days after the appointment was supposed to take place. It's happened to 3 other of my lawyer's clients during the same time. They're sending us notices late. They're telling us to redo biometrics that we've done 2 years ago. Everything is insanely messed up. And if we say anything publicly, it can hurt our cases. So there's a lot of stuff that people don't know about immigrants that's going on right now, even paying like taxes. So much of my taxes this year went to Medicaid, and I don't get any benefit from that. I can't ever apply for that. So there's a lot of things that are disgruntling immigrants, and I'd love to chat more offline and kind of tell you a little bit more, but I did not think I was going to get accepted onto here. But I just want to make you aware that there's problems that are happening that we just can't talk about, and that's why people aren't hearing about them.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. Well, the first thing that you said about it, like, possibly hurting your immigration case for what you say online, that's something that kind of gained limited mainstream prominence with the Mahmoud Khalil case when they wanted to strip him of his temporary visa, and then they held him in a nice detention center for 3 months because of what he said. If it was a citizen in that circumstance, I mean, everybody would be up in arms over First Amendment violations, but because it's an immigrant, they have a lot more leeway to, like, kind of take advantage of their immigration case in reference to the First Amendment and do whatever the hell they want to. So I'm sorry that that's an issue that you're facing, and I wish you the best of luck, and feel free to shoot me a DM with other information.
Yeah, absolutely. Will do. But yeah, have a great day, and I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Yeah, I hope that you have a great day as well. And I'm so sorry that you're actively, like, going through the ins and outs of finalizing your immigration processes under the Trump administration.
Tomorrow, my granddad is dying. I can't leave the country because I can't get back in if I leave. I can't visit him. I've had friends who have had babies. I had my wedding here. My maid of honor couldn't come because 20 years ago she buried her grandmother in Iran. So she wasn't allowed to travel over here.
I wish you the very best of luck. That's insane.
Thank you. Well, you have a great day. I don't know how to leave this.
I'll help you out. You have a good one. And please do shoot me a DM. You know, I'd love to hear more from you. It's just like a different reality that a lot of immigrants live compared to, you know, citizens. It really is. Because I would argue that the immigration processes is, as she said, is a place where a lot of quiet exploitation can occur that we don't know about. We only hear the stories that are inevitably told and then circulated in mainstream media, when in all reality, there is so much going on that we never hear. Okay? So much quiet exploitation every day. Because that's one avenue that the Trump administration could use to genuinely exploit the law to further an authoritarian agenda. Do you support Trump? H star, you have 3 seconds. I think I heard a small child. Let's go to get that next guest, best debater, loading up into the box. Mary, thank you for another $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. Ashton, thank you for the $5. And then Loop In. Welcome in, man. Give me one moment. Loop In, appreciate you for the $10. Who says, as a multiple-time assault victim who could not prove it due to the ways in which it occurred and timing, this is disgusting. If someone said to my face, quote unquote, learn and move on, I would curse them out. Yeah, I'm so sorry that you had to hear that last guest, bro. She was nuts. Thank you so much for the $10, Loop In. Same thing to you, Jamie. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate you so much for the love, and I'll look them up, Jamie. Thank you so much. Wes and Hannah, and thank you guys for the 5. And then Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you for the $7. Do you think that the poisoning in our air and water will finally wake the ranchers, farmers, and other MAGA in our state? Or what might do it? Yeah, I would argue that there's actually a lot of farmers in Colorado waking up because of that. Roger, thank you for the $10. He says, love how you use vertical thinking to destroy the MAGA brain. Listen, I use all the means to my disposal, man. Trying my best out here to get them to change their minds, dude. Vanessa, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much for that support. The Paisley Putterfish. I'm going to call you Paisley. Paisley. Thank you for the $25 donation. Thank you so much. Who says, please read. As an SA victim myself, you have no idea how much it means to me and other victims that you and Parker support us and defend us. To guess thousands of grape kits sit on shelves untested. Powerful men threaten victims' lives. Yeah, that makes it so easy to report. Thank you. So many people, including that last guest, do not understand the nuances and the intricacies of rape culture and how this would disincentivize people from coming forward about it, regardless if it's having to relive your story because you have to testify to every minute detail day in and day out in front of a grand jury, or seeing your story on the TV and being asked very intrusive questions about it by the random people that you come across in public. It is very, very, very hard to come out. Thank you for the $25, Paisley. Same thing to you, Sadie Rose. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Paisley and Sadie in those chats, please. Sadie with the 25 says, what you guys do is so important. I'm so grateful that you're doing this and forcing people to critically think. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Sadie Rose. I agree. It is important, and I love what I do. I love what I do so very much. Shout out to you. Kara, thank you so much for the $14 over on PayPal. Thank you. Then Cami, thank you for the $20. She says, how could people like that last guest live with themselves being so vile I can never? It's because they're so stupid they don't know just how vile they are. Thank you for the $20. Cami, shout out to you. I know that you're always watching. Mariana, thank you so much for the $10. I'll happily bring that up in another debate. Rachel, thank you for the $10. She says, I grew up in a MAGA Christian household and I believe everything that they said. And now that I'm grown, I'm still a Christian, but that only reinforces my belief that Trump is a monster. I couldn't agree more. That is exactly why I talk about Christianity so frequently on live every day. Good Christians hate Trump. Thank you for the $10, Rachel. Same thing to SJ. Thank you for the $15. She says, just a reminder, I'm so proud of who you are and who you're becoming and who you will be. You've accomplished so much in such a short period of time. Instead of others being proud of you, they just tear you down. I just want to remind you of who you are. Much love. SJ, bro, I love you so much. Thank you so much for the continued support. Please show some love to SJ in that chat. She's always so kind to me. Aaron, thank you so much for the $10 as well on PayPal. Jeannie, thank you for the 5. Joseph, thank you so much for the 10. Shout out to in Austria, man. Thank you for the 10. Good to see you again. Then Abram, thank you for the $10. This says, Dean, thanks for keeping people informed. Thank you so much for the love, Abram. And then Mr. Christopher, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal, Christopher. My man, that is crazy. Let's see 1,000 Christopher W's down below in that chat. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for the support for what we do here, man. Show some love to the GOAT, Christopher, down below. Huge shout out to you, dude. Huge shout out to you. Holy cow. Same thing to Caroline. Thank you for the $20, who says, hello, everyone. I hope that you're doing okay and are well. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm a little bit hungry, if I'm going to be honest. Like, I should go get some food, but it's okay. I'll do that once the live stream is over. And with that, I think that we're all caught up. No, we have one more. Rebecca, thank you for the $10, who says, I've never donated to a live stream, but thank you for fighting the good fight and doing what you do. With love from Canada. We'll love to you and with love to Canada. And wow, what a Medal of Honor. Thank you for being, thank you for making myself the very first live stream you've ever donated to. That's awesome, man. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Papa, for the $10, who says, AAV is also regional. You put me in front of a black person from Georgia. I won't know. What they're saying, and they probably won't know what I'm saying in my regional dialectic of AAVE either. English is fun. That is super cool. Thank you for the $10, Papa. And then also Laura T, thank you for the $20, who says, question, should Congress push to expand the House so that more minority constituents are represented, increasing the seats in the House from 435 to 1,500, one representative per every 250,000 voters, also 3 senators per state. I'm agnostic on that. I do like the notion of more people being represented, but I just don't know if people like get in the House and then turn around and represent, the interests of their constituents and they rather represent the interests of the dark money they're being funneled through PACs, lobbyists, so on and so forth. I think that we first just need to take money out of politics, and then that could be a great idea. If you are watching and you do want to support me, you guys, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. They're also in the pinned message over on that YT stream, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. Something cool that we're doing today is if you want to attach a message, I'll do my very best to read it out, including any questions. So if you want to ask a question about the world, about politics, so on and so forth, that'd be a great way to do so. And you also get to support me in what we do here in the process to allow us to continue to do it for 4 hours, 7 days a week. Same thing goes for our co-host Parker on TikTok. If you want to support Parker, you can find his pay links in the link tree in his bio as well on his TikTok account. And I'm very grateful for you guys, and thank you so much for all the love that you've continued to show. Now, best debater, if you want to take it away and tell us why you support Trump, that'd be great. And for everybody in the chat,
thank you to one person real quick.
Yes, of course you can. One thing that I will say here first is there's a bunch of people in the chat saying that this guy's following minors. So if you want to take a screenshot of that and send him a private ticket on Discord to prove it, that'd be great. But we do only operate off of that claim with proof. So private ticket in the Discord. Go ahead, Parker.
Sadie, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, that's all I have to thank.
Shout out to Sadie, man. All right, take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
So personally, why I'm MAGA is, well, first off, I'm pro-life, and I think that Trump is a more pro-life candidate than Kamala Harris, and I think that he has better pro-life policy.
All right, man. I don't know why you do that. You just risk getting a charge, man. Like, I'm not going to lie. Like, I doubt that there's anything in which you just showed on screen that is technically chargeable, but I don't know that for sure. And if there is, you'll have the cops at your door, dude. You'll have the cops at your door. Every time we have a guest come up and do that, I just report it directly to TikTok. I've an ongoing chat with them where I just tell them the timestamp, and then they turn around, take that information alongside the information associated with your account, and then you will likely be prosecuted by your local DA. We've actually already had a couple successful occurrences of that. Like there's been a couple people that have come up and like flashed their ass on the camera. They ended up getting arrested. So it's because TikTok knows that if they don't act, if they don't pass that information over to local prosecutors, that they'll get in a lot of trouble because they'll blast their asses online. So welcome in. Do you support Trump? And by the way, for everybody watching that don't know what he did, he was just like acting like he was like jerking off under a blanket. Kenny, I sent you an invite to turn that mic on. Okay.
I'm sorry. I support you and Parker. I don't know how I did that.
No worries at all. I hope you have a good rest of your day. All right. Welcome in, Dave. Do you support Trump?
I do, but not for reasons that you're going to like.
Okay. All right. So why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I think he is doing such a good job in showing how bad politicians really are on both sides of the aisle. He's a piece of trash. I champion everything that he's doing because I think he's exposing a lot that needs to be exposed. It's causing conversations like this to happen. The more conversations like this that happen, the more corrupt we find out that politicians are and come together and get rid of all of it. How do you like that?
Yeah. See, the accelerationist argument is very terrible in my eyes because it completely overshadows the wrongness of a lot of the actions that Donald Trump is engaged in to then spark this reaction of public discourse and critique of the Trump admin.
But could we
like
point
you're saying here that you like
could we
you
point the finger on both sides of the aisle?
One moment. You're saying that you support Donald Trump killing 174 little girls. So then we could talk about how bad it was when he killed 174 little girls.
I didn't say I supported him killing anybody.
Oh, well, that's actually exactly what your argument leads to. Because you're only supporting
that's a projection.
Of the
in my opinion, that's a projection on your end.
Stop interrupting me and I'll explain how you're wrong. Your argument is that you only support Trump because of the bad things he does. You can't deny that you support Trump because of him killing 174 girls. Because it is Trump killing those girls alongside the other very bad actions, in which then sparks the social dialogue in which you are hinging your argument on insofar as your support for MAGA. You can't sit up here and say that you support Trump because he's great for the economy or he's a good Christian. You could only say you support Trump because he killed the 174 girls, because he raped Eugene Carroll, because he sexually exploited other people, because he wants to invade our allies. All of the bad things are why you support Trump, which is just a crazy view.
I think it's time that it comes out, man, because if you want to know my personal opinion, I can point fingers on both sides of the aisle. If you're going to...
Yeah, I don't really entertain the accelerationist bullshit because it's just so stupid. Like, oh, we need to kill children, guys. We need to protect pedophiles, guys. Whoa! Whoa, dude! Calm down, dude!
Shut up!
Calm it down, Rick!
You're fucking geek!
Bring it down a level, Rick!
Get going, fucking level!
Are you playing Animal Crossing?
That's Pokemon, you fucking dumbass.
Yeah, it is Pokemon. How do you not know that, bro? That's crazy.
I don't know. It sounded like Animal Crossing music. We're gonna go to load up that next guest into the box.
Did you ever play Pokemon as a kid?
Nope.
Wow. Bro.
Anything beyond the Pokemon cards? Or like
What the fuck? I would have just been on Dean's live.
Can we get some L Deans in the chat for that one? That's fucking
scary, dude, bro.
Hello, Real. Do you support Trump? I think this current guest just came up here to say that he got on the live and now he's leaving. Okay. All right, man. You take care. Let's go to load up that next guest into the box right now. We got Lexi loading in. Laura T, appreciate you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says opinion poll, pancakes or waffles? Oh, man. It depends on the pancake. It depends on the waffle. Like Belgian waffles
are in typical better.
Belgian waffles. I didn't mean to join. No worries. You take care, Lexi. Like the super crispy Belgian waffles are fucking awesome, but I'm not going to lie. I love chocolate chip pancakes. Oh my god, I love them so much. They're so fucking good, bro. Oh my god, I'll tear them right up. Alex, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Who says, feed the hungry, heal the sick, care for the weak, and welcome the stranger. For what you did to the least among you is what you've done to me. That's Jesus. Trump and MAGA, socialist propaganda. Bro, Alex, first and foremost, thank you for the 10. Second of all, we talk about that so much on live. Jesus says, feed the poor. Donald Trump says, fuck the poor. We're actually going to take their food stamps away illegally and then cause more of them to die by taking their health care away too. That's the issue. Hi, do you support Trump, Brian?
Nigger.
So they are a Trump supporter, you guys? A lot of Trump supporters are very, very racist. And for that, I apologize that you had to hear him screaming the N-word. And to the apolitical viewers of the stream, or those that are even slightly leaning to the right, another great reason to stop supporting Trump, because a lot of his supporters are very, very, very racist. And they'll just tell you that to your face by coming up on my live and screaming the N-word. Let's go and get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. We got Trav loading in. Here we go. All right. Kelsey, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. It says, when is the Jubilee episode with you and Emily coming out? I said the specific date that it was going to come out like 2 weeks ago when I was in LA. I kind of forgot, though. I was actually thinking about reaching back out to Jubilee and asking them again because I forgot. Do you support Trump, Trav? Trav's not here. What about you, TK Rose? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
24.
Perfect, man. Let's hop into our debate. Before we do, I'm going to thank a couple people. Is that cool?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Oh, can I say something real quick? If I do cut you off, it's not out of anything malicious. It's just maybe the delay.
Yeah, you're good, bro. All right, let me thank a couple people real quick. Caroline, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Caroline, I am going to keep your message to myself just because I don't feel like that's something that's okay to speculate about. But thank you so much for the $15. Same thing to you, Julie. Thank you for the $10 who says, thank you for always kicking for the R word. Yeah, I try my best. Thank you for the love, Julie. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Then Lily, thank you for the $10 who says, thank you for educating the people. Speaking up for people who have suffered through this corrupt system is such a strong thing to do, and you're such intelligent, and you're so intelligent and an amazing individual. As a fellow debater, I appreciate you. Well, thank you for your kind words, Lily, and I appreciate you for the $10 as well. Same thing goes for you, Sophie. Appreciate you so much for the $25 who says, thank you for all that you do. I watch every day and feel much better about knowing things, knowing people like you, Parker and Santana, are fighting misinformation. Man, well, I'm happy that the live stream gives you some hope. I appreciate you so much for the love. Do show some love to Sophie down below in the comment section. Thank you so much for the $25. Let's show some love to Sophie down below. Thank you, Sophie. And then Kay, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. And Carrie, thank you so much for the $50 donation. What is going on? Huge shout out to Kay and Carrie. Kay with the $50 says, thank you for supporting SA survivors. Also to Parker, your last guess about COVID was stupid. Yeah, there's a lot of guests that are stupid. And Kay, thank you so much for the 50. Carrie with the 50 just drops a little salute emoji. Carrie, you're in here every day. You know I love you. Show some love to Kay and Carrie down below. Thank you both so very much. And then we have another massive one here. Mr. fucking Patrick, the GOAT. Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. My God. Let's get 1,000 Patrick W's with all the W's for Kay, Carrie, and everyone else. Patrick, from the bottom of my heart, I don't deserve that, dude. That's fucking insane. That's so much money. I'd be dead ass. That is so much fucking money. Thank you so much for the support, Patrick. Patrick with 100 says, as a member of Gen X, it is so refreshing to see a young man like you be so outspoken. Keep fighting the good fight. Patrick, thank you so much for your kind words, man. I love hearing that from the older generation. Shout out to you. Shout out to the other benevolent members of Gen X. And thank you for your support. One more here from Asia. Thank you for the $15 on Venmo, says lesbians for Dean. Well, Dean for lesbians. Okay. Inclusion is a very important thing. Appreciate you so much for the love. And then Micah, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, thank you again for giving me my 21-year-old DTR more to talk about. Hell yes. Appreciate you for the $20, Micah. Same thing goes for you, Stephanie. Thank you for the $20 as well. You said, so awesome to see you reading chats for members. If you have the time, could you briefly bring up signaling? I feel like it's not something a lot of people are aware of, awareness OP. Do you want to describe to me what that is? I appreciate you so much for the $20,
Maybe she's
Stephanie.
talking about virtue signaling.
I don't know. Yeah, is that what you're referencing, Stephanie? Let me know. Let me know. Jenna, thank you for the 7. And Angela, thank you for the 5. Who says, I spent $50 to fill my car with gas and it normally costs $34. Yay, America. I know, bro. Donald Trump is bringing back the money to the oil companies because now we're paying $50 for the $34 tank of gas. It's insane. Thank you so much for the support. Same thing's true for you, Alexandra. Thank you for the $26, who says, hey, Dean, haven't donated in a bit, but thank you so much for all that you do. Also, my grandmother loves you too. Shout out to your grandma. Please tell her I said hi, Alexandra. Thank you so much for the love and support. And then we just have one more, then we're all good to go. And this is super fucking kind. Mr. Anthony, thank you from the very bottom of my heart for the $150 on PayPal, who says, showing love from a disabled vet. This is why I joined. My man, thank you for your service. Thank you for your patriotism. And I'm so sorry that you caught a disability in the line of action. And I'm so grateful for you. And thank you so much for continuing to fight for our country, even out of service. I mean, I hope that one day I could be just as much of a patriot as you are, but I don't think I will be able to. Please, guys, I want to see 1,000 Anthony W's for the $150 donation. That is beyond kind, Anthony. That is genuinely so much money. Thank you so much. Tristan over on YouTube Super Chat, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars. Shout out to you. And Skillets. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for the love. Take it away, man. I appreciate your patience. Tell us why you're MAGA. Oh my goodness. You guys are all so kind.
Hey, brother. First off, I want to say I am 24. Everyone's been blowing up the chat saying I'm 21. I just ain't cared to update my bio in a while. But yeah, I'm pro-Trump. I voted for Trump both elections, and I've been Trump ever since, really. And I've to give you some background, I grew up in California, and then I've been in the South for over a decade now. So I've got a fair taste of both sides of the country, I like to think. And I like to think I'm pretty level-headed, at least when it comes to decision-making in politics. You know, I don't want to say I know more than most people or anything like that, but
here in a moment,
go for it.
Here in a moment, I'm going to leave you with Parker to describe the argument, because I got to go pee. But if you want to break it down, tell us why the hell you support who's, in my mind, the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Well, I don't think he's quite necessarily the worst. You brought up the oil earlier. I think that the Strait of Hormuz is currently in turmoil, and that's why oil prices are high, obviously. So the oil's there, it's just moving slow. You're correct. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Trump has influenced that region, and now the region's in turmoil, and gas has gone up. Nobody is, disproving that or discrediting that. But I think, you also got to take into light that it's going to get worse before it gets better. With most scenarios, there's very rarely is there a fix that just overnight changes everything. Can you agree to that?
But shutting down the Strait of Hormuz or going around Iran was never a fix in the first place, now or in the long term. It's just another useless war.
Well, I don't think it's going to be a war like everyone's thinking. I don't think we're going to be there like Afghanistan or whatever for years. I've been hearing weeks.
Well, actually, that changed. Donald Trump said 2 weeks, then they said 4, then they said 6, then they said
6,
8.
yeah.
And now Donald
I don't
Trump
think it's
isn't
gonna
even placing a
be-
particular weak point on it. It is rather saying that it's going to end when he feels like it.
Well, I mean, you also got to take into consideration that they're doing regime change, right? So I don't know nothing about
regime
that,
change isn't
but-
something that you just get done in a couple weeks.
No,
So if you
no.
think it's going to be over in a couple weeks, then they're not doing regime change. And
Now,
I'm
also,
actually
like,
gonna,
just a question, do you think he made the wrong? Do you think Trump made the wrong decision with Afghanistan?
I'm actually going to go and pass Parker the mic now for everyone watching at home. I'll be back in a minute tops. Got to go pee, but don't worry. I've been called quick pissa by many. Take it away, you guys.
What did Trump do in Afghanistan?
So he set up the agreement with the Taliban for them to leave.
And go where?
He gave 5,000 members of the Taliban back to the Taliban, and you said go where? Back home. They literally they set up the agreement for them to leave Afghanistan.
Where does the Taliban go home to?
Oh my God! I meant U.S. service members are going to leave Afghanistan. The Taliban took over Afghanistan.
Okay. I don't know, so I was just asking.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know everything that's going on, but I can at least shed light on how I feel about it. So he gave them money to go back to Afghanistan. Was there any trade? Did we get anything else out of that, or he just wanted them gone?
Dude, do you know what we were doing in Afghanistan?
Tell me the primary directive.
We were trying to do regime change. Okay.
So similar to the IRGC.
They had a
is what you're
different regime there. They had a different regime there that specifically was going to take over. It was the Afghan government, and they were going to have them take over. They left it with the Afghan government, and they got taken over by the Taliban.
Okay.
So,
I see what you're saying. So he got them out of our country.
Understood here. So what's not being understood here is that there's no good evidence that this will create better conditions within the region. And we actually have past historical examples of it not being effective.
Okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from. So what do you think the people living in Afghanistan think about that? Because they're the ones that have been begging for Trump's help, if I'm not mistaken.
You're thinking in Iran.
In Iran.
If there are
Did
people
Afghanistan not do the same thing?
So people in Iran specifically wanting the president to go in and to invade Iran and whatnot, that's not evidence we ought to believe that, in the same way that the people in Iran claiming death to America is not evidence that we should believe that as well.
Okay, well, so the IRGC of Iran, right? So that's the current regime change that we're trying to, undergo. Do you think that, people living in Afghanistan, do you think that they'll benefit from a regime change? Because, to kind of shed light on your side, I think that they don't have
if we lived in a perfect world
picked out.
So if we lived in a perfect world, would it be better that we had a different regime there? Of course, right? We do not support the IRGC. No one's supporting them. The point that we're saying is that U.S. involvement in the Middle East has historically destabilized the region, not led to better conditions. So although you think you want or you think that this is going to create better conditions, all the evidence indicates otherwise.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, because you're saying history is going to repeat itself, and we're just making.
Yeah, you're just repeating yourself with history.
Right. So, I would consider the Taliban and the IRGC cancerous. Like it's a problem that if we leave, it's probably going to get worse. Would you agree?
I don't think that we can address it directly. I think it gets worse by us directly trying to regime change. I don't know whether it will get better or worse if we just leave it.
Right, and I think the neighboring countries in that area should also want regime change like Israel does, right? I don't care. I'm not talking about why they want it, but that the fact that they want regime change, right? So
listen, bro. Can I hop in here?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Perfect. In the history of humanity, there's been 2 countries that were bombed into total and complete submission that then could have created effective regime change with an actual plan. Not to mention, bombing these countries into total and complete submission also meant killing hundreds of thousands or millions of their citizens. Do you know what those 2 countries are?
I want to. Is it like from World War II?
Yeah, actually, yes.
Is it somewhere in Germany?
Germany and Japan. The only 2 examples of countries that have been bombed into total and complete utter fucking submission. Okay? That's what we would have to do to Iran in order to do a regime change. Do you think we could do it?
I don't think bombing. I don't think throwing a nuke into a country is considered regime change.
That's the only way we have been able to do regime change in the past, okay? For the long term. It's the only way. It is, okay? Right? And we shouldn't do it. We shouldn't do it at all. No. And by the way, we've already tried it, as Parker just pointed out. The neocons in Congress have been wrong about every single foreign policy-oriented decision that they've made in the last 70 years. We tried to interfere with Iran to install our own leader in the 50s. Didn't work out, led to the current regime. Okay. Went into Iraq and Afghanistan, took out Saddam Hussein.
France.
Okay. It didn't matter how long we stayed in Afghanistan. Didn't change anything that we were there for 20 years. Still, ultimately, when we left, it created a power vacuum and then led to the overthrow of the Afghanistani government from the Taliban. Saying that this madman Trump is going to be able to effectively commit to regime change in Iran when he doesn't even know what the hell he's doing. He's begging and pleading allies to help him. They're refusing to help him. One day he says, we've already won. The next day he says, the war's not over. One day he says, it'll be 4 weeks. The next day he says 8. The next day he says he doesn't know. It's just whenever he feels like it. It's not gonna happen, bro. I don't care how convinced you are that it will happen. You have no argument. Okay? The same way the neocons haven't had an argument for the last 70 years. You're just another one of them. We need to go save the people when in all reality we just want a distraction away from our own domestic issues like the Epstein files. And then we end up fucking killing the people like the 174 girls at the girls' elementary school in Iran. It won't happen.
Hold on. Can I stop you right there? You brought that up earlier. You said, in a quote, Trump wanted to kill 174 girls. That is the first time I've heard that. Where is that coming from?
He did kill 174 girls.
No, you said he wanted to.
Okay, well, I mean, I would argue that it was intentional. So if you want to use the word "want," that's fine.
So what did he? I mean, where did those girls die? What took place
in an elementary school that we hit with a tomahawk?
And that wasn't confirmed that was an IRGC missile, because that's what I seen.
Yeah, it was not confirmed it was an IRGC missile. It was confirmed that it was an American missile.
Because there was cameras that people were following from IRGC facilities.
So it's also not true. Okay, so let's try to get this straight. First and foremost, this happened the same moment that we hit the Ayatollah's underground government bunker. It happened in the same sort of strikes. It couldn't have been a missile from Iran, okay, because Iran only responded 4 hours later with missiles at Israel. Now, the photo of like the failed Iran missile coming back towards the ground, that was actually proven to be taken 1,300 kilometers away from the Southern Girls Elementary School, like I just said, towards the southern part of the country. And in fact, the U.S. military did an investigation into whose missile that was, and they concluded that it was an American missile, and it was actually built at Ball Industries in Boulder, Colorado.
And was it fired directly into the school, or was it fired at the...
It was fired directly into the school.
Like it landed in the cafeteria?
Well, I don't know if it landed in a cafeteria or the classroom, but it landed in
Because
school,
I
yes.
know that the IRGC also puts their, military bases and stuff right next to hospitals and schools, hoping stuff like that will happen.
Okay, I don't think that you could accidentally hit a school with the Tomahawk, because the Tomahawk is positioned based upon camera footage as well as a GPS.
Didn't they double tap the school anyway? Like,
yeah, they double tapped the fucking school, dude.
So why did they double tap the school?
I don't know. He said that
the answer is
also, if they put schools there, why would you still bomb it? It's still a school. The fuck?
No, I agree.
The answer is to demoralize the nation, and the fact that this is like, this is not an unprecedented thing. Like, and I think a lot of people need to really open their eyes to that, even on the left, that America has a very long and bloody history of violent war crimes that we investigate and then we clear ourselves of. This isn't fucking new at all. Like, for example, under Obama, actually, there was a Doctors Without Borders hospital, I think somewhere in Afghanistan, and they had called the American military and given them their exact location so they wouldn't be attacked. And then less than a week later, 2 American choppers then went to that Doctors Without Border hospital, and then they just fucking spammed the bullet button on their massive chopper miniguns and killed 47 people inside of this hospital. Doctors lost limbs because of the shrapnel. One was even fucking decapitated. Okay, the incapacitated people inside of this hospital were hit and killed, and there's so many bullets that were just fired for 47 minutes. Sorry, not 47 minutes, over like an hour. Okay, that like the bodies were unrecognizable. And then in response, first, our military claimed that it was a legitimate military objective with unfortunate civilian casualties because the insurgents were using them as human shields. But then they changed their mind. Then they said that that's not true at all, and that they didn't hit anywhere near the hospital. And then they changed their mind and they said, sure, they actually did hit the hospital, okay, but it was an accident. And then the Pentagon did an investigation into the circumstance, and they concluded that because it was accidental, it was therefore not a war crime, and then Obama came out and apologized, okay? And my point here is like, because shit like that has happened, okay, and that's just one scenario. We haven't even gotten on to like the atrocities in Vietnam. Okay, like there's this other example of like this one squadron of American soldiers fighting military insurgents in the middle of a civilian living area, and then they killed all the military insurgents, and then they just went around and they like decapitated newborns, killed and shot pregnant women dead with their children, men too. And then the captain of the unit that ordered all of that to occur admitted to it, went to jail. A year later, the public backlash had stopped. So then the military quietly let him out of jail and then put him back into service. Like, this happens.
No way.
Okay. Yes, I know. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
It's nuts. So like, it's just like not unbelievable that America would commit a war crime and bomb a girls' elementary school to demoralize a nation. Okay. And it should be even more.
When you say
believable
demoralize a
somebody
nation,
like
are you
Trump as
talking
president.
about demoralize America or Iran?
Demoralize Iran. That's what happens when you kill their kids. We are inevitable. We will kill your kids. Bend the knee and do what we want. Reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
See, I think you've got it twisted, at least in the ideology. I don't think that say okay, this should go without saying, but obviously I don't want any schools bombed. I don't want any kids dying, right? But war does have collateral. We're all aware of that. And I also think that, these, I guess you would say, these collateral damages of people and civilians dying amidst war is inevitable in any circumstance. I mean, very rarely.
We're doing the imperialist thing, where we just say it's inevitable that we're going to have murderous sycophants going into the military to kill pregnant women.
You just said we can't do regime change without wiping out the entire face of that fucking state. So, like, I mean, what do we do here, Dean? Would you rather us nuke and kill fucking everybody, or do you want us to go try and make some precise missiles, try and do what we think's right, take out the people who we think are making the civilians bend their knee, and try and do it from that perspective, because in my eyes, the surrounding nations, the surrounding countries of Iran and of Afghanistan are supposed to be, working collectively to try and minimize that sort of stuff. But it's not working. What they're doing is not getting the job done. And
wow. So you're saying, I just want to clarify, you're arguing that it was actually justified to take out the girls in elementary school to hopefully expedite
there you go
regime
again.
change.
See, no. Going back, let's rewind. What did I say right before I started talking? I said I do not promote girls.
Yeah, you
or
said
schools
I don't promote
dying.
it, but would you rather kill everybody or just kill some
Well, settle down,
children?
Dean. Hold on. I know you love to twist words. Hold on.
Dude, tell me I'm wrong.
Brother.
And that's clearly what you're saying here, is that maybe it's actually justified to kill those 174 kids because then it prevents us from having to drop a nuke or something.
Okay, Dean, but you said you would rather all of them die. So
No, I said I'd rather stay the fuck out of Iran.
We need to either get the fuck out and leave it alone or bomb everybody.
No, what I said is that we need to get the fuck out and leave it alone because historical regime change in the Middle East has never been effective. Neocons have been wrong about every decision they made in the last 70 years. And the only times we've ever effectively pulled off regime change is when we did kill millions of civilians. Effective long-term regime change has only arose out of killing millions of civilians.
See, I don't consider that. I wouldn't consider that a win. I mean, that's just the less of a loss. Sometimes that's what
you understand
is,
that there's
but it
another
doesn't
option
need
here.
to be.
The other option, let me tell you, is no new war.
Okay, no, I agree. I mean, I think that's a fair point. I think that's a great ideology.
That
Dean.
saves kids from getting bombed in the Middle East.
I agree.
That saves our gas prices by going up by 70 cents. That saves us from spending $1 billion a day. That saves more American servicemen and women from losing their lives for Israel. Okay, it's time that we rid ourselves of this terroristic pressure of Israel. Stop doing their bidding for them. They're already ethnically cleansing the Palestine population. I swear we don't have a moral obligation to go kill other children in Iran for them. I understand the IRCG is terrible. So what is Saddam Hussein? He personally had the blood of 500,000 people on his hands. Does that mean that it justified our original invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq? No, that just led to the deaths of millions of Iraqis and Afghanis and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of American servicemen and women. And then when we left, it was no fucking better because then the Taliban overthrew the Afghanistan government. And I feel like I'm going fucking crazy talking to you because there's always going to be a but. There's always going to be but regime change. But there's always going to be a but we need it in the IRCG, as if you're just ignorant to the last 70 years of American history with imperialism in the Middle East and across the globe. And this is exactly why only 20% of Americans support the new war in Iran. This is exactly why you're the fucking minority. Because parents had to watch their kids die in Afghanistan, had to watch their kids die in Iraq, and then had to watch the rest of them that didn't die pull out, come back to the States just for a terroristic takeover of the Afghanistani government. But there's still somehow people like you that say we need more people to die, more children need to be bombed, more billions need to be spent, more needs to be shut out to Israel, more, all just for the inevitable goal of the furtherance of the American imperialism, the industry of the industrial military complex, and the distraction away from the Epstein files by bending the knee for Israel. It's fucking weak and it's evil, dude. Like, honestly, I need to start ensuring that before I have debates that are over 30 minutes about this on my live, where the interlocutor, such as yourself, just repeats your original claim over 300,000 times, regime change, that you call one of your local military offices and fucking enlist yourself. If you show dead set on regime change and you think it's okay for 174 girls to die for the vision here, I think it's okay for you to die for the vision. How about you enlist, you pick up arms, and you go try to kill some terrorists, right? How does that sound?
I can tell you for a fact I'd be more enlisted than you are. If there's another 9/11, I would enlist.
Well, Donald Trump is saying that he's preventing another 9/11 with these preemptive strikes and war in Iran. So enlist right now.
Can I tell you something, brother? So to get to my point before you went on a tangent, my point is, hold on, Parker. My point is that you're saying I'm not promoting any kids getting killed, chat.
So then stop defending the war in Iran. If you defend the war in Iran, then you are promoting children being killed. X implies Y.
Can I talk
Yes,
for more than 5
yes,
seconds?
but just know that
Please
these two
don't cut
things
me
can't be
off.
true at once. It cannot be simultaneously true that you defend the war in Iran while hold to the position that you don't promote more kids being fucking killed. It necessarily causes more kids to be killed.
All right, can I get like 3 minutes, 2 minutes?
Yeah, take a minute.
Uninterrupted.
60
Okay.
seconds, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, obviously I don't want any kids being killed, but in my head, the way I view the IRGC and the Taliban is they're plagues, they're cancerous, they spread.
You're repeating
And
yourself.
if they were able to take over Afghanistan, right? And the IRGC granted the US, you're right, did help put in place, right? When Eisenhower was in office. I'm not completely ignorant, Dean. And man, I mean, if we're able to kind of at least stop the spread or hold it off, I think that's better than letting them eventually take over, and they're going to do the same thing like Afghanistan, no? If we do nothing, and then more than the 40,000 or whatever Iranians that passed away, more than the 174. And I mean, now you're back to the moral dilemma of, do you switch the train track to save the one little girl and kill the 10 men, or let the 10 men die and save the one little girl? It's a moral dilemma that has been, on the table as long as time. And I don't think anything I've said promotes kids dying or I'm just trying to debate with you. You're getting real elevated, and you're dragging my name through the mud, and I don't
need to
appreciate
get real
it.
elevated for this conversation.
I
Jesus
know.
Christ.
I know. You're so ignorant, it's
enlist.
crazy.
We're waiting. Are you going to enlist, bro?
You just said that if we don't do anything, then maybe it'll be like the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan. The Taliban only overtook Afghanistan because we went to war in the Middle East. It is not the dilemma of kill one little girl or 10 adults that will be killed by the IRGC if we don't invade them. It is the kill the one little girl and then overthrow the IRGC, leave the region, create the power vacuum, leading to the overthrow of another violent regime, and then they'll kill another 10 little girls in our name. That's what happens every single time. If you were right about the efficacy of regime change, then 1 million Iraqis and Afghanis wouldn't have been killed. If you were right about the efficacy of regime change, then the Taliban wouldn't have overthrown Afghanistan's government. If you were right about the efficacy of regime change, then you wouldn't be losing this debate right now, because I have history on my side and you don't.
Well, I don't think we're on the same page, and that's fair. But I appreciate you letting me come up here. I don't see how letting terrorism spread throughout a region is a good idea. But whatever.
Yes, committing acts of terror is terrorism spreading throughout regions. Bro, you understand that before Western involvement in the Middle East, there were Persian fucking queens, dude. And now little girls are having their genitalia mutilated and aren't being allowed to go to school in Afghanistan because of the Taliban. That was also created in response to American imperialism because we went into the region in the first place. It's like, we fucking made this mess, dude. The reason why terrorism spread in the Middle East in the first place is because of the instability and power vacuums created by our fucking involvement. You admitted that, by the way, in your last statement. You said, I understand the reason why this body of terror, the IRGC, is presiding over Iran is because, well, we cooed their democratically elected leader in the 50s because they wanted to nationalize their oil production and Britain didn't like it, so our CIA did something about it for them. It's every time we go in there, we destabilize it more people die, and more terrorists take control. Like, I think it's time we try something new. But he laughs out. We're going to move on to the next guest. By the way, bro, it's not just the crazy liberals that are saying this. Charlie Kirk said it too, dude. Broken clock. It's right twice a day. And that's one of the best examples. Go listen to what Charlie Kirk had to say about going back into the Middle East. Because I'm not going to lie, it was some fucking bars. Legitimate bars. Like, he actually worded it quite well. So for all the people in here on the right that agree with that last guess, go look up on YouTube Charlie Kirk's opinions on regime change. Very worth listening to. Because I know that's, like, I mean, he's been framed as like a god following his execution. So go take a listen. His assassination. So go take a listen.
This is going to be the topic.
How do you support Trump?
Very much I.
Hey, I'm gonna get off for today. My girlfriend's about to be back.
Makes sense, bro. You've had a long day, dude. Appreciate you for coming up.
Good seeing you, man. Have a good rest of your life, bro.
Thanks, bro. You take care, dude.
Take care, chap.
We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in, Bella and Champ. Do you support Trump?
I'm sorry. I have no idea how I got in here.
No worries, Bella. Have a good rest of your day. Moving on to the next guest. We got Rocky loading up into the box. Hey, Carrie, thank you so much for another $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Carrie. Carrie with a 50 says, so sorry, but why do we care about Iran's regime? And we're the ones who overthrew their democracy in the first place to put this regime into effect. Listen, man, like we clearly like should care about human rights atrocities across the world, which would include those downstream of Iran's regime. At least that's my position. But I will say, like, saying that you don't care about Iran's regime is better than saying that you want to go in there, kill more of their people, create another power vacuum, and just recreate the same outcomes that we've seen for the last 70 years. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm just turned 25.
All right, man. Let me thank a couple people, then the mic of the floor will be yours. Nolan, thank you for the $10. He says, I'm so tired of their bad faith, disingenuous arguments. It's absolutely wild that they can't answer a question. They'd rather run in traffic than admit. Quick pisser. Appreciate you for the $10, Nolan. That is exactly what we see. Izzy, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Then Matthew, thank you for the $10. Who says, buy some more waffles. Thank you so much for the love, Matthew. I appreciate you guys so much for all your love and support over on Venmo. Looks like we're all caught up over there for now. Over on YouTube, thank you so much, Laura T, for the $20. Who says, I hate the fact that people in America defend these atrocities, are so aghast that when the sovereign countries stand up for themselves, the hubris and ego of America, especially this admin pisses me off. I appreciate you so much for the $20, Laura T. Show some up to Laura T down below. Same thing to ANGGIE over on PayPal. Appreciate you so much for the love. Same thing to you, Alex. Thank you for the $10. She says, I'm pretty freaked out by the SAVE Act. What are your thoughts? Yeah, the SAVE Act sucks. If the SAVE Act passes, it will be harder for me to vote, like, because I need to re-register. And in order to do that, if the SAVE Act were to pass, I'd have to like drive up to my dad's house 2 hours away and get my passport. It's a mess. Fuck the SAVE Act, dude. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, yeah, so signaling as in the Christ is King and other key phrases on social media accounts. Oh, how do I feel about people signaling Christianity in the name of Trump? I feel like they're fucking crazy and God's going to send them to hell if they keep it up. Emmy and Allison, thank you guys so much for the $5. And with that, we are all cut up. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
So, I think the main reasons I support Trump are honestly one of the biggest influences of that was Elon Musk's support of him. Because I think some concerns that he brought, that he basically stood on for his support of Trump, I agree with. And
yeah, then you should have stopped supporting Trump like months ago.
Well,
a long time ago.
Here's the thing. I mean, there is a lot of things that I disagree with that Trump is doing, like the war in Iraq, and after all this Epstein file stuff has been coming to light, it definitely brings into question a lot of his moral character that I would disagree with. But I think that there are some issues that some threats to democracy in the United States that kind of outweighed some of the downsides of Trump being president. I think it actually was a good thing that he became president for that reason.
Oh yeah, for sure. Wow, yeah, okay, all right, got it. Argument is, and I quote, I understand Donald Trump might be a child rapist, but he's preventing grave threats to our democracy. It's a necessary evil. What are the grave threats to our democracy that Donald Trump is preventing?
Well, I just want to correct you there. I did not say that. My understanding is that Donald Trump is a child rapist.
Or just that he's protecting them? Because you mentioned like his actions in reference to the Epstein files and how that may make him have a bad character. So I just assumed that was a child rapist.
Yeah, I understand why you're making that assumption, but I haven't read through all the Epstein files, so I do not know what exactly Trump's involvement in that scenario was. I do just know from media that he was mentioned quite frequently in the files. And so
okay, listen, we'll go over that.
That is a bad association. So what that means he did, I am not sure. But on the same side, I like, if you're going to make a statement about my belief like that, I could say the same thing about you supporting Hillary Clinton, who knew about her husband's involvement and was involved herself, and yet you supported her and advocated for her.
The difference is that I didn't, because I was a kid, and that there's no evidence that she knew of any wrongdoing. Now, what are the threats to democracy that Donald Trump is fighting against or preventing?
Well, I would say that voting integrity is like the most vital thing to holding democracy in a country, because it's just an illusion, kind of like I believe that America should actually stand on Christian values. However, I do think that a lot of what's going on, a lot like wars and stuff being fought and people being
Do you mind if we just stay on like one
not...
point at a time? So how is he protecting democracy?
Well, I mean, he's definitely pushing like what you brought up, the SAVE Act, which
that's not protecting democracy. That's eroding democracy.
How is pushing for each state to require voter ID?
That's not what it's doing.
Okay, maybe my understanding of it is wrong.
The SAVE Act is pushing to require proof of citizenship for registration.
Which, don't you think that is a necessary thing? Like, why should people who...
Well, it is, which is why there's already proof of citizenship. Well, it is a necessary thing, which is why we already have it. When you sign up and you register to vote, you give them your social security number, and if it doesn't ping back to a citizen, or it doesn't ping back to the name in which you provide, then your registration application is denied. They want to up that level of protection, and I quote, to require a passport or birth certificate in order to register to vote. Not everyone has a passport or a birth certificate on hand. A good example would be me. My passport and my birth certificate is in my dad's safe 2 hours away. So when I go re-register to vote, I'm first going to have to make a 2-hour trip if the SAVE Act passes. Second of all, many married women, have a different last name on their ID than the last name on the birth certificate, because they married a man and then they changed it. Not to mention that passports cost $200 to get and take 6 weeks to come in. It is projected that 9% of American citizens don't have easy access to a birth certificate or a passport that would meet the stipulations required under the SAVE Act. And the massive issue with that is, I'd actually assume it to be much larger, but therefore we are disenfranchising and preventing, at minimum, 9 to 10% of our population from voting. Not to mention that the fraud rate of non-citizens voting is 0.00001%. And if we want to focus on ensuring that people are citizens in order to vote, then I'd argue that just requiring an ID at the voting booth is much better than requiring a passport or a birth certificate in order to register to vote. The reason why Donald Trump is pushing for the SAVE Act is to try to steal and rig the midterms. That's it. That's it right there. To further disenfranchise voters. And this isn't a secret. This is a loud fact. Okay?
So
2 months ago, he said that he wanted... Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. I just want to make a point while you're still close to what you just said, which was making the case that the cost of getting, the big negative impact of this is the cost of getting a passport, which I agree with. I think that if this passes, there should be a push to diminish the cost of getting a passport.
But that's not how we do it.
Because
no, that's why we need to veto the SAVE Act, unless it were to include free passports for everybody, and it only would require a passport like 10 years in the future after everyone already has one. Like, we know that people don't immediately act on new requirements. This is why the requirement of having a real ID in order to fly was like pushed back 15 years. Not everyone has a passport. In fact, only under 50% of the population does. And we shouldn't be requiring a $200 to $300 poll tax that only 50% of the population already has in order to vote.
Maybe I'm wrong about this, but my understanding is that some states have over the past couple years, maybe longer than that, have issued driver's licenses to non-citizens,
which is exactly why
of the country.
Which is exactly why, according to DHS, a mere ID is not proof of citizenship.
So, but see, that's my point. Is you just said that, well, we should be able to use an ID to register to vote. But see, that makes that destroys the integrity of democracy. That's my point. Is like, I agree with you in that, like, the cost could disenfranchise a percentage
there's no
of
threat
the
to our democracy
vote.
with voting. No threat to our democracy with voting. None at all. Because
There's
as I said,
100%.
no. When you registered to vote, what did you have to give them? When you registered to vote, what information did you have to provide? When you registered to vote, what information did you have to provide?
I'm pretty sure my ID.
Okay. What else did you have to provide?
I'm pretty sure that's the only thing that I had to provide.
Nope.
I had
current address and social security number.
Right. I had to fill out a form with.
So when you fill out that form to register with your ID, your name, date of birth, current address, and social security number, what do you think happens next?
Like, what do you mean? It gets plugged into a system and checks if the information is somewhere. Like, I agree with that, and maybe
that
I'm
is a foolproof way to prevent non-citizens from registering to vote. Do you have to be registered in order to vote?
So, are you saying that there has been no voter fraud? Like, there's zero voter fraud?
The voter fraud that we see is like the 0.001% of scenarios where like 30 non-citizens out of 180 million voters will steal the identity of a voter or a citizen and then cast a ballot in their name. That's what happens. Obviously, the proportional response here is not to require people to spend $300 on a document in order to register. Do you understand that?
I completely.
So you agree that we should veto that we should kill the SAVE Act, because that's what the SAVE Act does for many people.
Well, I think if Elon Musk is saying that the integrity of voting it was at risk, and that
because of him, sure. I mean, he was paying people $1 million. To register to vote for Trump, so yeah.
I mean, that's. I haven't looked into this bill, I'm sure, as much as you have. So I do agree with you. If it's going to cost people that much, it could disenfranchise a percentage of people who should have the right to vote,
including me. By the way, I would personally be disenfranchised. I want to point that one out.
Why would you be disenfranchised?
Because I need to re-register to vote at my current address, and then get that address concealed by the local voter registrar, so people can't like look it up and find it. Which means I have to completely re-register. If the SAVE Act passes, I won't be able to do that as easily because I don't have a passport or a birth certificate on me. It will first require me to hit a 4-hour drive to go get it from my dad. Right, and doing these live streams every day. That could be really difficult for me to do. It could be really difficult for me to find the time to hit a 4-hour drive to go get that shit from my dad. So, like, it significantly increases the likelihood that I would not be able to vote, to register to vote in time for midterms. You know, clearly, if the SAVE Act passes, I'll get it done and I'll figure it out. But, you know, just kind of giving you like a personal anecdote here. Like, SAVE Act passes, like all of a sudden I have like another thing on my plate, which would be incredibly difficult to check off. And this isn't coming from the perspective of a married woman or somebody who doesn't have $300 to spend on a new passport, right? This is coming from somebody that already has a birth certificate that accurately represents my name and identity and already has a passport. Now think about the people who, like the married women with no money. What the fuck is a married woman with no money gonna do if she doesn't have a passport? What is she gonna have to do in order to vote? Well, they could try to get like a change made to the birth certificate. Oh wait, that kind of costs money. Oh, they're gonna go spend $300 on a passport. Well, fuck, now she needs to save $300 up. Okay, now we got to ensure that she works another like 2 months to do that. Now she has the $300. Wait, now the whole passport application process takes 6 to 8 weeks. Oh, fuck, can't vote. Right?
That would be
these are
really messed up.
Yeah, and these are just like a couple like really realistic scenarios of things that I know will happen. Okay?
No, I
things that
100% agree. If this passes and there's nothing done to allow everyone that should have the right to vote in the country, like that cost has to be eliminated, in my opinion, or should be. I'm not saying it will be, but
I think I might be able to change your mind here because
that.
you care about like threats to democracy. If the SAVE Act were to pass, we would then be existing in a perpetual state of an existential threat to the American democracy until Congress were to turn around and pass legislation to make the application processes for both passports and new birth certificates completely free and expedited to be easy and fast. Correct? Right or wrong?
Right. I mean,
so the Trump administration is knowingly pushing for legislation that will ultimately place America in a suspended state of an existential threat to our democracy.
But maybe I didn't follow that perfectly.
The Trump administration is advocating for the SAVE Act to pass. Therefore, the Trump administration is advocating for us to exist in a perpetual state of an existential threat to the American democracy right before the midterms. Another thing to consider here is that, once again, we're right. I just want to make this point real quick. Once again, we're right before the midterms. The 50% of people that do not have passports, even if they could get them for free, would then turn around and all sign up to get one at once if they're not registered to vote. Think about the delay in the passport appointments that will be created if millions of people all of a sudden needed to get one. It already takes 6 to 8 weeks. How long will it take if millions of people sign up for an appointment all at once? People could be booked out until the end of next year.
Right. That could be a serious issue. I definitely see the.
Yeah, like
I see the points that you're making.
Midterms.
I see the points that you're making, and I'm sure you've looked into this specific bill a lot more than I have. My main point that I was making was I do think that protecting the integrity of the voting process is vital to democracy. Otherwise, it becomes an illusion.
But you know where you know what we got to do to start with protecting that voting process is impeach Trump. He's admitted that he regrets not having the National Guard seize the voting machines during the 2020 election. We know that he sent fake slates of electorates to Congress on J6 to try to get them to install himself for a second term against the voice and the vote of the people. He admitted to it in court. Donald Trump is the largest existential threat to the American voting process since the Civil War.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I'm sure you have your reasons for believing that. I think that I've listened to a lot of people that I think are respectable, like like Elon Musk, for example, and the positions that he's shared, and I think that he is a very intelligent person who has done a lot of things that like gives.
What if I could prove it?
The inclination
listen, bro, I could just prove it. Okay? Here is Donald Trump's attorney, Will Scharf, talking to a news reporter about Donald Trump's attempt to steal the 2020 election.
Indictment are stripped away, that Jack Smith doesn't have a case, that this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think?
The false slates of the electors are the false votes Trump tried to install for himself.
Think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Right? And then the news reporters like the fake votes you guys put in for Trump in the 20... Would that constitute enough for a trial for an insurrection? And then listen what he says.
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved.
He responds by saying, other people have done it before to ensure the accurate outcome of the election. And let me tell you where that's coming from. Donald Trump claimed that 2020 is his. And he stood 10 toes down on the fact that it was his. He went to Bill Barr, the head of the Department of Justice. He asked him to falsely announce widespread voter fraud without any evidence. That caused half the DOJ to resign. He had his supporters raid and insurrect the Capitol to try to pressure Mike Pence into certifying the fake votes. It didn't work. Okay? So because he genuinely believes that 2020 was his patriotic way of rectifying the way in which he was wronged, the way in which the American people were wronged because the election was stolen, was to then install fake votes for himself. And then the argument is that that was just to ensure the proper outcome of the election because we all know what he thinks the proper outcome was. That's Donald Trump serving the largest threat to the American democracy since the Civil War, and we don't talk about it enough.
I don't know if I would call that the largest. I mean, somebody claiming that they won something that they didn't win.
It's not just claiming. He sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states with votes from those states that said he won them, even though Biden did. And then they sent those fake slates of electorates with the fake votes back to Congress, and then he pressured Mike Pence into doing the right thing, which was to certify them as real.
Okay. I mean, I think that I'm sure you've done a lot more research into this stuff than I have. I've just seen a lot of people talk about voter fraud happening on.
Wait, don't pivot now.
On the.
Don't pivot now.
I'm not. I'm still talking. I'm talking about the same topic.
Okay. Well, we're talking about Donald Trump's
and maybe
existential
I'm wrong
threat to
about this.
democracy.
Maybe you can say no.
In 2020.
No voter fraud has happened.
No. We're talking about Donald Trump's attempt to take the 2020 election.
I mean, that's kind of a pivot from my original.
No, it's not. You said that you want to ensure that our elections have safety, that our elections are safeguarded from tyrants and fraud. Donald Trump is the largest threat to our elections since the Civil War. He tried to steal it. Why doesn't this matter to you? Why isn't this the red line?
Okay, so I do think that voter fraud in general, no matter what side, is a huge problem, and that's honestly that was one of the reasons that I supported Trump because
respond to the fact that I just argued that he tried to steal an election.
Okay, I mean, I think that
you cut out,
but yeah, I honestly have not studied this topic enough. I think my my main reason for supporting Trump was that I think that the options of leaders that we had been presented with
in front of the district court now to support the ongoing
were
prosecution.
not
Even just
great.
the false slates of
And I think
electors.
that the country would be in a
Even just
worse
the false slates of
scenario
electors, you don't think that
had
would
Kamala Harris
constitute
been
enough for a
elected
trial?
president.
Well,
Does that
we
mean,
would say
does that mean
alternate
that I
slates of electors, and
agree
as
with
we
everything
argued
that Trump
before the
does?
Supreme
No.
Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method.
Do you hear this?
Private conduct here. Immune acts in the indictment are stripped away. That Jack Smith doesn't have a case. That this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution, and that's
Even
what we're
just the
going to be
false slates
litigating
of
in front of the
electors?
district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors, and as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors.
What do you make of that? What do you make of Donald Trump's personal lawyer telling the world that they assembled fake votes in the 2020 election to try to install Trump for a second term? What do you make of that?
I've never actually heard that before. And I mean, if it is true that fake votes have been assembled, I've heard that, but on the opposite side. Like
no, it's not if it is true.
I've heard
stop.
that
it's not if it is true.
Voter
You
fraud
just
on
heard
the other side.
no, stop. It's not if it is true. You just heard him admit to it. It's not even like an admittance of guilt where they're like, "Oh, fine, I did it," and then they go back the next day. It's their official argument is that they did it and it was justified. It was a good thing that they did it.
Yeah, I'd never heard that before. Maybe that would have changed my vote.
So do you regret voting for Trump knowing that he tried to steal an election?
I think that the options for who our president was going to be were very bad options, and I think that when Trump was campaigning, what he was saying was, I was a lot more supportive of, like he was saying how bad going to war in the Middle East was for America. I strongly agreed with those opinions. I think that we should be left
pivoting.
out.
Do you regret your vote from Trump knowing that he thinks it's a good thing he tried to steal an election or not, bro?
I think that if he authentically thinks that if he authentically actually tried to steal an election and he's proud of trying to steal an election, I definitely don't agree with
Electors,
that.
you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors, and as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved that issue for determination by the district court, and we'll see how arguments fall in front of the district court.
Yeah, we've walked through those historical references here before. None of them compare to what we saw in 2020 with the fake slates of electors. But Will Sharf.
I mean, I'm not going to say I regret voting for Trump because I don't think that I don't think that Kamala would have been a better president for.
Why's that?
Because I think that every downside that Trump is doing right now, we would have been in the same scenario, if not worse, with Kamala.
Convince me of that.
I
position.
think that.
Convince me. Wait, I have a question. I have a question for you.
Democracy
no,
would
I'm going to cut
continue
you
to
off
be
there.
taken from.
I'm going to cut you off there. Convince me that Kamala Harris would have tried to rig an election. Convince me that Kamala Harris would have put us back in a war in the Middle East. Convince me that Kamala Harris would have ushered in the worst jobs report since '03. Convince me that Kamala Harris would have ushered in the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2008. Convince me that Kamala Harris would have refused to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving American children. Convince me that Kamala Harris would want to annex Canada. Convince me that Kamala Harris would want to launch a ground invasion of Greenland. Convince me that Kamala Harris would want to take over Venezuela. Convince me that Kamala Harris would threaten Mexico with an invasion. Convince me that Kamala Harris would threaten Cuba with an invasion. Convince me that Kamala Harris would redistribute wealth from the bottom 50% of income earners to the top 1%. Convince me that Kamala Harris would have taken healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 low-income Americans that die every single year via lack of access to healthcare. Convince me that Kamala Harris would have fully taken away food stamps from 300 low-income Americans just to save $156 billion, just to spend on more tax cuts for the top 1%. Convince me of these things. Convince me that we'd be in the same spot, if not worse. Convince me.
I can't necessarily convince you that each one of those things would have happened, but I can. She definitely would not have secured the border in the way that that Trump has been, which I think is a huge deal for democracy.
He didn't
and for
secure
the American worker.
He didn't secure shit.
Yes, he did.
What border security policy has he passed?
I don't know specific policies, but the rate of illegal immigration into America has drastically declined.
Not because he secured the border, but because he's scaring them away. He's scaring undocumented entry away by violating the human and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already here. He's deporting people with no due process to be tortured in another country. He's saying that they're the vermin, the poison of the blood of our country. He's deporting unaccompanied minors. He's deporting asylum seekers. He's blackbagging college students and taking them to ICE detention centers 1,000 miles away, violating the withholding order of a judge. He illegally deported Abrigo Garcia once again to CCOT to once again be tortured. Once again, illegally, SCOTUS ruled it was unconstitutional. He's defending the murder of citizens in broad daylight. These are the things
I'm sure there
that
are
are reducing
a lot of
undocumented
cases.
entry into this country because, he's giving illegal directives to ICE to arrest people without judicial warrants. That's in violation of our Fifth Amendment. He's giving illegal directives to ICE to detain people because of the color of their skin. That's racial profiling. That's racist. These are the things, that is scaring undocumented immigrants away from coming into our country. Our borders aren't any more secure. Okay. They're just more scary.
But do you or do you not agree that there are potentially sleeper cells in America as a result of
shut the fuck up and
having
actually respond to what I say. MAGA, dude, you Trump supporters are fucking cattle. You're so brain rotted. I'm over here talking about how the president is violating people's human and natural rights, throwing the Constitution out the window, saying that the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment means jack shit. None of it matters. Racially profile black people and illegally deport them to be tortured in CCOT. And then he responds as, Iranian sleeper cells! Bro, no, before you start yapping about the sleeper cells, I need you to respond to the whole sending black people to be tortured in another country after detaining them because they're black people with no due process, defending the murder of Alex Preddy in broad daylight, taking citizenship away from citizens to label them as undocumented immigrants unconstitutionally, to once again deport them to be tortured like he did with his violation of the 14th Amendment. Talk about all of that and how that destroys your claim that the borders are more secure. I'll repeat myself. The borders are not more secure under Trump. They're only scarier under Trump. Respond to that. Got to send you an invite to unmute. Come on, Clem. Respond to that, buddy. Jesus Christ, the people today suck.
You're bringing up a bunch of scenarios in which people's rights probably were violated in maybe all of the cases, and I don't support that. And this is just the reality of life, is that unfortunately things are situational. Like each case, there is going to be cases where people come into our country, sneak into our country because they're in a waiting line and in a bad scenario in their country, and the waiting line, the reality is the process to get into the country is just too slow. I 100% see that and agree with that. That's going to result in some.
When will you start talking about Donald Trump giving illegal directives to ICE to arrest people without judicial warrants while simultaneously passing executive orders to take birthright citizenship away from birthright citizens, violating the 14th Amendment? Those are unfortunate facts of life in which are always bound to occur. It's not just situational. It is an intentional and belligerent attack on our Constitution and the natural rights of citizens from the highest office available to any human alive.
If you go into a country, if going into that country has a specific process and you do not go through that legal process, they have the right to arrest you and kick you out of that country.
They don't have the right to arrest you without a judicial warrant because of the 5th and 14th Amendment. Wrong. They don't have the right to arrest you without a judicial warrant under typical circumstances in accordance with the 5th and 14th Amendment. They don't have the right to then deport you to be tortured without at least giving you due process first, right? Wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong, dude. You know nothing about the Bill of Rights. You know nothing about the inalienable protections of one's natural rights available to any person in America, not just citizens. And you're using this point, we have the right to deport them, to evade Donald Trump reclassifying citizens as undocumented immigrants to deport without due process. What matters here, once again, for the last fucking time, you dumb as a box of rocks person, is the illegal directives that are being given that they don't have a right to give. You are wrong if you want to suggest that they have the right to deport undocumented immigrants without due process. You are wrong if you want to suggest that he has the right to infringe on the 14th Amendment, take citizenship away from birthright citizens, to then reclassify them as undocumented to be deported. Okay. You are wrong. 110% wrong if you want to suggest. Okay, well, that's what I asked you about. So then, therefore, you were pivoting. Fucking hell. That's what I asked you about, dude. That's what I asked you about. I asked you, what are your thoughts on Donald Trump deporting people without due process in violation of the Constitution? What are your thoughts on Donald Trump giving an illegal directive to ICE to arrest people without judicial warrants? What are your thoughts on Donald Trump passing executive order number 14160 to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants to deport? What are your thoughts on Donald Trump positioning himself above the Constitution and throwing the Constitution out the window? What are your thoughts?
Well, like I was saying, is I think that everything is situational, and I think that this. I don't
just say situational. Give a legitimate response. Oh my god, you idiot! Stop just saying it's situational and actually respond to your thoughts on the situation. What are your thoughts on the situation of Donald Trump positioning himself above the Constitution to deport people without due process after having ICE arrest them with the use of racial profiling and no judicial warrant, okay? After he took their birthright citizenship away by passing executive order number 14160 to infringe on the 14th Amendment of our Constitution. What are your thoughts? Unmute! What are your thoughts on this situation?
So, like I was trying to say, if you stop muting me, your argument is basically that it is wrong for Trump because everybody is given the right of due process. But if millions and millions of people come into the country illegally, and it's going to take years and years and years for them to wait for their due process, is it right or wrong for those people to wait in the country from which they came, or right to wait in our country in order to do it? And that's a topic that is not as black and white as you're trying to make it out to be, because there is real threat to that. And this is how I'll prove that there's real threat to that is
I just want you to respond. Is it bad for Donald Trump to deport people without due process? Yes or no?
I don't think it's a yes or no question.
Yes, it fucking is. It is either true that you think it is bad, or it is not true that you think it is bad.
Get due process and be allowed back into the country if that was wrongfully done.
Wait, so therefore you are okay with Donald Trump deporting people without due process, and then whoops, if it ends up that we deported a citizen because there was no fucking process to determine that they weren't a citizen, then they can come back. You are okay with infringing upon people's natural rights. Do you know what a natural right is? Do you know what a natural right is?
How many
No, stop. Do you know? Stop, Clem. Do you know what a natural right is?
I mean, a right of each, like just something that you have the right. I don't know.
A natural right is an inalienable right in which is possessed by all humans merely because they're a human person. Okay?
Yeah,
One
I
of
get
those
that.
natural rights is due process. Do you agree or do you not agree? The reason why it would be a natural right is because if we don't give due process to people, when we
100%.
convict or punish them
100%
of
I
a
agree with
crime,
that.
then we could be jailing or executing people that were in all reality innocents, but we wouldn't know this because of our own neglect because we didn't use a process to determine their guilt. So if you agree that natural right is an inalienable right of all humans, then you agree with 5th and 14th Amendment protections of said natural right, which ensure that all people in this country have a right to due process before any violation of their life, liberty,
I
or loss of
100%,
property, right?
I 100% agree with that.
Okay.
So
okay.
I think
so if you
the
110%
point I was-
agree
the po-
with the 5th and then 14th Amendment, you would condemn the Trump administration for deporting people in violation of their 5th and 14th Amendment rights. Say that you condemn the Trump administration for deporting people in violation of the 5th and in violation of their 5th and 14th Amendment rights.
I do definitely agree that it is wrong to
Condemn them.
violate those rights. Well,
Condemn the Trump administration,
Can you
then.
not mute me and let me make one point?
Wait, I just want you to condemn the Trump administration, please.
Okay, I will condemn them if you can deny that, if you can say that there have not been more crimes committed by illegal aliens being allowed to wait for their due process in America rather than deporting them, versus the amount of people who are innocent getting deported wrongfully. If there is more people, then statistically, yes,
Deporting
it is a wrong
undocumented
decision.
immigrants
It's a
causes
bad
more crime.
scenario
Deporting
to be in, no matter what.
A, you don't give a fuck about crime. You made an adjudicated rapist president. B, you don't give a fuck about crime because you made Donald Trump president. Meanwhile, he was on the Howard Stern radio show saying it was funny when he sexually exploited the naked bodies of women and girls 15 years ago. C, you don't give a fuck about crime because you made a 34-count felon president. D, you don't give a fuck about crime because you're still supporting Trump as president after conceding that he's infringed on the 4th and 14th Amendment, which is breaking the law. E, you don't give a fuck about crime because you made Donald Trump president in consideration of the fact that he was held civilly liable for defrauding his university and for lying about the valuation of his properties to banks. Fucking G, fucking F, Z, X, Y, whatever the hell. Okay, you don't give a fuck about crime because you're still supporting Trump as president, even though he's been defying Congress and breaking federal law to illegally redact the names of the co-conspirators of Epstein inside of the Epstein files, including his own name 950,000 times, amounting to 950,000 different acts of crime in accordance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act, including illegally hiding files accusing him of child rape, and then fucking Z, or whatever my last point is, or whatever my fucking last point is here, okay? You don't give a fuck about crime because mass deportation only causes more crime. PNAS tells us that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime in American soil compared to American citizens, okay? Then when you deport them, you destabilize our economy by forcefully expelling 8.3 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers. What does that do to the socioeconomic standing of the average American? It fucking destroys it because now prices are up, because now productivity is down, and GDP growth is down, investment is down, everything is down. By the way, which we've already seen over the course of the last year. Like I said, 2025, most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2008, worst jobs report on record since 2003, without a consideration of recessions, which then causes the consequent of an increase in the level of poverty, which then causes more crime. But that all aside, okay, you are still pivoting to this issue of undocumented immigrants and crime, so you don't have to address the fact that Donald Trump legally reclassified citizens as undocumented immigrants to be deported. I brought up that executive order 5 times, you didn't respond to it once, so you don't have to address the fact that you ought condemn the Trump administration for positioning themselves above the Constitution, taking the mask off, playing authoritarian, and deporting people without due process. You're like, oh, I don't really care about them destroying the Constitution because of sleeper cells. Like, shut the fuck up, bro. Or even last point here, right. You have not at one point in this conversation responded to the fact that the Trump administration actively defended the murder and execution of Alex Preddy, Keith Porter, and Renee Good, calling them domestic terrorists and gunmen, even though, like, Alex Preddy was gunned down and shot in his back 12 times. And then you try to convince us that you care about crime. It's all bullshit, dude. Like, how about you actually engage in any of the points that I made prior to you bringing up immigrant crime? But if you just want to completely ignore him defending murder, all of the crimes in which I brought up that Donald Trump is guilty of that you don't care about, or any of the points that I've, at this point in time, repeated 10 times to do with the executive order to take citizenship away from citizens to then deport them illegally, okay, you could just respond to the data in which I shared with you to justify that point number one. A, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes. And then B, when you deport them, there's a higher total level of crime in this country.
So I did. You put a lot of words in my mouth. I definitely, if Donald Trump is truly a rapist, he should not be president. I 100%.
What about sexual? What if he sexually exploited women and or girls?
I mean, yeah, we probably shouldn't have somebody that's committing sexual crimes.
Okay, so you'd stop supporting Trump as president if you knew that he'd sexually exploited anyone.
Well,
yeah, this is where you say,
yes,
no, I don't really
yes.
care. Oh, it's a yes? Okay,
no,
so you would stop supporting him.
I do. I would 100%. But wait.
I don't want to butt. Okay, perfect. You'd stop supporting him if he's guilty of sexual exploitation.
I wanted to respond.
I'm sorry. No, I'm so sorry. This is going to be the bone of the debate right here.
Okay.
So do you accept that sexual exploitation is unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I don't know what scenario you're going to bring up.
I'll give you a scenario.
That's
Let's just hypothetically, if a male business owner would it be sexual exploitation for a male business owner to unconsensually follow women into the women's restroom at the business that he owns to then peek his head over the stall to look at their vaginas unconsensually? Is that him sexually exploiting them?
Yeah, that sounds pretty childish.
Is it sexual exploitation?
Yeah, I would say that is.
Okay, so it's sexual exploitation for a male business owner to follow women and girls into a private space only for women and girls where they then get naked for him to look at their naked bodies, right?
Yeah, I would definitely say that there's some definitely sexual violations happening.
Okay, and you stop supporting Trump as president if he did that, right? Because you just said that you stop supporting Trump if he's guilty of sexual exploitation, right?
Yeah, I mean, I said that I.
So yes, if he did that, you'd stop supporting him, right?
I would say that age is a factor in that, but
what?
Yes,
now you're walking it back.
No, I'm not walking it back. I'm saying it's one thing if a young boy, peeps on some girls, and it's another thing if like a 40-year-old man is spying on.
Okay, that's
girls.
like a whole fucking other thing. Okay, it's not excusable regardless of the age in which it occurs.
I'm not saying it's excusable.
Okay, but that aside,
it's like
if a 40 like we'll talk about. Well, listen, you're muddying the waters here by introducing boys will be boys. It's okay for like young boys to do this, which is crazy.
I never said it was okay. I said it was a different scenario.
Okay. So regardless, if a 40-year-old man did this, okay, if Donald Trump did this as a 40-year-old man, you'd stop supporting him as president, right?
Yeah.
To do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no... Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, GG's. You're no longer MAGA, right?
I mean, I don't think that was proving of what you were saying, but...
Really? Let's listen to it again and let's go bar by bar. Let's see.
Of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere.
Okay, he's going backstage before a show in a place where no men are anywhere and there's just women getting dressed and ready. Women's dressing room. Is a woman's dressing room a private space for only women? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so far we know that he's going into a private space that's only for women where there's women getting dressed. What happens next?
And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay?
Okay, so the next thing that happens is he actually justifies him going into this private space only for women and girls where they're getting dressed and ready by saying that he's the owner. So this is where the exploitative fact of him having authority and power over the women and girls by being the owner of the location in which they're getting ready in comes into play. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
That
Let's
sounds like a really messed up scenario.
Let's see what happens next.
Okay, they're standing there with no clothes.
Oh, he just said they're standing there with no clothes, so they're naked, right? So all that we know, for now, is that Donald Trump barged into a place that was private just for women and girls, and now we see naked women and girls with no clothes on, right?
Yeah, that's really messed up.
Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, we know he gets away with it. So how's that different? Because you just accepted that in that clip, Donald Trump admits to barging into a private space only designed for women and girls to then look at their naked bodies, which would be unconsensual sexual conduct, thereby making it sexual exploitation.
Yeah, that's 100% wrong. I agree. I mean, I think that someone else would be great to have a different president.
So you're no longer a Trump supporter, right?
I do not.
I just want to clarify. So you're no longer a Trump supporter, right?
Yes, I'm not a Trump supporter in that I do not support everything that Trump does.
No, you're
100%.
changing the goalpost. Before I played you that clip, you said that if he was guilty of sexual exploitation, you would stop supporting him as president. So have you stopped supporting him as president?
I think there's a difference between support,
I just need to know whether yes or no. Have you stopped supporting him as president? That's not the question that's not the question that I asked, buddy. Have you stopped supporting Trump as president?
I definitely don't support a lot of the things that he's done.
Well, that's not what I asked either. Have you stopped supporting him as president? Wait. How about even just before you answer that question, let's roll back the VOD to see what you said right before I played that clip.
Pretty childish.
Is it sexual exploitation? In his own name, 900 the FI, you concept crisis recession or immigrants prior to you bringing up immigrant crime. Immigrant crime in this country. Well, I'm supporting him if he's guilty of sexual debate right here. Okay. So do you accept that sexual exploitation is unjust? You'd stop supporting him?
I would 100%.
No, I don't really care. Oh, it's a yes? Okay, so you would stop supporting him.
I do.
That he'd sexually exploited any. Okay, so you stop supporting.
We probably shouldn't have somebody that's committing sexual crimes.
Okay, so you'd stop supporting Trump as president if you knew that he'd sexually exploited anyone.
Well,
yeah, this is where you say, no, I don't really care. Oh, it's a yes? Okay, so you would stop supporting him.
I do.
Okay,
I would 100%. But speaking in general, yeah, you're really, I do not support Trump as president in the sense that if I had any option of who was
There's no fucking senses here. Get off my live. You're a weasel. Time waster, bruh. Cortisol maxer. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh, I need to play like some meditative Zen music and just sit for a bit. Dude, someone in the chat says do some push-ups. Real. Listen, guys, I used to be pretty bad about it. Like when I talk to people like him, I would just like completely lose my shit. Like if you happen to watch my streams like 2-3 years ago, you know it. There'd be no holding back here at all. But then I came to the realization that I talk to people like Clem every day. The archetype of a excuse of a man who supports Trump. End of story. They could try to give an argument because that's what we typically do for the things that we believe in. But at the end of the day, the argument doesn't matter. They just support Trump regardless of all else. Say they support Trump because of free and fair elections. Might prove Donald Trump tried to steal an election. They still support Trump. Say they'd stop supporting Trump if he engage in any type of sexual violence, including sexual exploitation. I then prove that he did engage in sexual exploitation. Still say they support Trump. Because it doesn't matter. None of it matters. Okay? Because it's not a rational belief that they hold. It's an emotional one. Donald Trump could nuke the world and they'd still be right on his side. They're willing to overlook anything, even if they say they aren't. God. And that's hard for me to like deal with. My cortisol levels. It's hard for me to deal with. I'm going to go to thank a couple people here real quick. Thank you so much, Brave, for the $10. Who says, as somebody who lives in California and is voting in the next presidential, who do you think will run? Do you think Gavin Newsom will? And would you support him? I'd ultimately support Gavin if it came down to him versus like a Republican like JD. But I think that there's about a billion other Democrats that are better than Gavin. Gavin's like kind of close to the bottom of my list. I think that Buttigieg is better than Gavin. I think that Andy Bashir is better than Gavin. I think the AOC is better than Gavin. You know, there's a bunch of other Democrats I'd support before Gavin. But yeah, if Gavin wins the primaries, you'll see me rooting for him. That's for sure. Neo, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much. That is NIO. Show some love to Neo down below in that comment section. Neo says, I'd be careful with calling the border more scary. Fact of the matter is our country is worse and our pull factors are disappearing. Lots of conservatives love this terrorism stuff because they like that it works as a deterrent. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of people who have wet dreams over Trump's execution of citizens and racial profiling of immigrants. I agree. As well as Jenna. Dude, I'm just seeing this now. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love, Jenna. Show some love to Jenna down below. Thank you. Show some fucking love to Jenna. Let's see here. We also got Sylvia with a $5 who says, hey, Dean, love watching every night. Thank you so much for that love, Sylvia. Caroline, thank you so much for the $20. She says, okay, this is wild. In America, you have to register yourselves. In Germany, the town halls have those informations and they send out notices themselves when an election happens. So everybody who could vote. Good night, everyone. Thank you for the $20, Caroline. Well, I just have to register myself because I need to get like a special form of registration where my address is not public information. Then Alex, thank you for the $15 who says, thank you for talking about the consequences of the SAVE Act. Appreciate you, man. It's pretty bad. And then Miss Page, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Let's get 1,000 Page W's. Thank you. That is Paige Page. Thank you so much for the love and support. Paige says, I'm Canadian and I still tune in every night. The way that you stay patient and calm and are able to change minds of the cult following is unreal. You bring sanity to chaos. Respect. Don't know how you do it. Well, Paige, I'm going to go ahead and assume that you sent that donation in before I talked to that last guy and you just saw me crash out a little bit. So, I mean, even I have my limits, man. Even I have my limits. And I think that guy was trampling right on over them. Cully, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, Cully. Brandon, thank you for the 15. Who says, been watching for a year now. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Brandon. Then Daniela, thank you so much for the 10. Cassie, thank you for the 10. And then Corinne, thank you so much for the 1. Let's get caught up over on Vimeo. Elise, thank you for the $3. Holly with the 10 who says that was impressive. Thank you for the work that you do day after day. Well, thank you so much for the love. Jessica and Tom, thank you guys for the 5. Then Victoria, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says, I'm so glad that you mocked Liam early on Parker's. Go Dean. If you ever need a circuit grandma, I'll stand in. That would be fun. Appreciate you for the love, Victoria. Yeah, man, that was fun. I was pretty sore. I was pretty sore after doing those push-ups on Parker's live against Liam. Dude, I banged out nearly 90. That was kind of a bit for me, man. Kamani, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Who says, hey, Dean, I'll always know I'm on the right side of history because when I say, quote, unquote, I don't want kids to die, that sentence stops right there. Exactly. If you ever have to put a but after kids dying, you're not on the right side of history. 110%. Tamar, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, Dean, my name is pronounced Tamar because I already know that you said it wrong. My apologies, Tamar. But you deserve this and more. I watch you daily and thank you for sacrificing your mental health to fight the good fight. Love you, mean it. Love you too, Tamar. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, sometimes my mental health does take a bit of a hit, but it's becoming increasingly rare because I'm adapting. Patsy, thank you so much for the $30 donation as well over on PayPal, who says, every day is a new day of crazy with Trump and his admin. November can't come soon enough. Keep on doing what you do, Dean. You are making a difference. Love you. Love you too, Patsy, and you know it. Thank you so much for the $30. It's almost kind of like a form of therapy for me to read those after a conversation like the one I had with the last guest, because all the voices in my head are telling me that we shouldn't care if Trump tried to steal an election or raped a woman or sexually exploited kids. So it's a bit nice. It's a bit nice to read those messages. I really appreciate you guys. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for you all. Very grateful for you all. Oh boy. All right. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. I'm going to go ahead and hit the gym. I need to go pump some iron, get some steam off. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in today. Make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok. Drop a sub and a like and a comment on the VOD on YouTube as well. That will really help it push out. This just came in, Mr. Eric. Thank you for the $10 who says, Dean, keep up the fight. Thank you, man. We'll be back tomorrow. I need some fucking wine. Paxton, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo with a little celebratory emoji. Thank you so much for the support. Chat, should I go get a bottle of wine? Is that the move? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe not. On the 21st, which is actually coming up here in a couple of days, this is worth telling you guys. I'm going to be going out to California for 5 days with my girlfriend to celebrate her 21st birthday. I'm still going to be going live every day except for her birthday. I'm going to be taking her birthday off. But every other day we will be live, so you're going to see a new background. But I'm thinking here that maybe I shouldn't drink the wine now, because it's probably good to have some sobriety before this trip, because I would assume that we'll probably be pretty drunk nearly every day when we're there. So maybe I'll stay sober until we go. See, I only like drinking in moderation. I don't really like drinking too much, if that makes any sense. You know? Like I don't even if it's just like a drink, I don't really even like having more than like a couple a week max. And I don't really like drinking more than like one day at a time max, if that makes any sense. Like I'll never have like a drink 2 days in a row. I don't know. Maybe that's just some like level of obsessiveness with not wanting to develop any level of dependency or unhealthy cohabitation with alcohol. But that's an interesting fact about me. But I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace and love, folks. Good night and goodbye.